a designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Ronnie.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute field.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome, friends. We're here for our last and final day of the OWCS Stage 4 main event. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by McGravy, by Johnny. Where's Jake? We're not entirely sure, but
who cares about Jake?
I'm better anyways.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Ooh. Fighting words.
You know what?
I hope
I
our
agree.
teams woke up with the same confidence today. Man, we're in for a treat. Last final day. There's still so much on the line. We still have spots in both regions to give away to qualify for our main event in Stockholm in Sweden. I'm super excited.
I am
Danny,
too. Yeah.
Danny, you haven't been with us for a while. Like, you're real. Like,
I'm so
I am,
excited.
yeah.
Right? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm actually very excited for all the matches. I watched all the group stage. Yesterday's matches were very exciting as well.
It never ended.
It never ended.
Literally
It never ended. Yeah,
I feel like we just
I
continued.
tuned in.
into
You
today.
guys were still on, and then I was like, I tuned out. I come back. You guys were still on. It was great. It was great.
It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Caleb, of course.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, Caleb is our weird good match juju charm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
Are we
got
gonna
a little
have
something.
good matches today too?
Long days, but good matches.
Long days, good
I'm here for
matches,
it.
and you know what else we have? Drops.
Nice.
That's right.
I
Nice.
love drops.
We love drops. We
He
love the
gets it.
waffles. The
Caleb
waffles are
gets
gonna,
it.
yeah, he's in it. He's bought into the system. We still have the nighttime scheme going on, of course, for today. So make sure to connect your Battle.net account with your Twitch account, and you too can earn those beautiful drops by a talented artist. Speaking of talented people, you have 4 of those on your screens right now. Of course, over the last 3 days, we had co-streamers covering all the action because there were so many matches, we can possibly cover it all. Today, it's Abbas' turn. You can watch him. You can also connect with him
go,
on
Connor.
LinkedIn. He's very, very professional.
On LinkedIn?
Look at that picture.
Yeah, just,
Don't be fooled.
he doesn't look like a business guy.
Professional stream.
It's a very professional stream, I'm sure. Also, drops are available, or rather enabled on his stream as well. So make sure you just watch both of them. And you can also sign up to be a co-streamer yourself maybe for next year. It's going to be a good time. We have so much great games today. Let's take a look at our schedule.
Let's go.
Let's go. Danny, what excites you?
I mean, it's gotta be the first one. Yesterday, I saw Twisted Minds going up against it was VP, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that last map on Rialto was crazy. And so I'm very excited to see Twisted Minds versus SSG. SSG, I'm a big fan of. You guys all know that.
Shocker, yeah.
Yeah, shocker, yeah. But yeah, I think that one's gonna be probably the one that I'm looking out for.
Hardy played one round of Reinhardt.
That's all that matters.
So,
As long as my goal pulls out the Rhine, I'm happy.
Listen,
all right.
I mean, Cloudy throughout the tournament picked up the slack, you know. We saw
Yeah,
plenty
it
of
was great.
Reinhardt when there wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to be any Reinhardt. So we feasted.
We've gotten our fill.
Exactly.
Reinhardt.
No, we need more.
Be more- But Johnny, you called it yesterday. Rialto seems to just be the map to finish it all.
Yeah, that's my take from this weekend.
Yeah, that's-
Rialto might be the go-to-cider map. Every time
I
it's the
agree.
last map in a series and something's on the line, it's just amazing to watch.
There you have it. They may already have
Yep.
their spotted worlds, but they're still fighting, of course, for the top seeds in their region, which will determine their matchups in Stockholm. This is going to be so stacked. Here are some qualification scenarios. Am I supposed
A
to
lot of
read
words.
this?
Hope you like reading.
Yeah.
I love
Let's go,
words.
Zoe.
Am I? But honestly, you can just read yourself. I'm not going to read it for you. Okay, I'm going to read it for you. Twisted Minds qualify if they beat SSG by any score, or have UB play the entire series and take SSG to at least 4 maps. That means win or lose. As long as UB is in, if they go to 4 maps, they are in. Virtus.pro qualify. What a script. What a script. Virtus.pro qualify if SSG 3-0s, even with UB in the lineup. Okay, so again, like, Twisted Minds just need 1 map and UB needs to be in for all of them. TM don't play UB and lose by any score. Man, Again, what a script. TSM qualify if they beat Nightmare by any score, and Energy qualify if Nightmare beat TSM by any score. Yeah, Energy, of course, already out of the contention to, get the prize pool in this very tournament, but they're not out of contention to make it to Stockholm. So every Energy fan out there is now, of course, heavily rooting for other teams. Here is the pricing breakdown. Also, of course, once again, points have been just so very important throughout the entirety of the season. Right. Also, 30K, that's a nice little pocket money upgrade.
Pocket money? That's a lot of money. Zoe, how rich are you? You're saying 30K is pocket money?
That's a nice week trip.
What?
What are you talking about?
How much money do you have?
I'm working Esports. I don't have any
What
of
do you
that.
eat for dinner?
30 is so eats diamonds and golds.
Kippers,
And
oysters,
so we just spent
yeah,
30K split like seven ways,
for those
8 ways.
players, they're living the high life. They're getting themselves those fancy sneakers. You
That's
as
like a
former
car.
player, you're
That's
like,
like a car.
right?
I know about spending my money recklessly, so yeah, I know a bit about indulging myself in some quality items.
I would love some pocket money.
You know what you could do? You know what you could do with that money? Buy yourself a ticket to
That's
join
true.
us in Stockholm.
Yeah.
That's right, because our World Finals will take place at DreamHack in Stockholm. Tickets are on sale right now, and we of course hope to see many of you there as well. You can drop by, get a tour of the entirety of Sweden from Johnny. I'm still trying to sell that point.
Yeah.
It's a long
It's a long
tour,
tour.
although Sweden is actually fairly small, so it's okay. Also, you can upgrade your ticket, right? You can get the platinum ticket. There's even a diamond ticket.
Oh, wow.
But if you get the platinum ticket, you can get yourself the
That's a nice
coin,
hoodie.
the hoodie.
It is a nice hoodie.
And also seating, guaranteed seating
That
all
is
3
true.
days. We love
That
a
is
good
true.
seat.
Yeah.
Good seats in the house.
Yeah. And Diamond, you get a backstage tour, right?
Yeah, you get to see the
Us.
behind the scenes. Like that's.
You get to see us without makeup.
Is this a selling point or a deterrent? I'm not sure.
No, maybe. Us in shorts, I guess.
Shorts, hoodies, no makeup.
I'm trying my best here.
You know, you're selling it. I'm bought in. I personally will be getting that diamond ticket. Since 30K is pocket money for me, I have
Easy,
it
yeah.
fairly easy.
A couple hundred is easy money. Okay.
Oh man, I'm not sure how to transition out of this conversation, but something that I love about OWCS all season long is that we get to see a lot of different flavors, not just in playstyles, but the individual players. They can rock skins. Their favorite skins. What's your favorite skin to rock?
The personalities for me, it's my skin. I am the owner of this skin. No one else can use this. I am the 2019 All-Stars Atlantic Diva skin.
It's just
That is
yours.
mine.
That is
Atlantic
that is
Diva
a really good skin. That
You
is a
claim an Overwatch League skin
An
for
All-Star
yourself?
skin, yeah, it's mine.
What?
It's my skin.
Well, then I'm gonna claim the Overwatch League Season 1 Florida Mayhem red and yellow. No, red and yellow. The skin. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, all of them.
That
All
one.
of them?
The side
Yeah, I'm gonna
players.
claim that that's
You
mine.
can't claim
Okay, we
all
can't
of
actually
those.
claim anything, but we did take a look at some of our players over this tournament to just take a look at what they're rocking. What are we sporting? What do we have here?
Oh, Jake had strong opinions about
Jake
this
has a lot- okay.
Banana Cassidy.
This is old school.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's like a
Isn't there-
retro.
This
it's like a retro
is a
take
2016
on skins.
skin, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's like a retro take on skins.
They also have the blue and the black one with the same one, no?
Yeah, they do indeed.
No, but the yellow one goes.
But Jake was so mad because he was like, "Oh, they'll see you everywhere. You stand out from the background.
Isn't that the point of?
This is
You don't want to be a
the
target."
Cassidy Vigilante skin.
Are we supposed to
obviously.
rate it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just what is this one giving you?
I'm gonna give it a
What's the
7.
vibe?
Is it out of 10 or 5?
Sure, let's do 10.
That's the 10. I would give it 6.
I'm giving
out
it a
of 10.
7 for the retro style.
I'll give it a 2 because I just hate this.
I give it a 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think
No?
the average, like,
Wow,
Vigilante
you guys are a hard crowd. 3 and a 2.
The skin
Okay.
gives me
Tough crowd.
nothing. Okay, actually, I like this one. I like this one.
That one's.
It's the S900 Sentry
Cyber
skin.
Symmetra skin?
Yeah.
I just don't play Symmetra, to be honest with you.
Neither do
so
I, but
Yeah.
like I'm digging it.
I'd rather
I
use
like
the
the color
Warcraft
scheme.
Symmetra skin. I mean, I'll give it a 5 because I know Ben
5?
Production loves this skin.
Yeah, I'm also with the 5. It's kind of
Really?
Got
I would say
too,
8.
too much going on. You
No?
know, like
It is a lot. It's,
The purple
it's almost
and
so
the
much that it
neon
doesn't look
green?
like Symmetra.
it's a lot.
Those
yeah.
cables are pretty sick, though. I guess those are like cables, computer cable things.
I'm
The
a
color
cyberpunk
scheme goes
kind of
hard.
person,
I don't know.
so,
I would say
I'll
it's
give it a
at least
6. I'll upgrade to 6
okay.
for you, Danny.
I give it
All
a
right, cool.
7.75.
I was gonna say 8, but okay, I'm happy with 6 or 7. Sure. Okay.
Okay, next skin. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Ooh,
Okay.
I low-key love this one for Orisa.
Yeah, the Griffon.
A lot of standout Orisa skins. Like all of them are like above average. Like all of them are pretty good, but there's no like by far winner Orisa skin. Not even
I
Mythic.
mean, I think the ice cream one is.
Oh, ice cream is good.
one's
Ice
actually
cream
really
one's
good.
good.
Ice
one is
cream
alright,
Orisa
too.
goes for.
Ducky goes hard. Actually terrifying. I like the Griffin skin.
Yeah, I like the Griffin skin. It's cool.
I'll
That's
give Griffin a 6.
Yeah, I'll give
It was above average.
7.
7.5.
7. Let's do 7.
I joined the 6. I joined the 6.
Join the 6.
Above average.
We're definitely not on the same page.
I like glowy, kind of like, you know.
Glowy stuff is good. Look at the
Yeah, but you're gonna stand out. You don't want to be a target.
The little baby wings are a nice touch.
Oh no, my blue wings. Oh,
The little baby wings are a nice touch.
Okay. Well, 10 out of 10.
Ooh.
10 out of 10.
10.
But honestly, every
It's not
12 skin
Christmas
is just a
yet,
10.
guys. Come on, it's not.
We're getting
Christmas.
ready.
It's seasonal. It's
It is
seasonal.
the
If this was December, I would give it 10 out of 10.
This
But it's not
Ryan.
December yet.
Look at those
Ryan
belts.
playing this
We have to go through
December.
Halloween and then Thanksgiving and then it's
The
Christmas.
thing about
Who's
Torb
playing
is
it?
Torb has so many good skins. It's,
For real, though.
it's actually hard to give out 10s.
Beach.
I'm gonna kick it down to a 9.
Yeah, let's do a 9. I'm up, yeah.
Torb has so many good
Nice,
skins.
nice.
True.
Like, does Torb have a bad skin?
I give
Have you
this a
seen
10.
the new one, season 13?
Oh.
The mushroom gnome skin?
No, I'm more
my
of
God.
a, I'm more
No, I
of a,
haven't.
I'm more of a World of Warcraft kind of
Enjoyer,
guy.
yeah.
The full
Oh, the
diamonds.
Magni Bronzebeard.
Yeah, Magni Bronzebeard. Yeah, the full diamond.
That's a match made in heaven.
Okay.
Okay, we have one more.
Oh,
10.
10 out of 10.
11.
10 out of 10.
Hey,
11.
boy.
I rep this skin. This is a McGravy Diva skin. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10.
We may be slightly biased on this.
A little
list.
biased.
I don't know. There might be just
Not a
the
lot.
tiniest of bias.
Not a lot. A
You know,
little.
it reminds you of a certain fast food chain.
You haven't been the only one though. You know, it's been McGravy,
Zephyr.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that it?
I was so sad
and
when they changed out the skin.
when Bear
know,
Hands
right?
took over the roster in
Yeah.
2019. Surely
They
they
should have.
I
added.
think it was still Zephyr.
Wasn't there what was-
Gargoyle.
Gargoyle.
Gargoyle might have had it.
Gargoyle.
I think that was
And
it, though. But
you
then they
know,
switched it.
a bunch of players whose names I can't remember.
Legends of the
What was the team called? WSG Armament. They picked up a couple.
WGS.
players?
WGS.
I can't remember those people.
But clearly you can. And if you too want to live in the past with all of us, make sure to grab your owl skins. They're on sale right now.
Let's go.
There were some good ones.
Yeah.
I love that Winston
Doomfist
one.
gun. The Doomfist.
No, the
one is-
Roadhog.
No, the Winston
The
one.
Hog one was actually.
Let's fight.
I'm partial to the.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm partial to the Winston skin.
Yeah, I'm very partial to that one.
Hopefully there's
That's a good one.
Mayhem one coming at some point. But hey, I like the
Sure,
Winston
sure, sure.
Mayhem
I'm sure it's in the making. It's in the
Surely,
making.
any minute now. It took a year for the Dallas one, so you know we're coming up on a year.
Good
it's
thing-
actually past
We're over
a
a
year.
year.
It's over
Hey,
a year.
Good things take time.
Who's counting?
Okay.
Definitely not me.
Definitely not marking his calendar.
How many days?
Oh well.
370.
I can distract you. Can I distract you from
course.
counting with some good Overwatch? Let's take a look at the brackets to see what we have in store for you today. Here is our double elimination bracket. EMEA region, of course, is what we're kicking things off with, and this is the upper bracket. And sitting comfortable, quite frankly, they've not really truly been tested all tournament long.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, Kevster's been a big difference maker because you have a team like SSG playing a lot of May. Kevster countered that beautifully with the Pharah gameplay. Was only really contested by Sparkers Cassidy at some points, but for a large point, ENCE has been uncontested so far this bracket.
That's right, and here is the lower bracket. We almost saw a rematch of the Stage 3 main event there with Virtus Pro and Space Station, but that Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds match, that went the distance. An absolute banger of a match if you missed it. And now we do see Twisted Minds and Space Station Gaming going up against each other. And this one, that one's just about as funny as any script can get. I'm here, I'm saying it.
The perfect script.
This is a perfect script.
The KSA angle, it's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
It's so good. Let's take a look at the rosters to see who we will be seeing in action. Space Station Gaming, we've seen different looks from them over the course of this tournament. KSA, of
Let's
course,
go,
coming into this
KSA.
one. Lots of feelings, lots of emotions on the line. Backbone, we've seen a lot of Backbone so far this tournament on that May. Will this work against TM?
Yeah, I mean, KSA is literally a Sigma here. It's hard to say. I think SSG really struggled here playing the May, but what can Twisted Minds do to counter? They are not ENCE. They haven't pulled out the same cards, but they have Lambda. So they do have to deal with the Pharah again. What is SSG going to do here playing the May? Are they going to be able to pivot? Are they going to stick to it? Is Backbone going to get even wackier? They could play some Mecha. I'm interested to see what SSG does.
I can't wait to see the TM starting lineup because they're supposed to play Yubi for 4 maps.
Oh, yeah.
But they haven't played
But they might
Yubi
not.
for the
Here it is.
entire Quartz
And
channel.
There we go.
All right, Yubi in. We haven't seen Yubi in a hot minute.
since the
Yubi
group
has to
stage.
be in, yeah, not since the group stages. Yubi has to be in for 4 maps. And then regardless of victory or defeat, if they take it to map 4, they are through. So they don't even need to win. UB just needs to exist in this space, and they need to grab one map. What look do you want to see from them to make that happen?
So UB did play in the group stage, like I said. Now they did drop a match in the group stage, they did. But they did play a lot of May. UB, he has a really good May. That has been the go-to look for them. So realistically, you could see a matchup here where UB is trying to match the May of SSG because they might just be more comfortable with that. It has to be said though, UB has been individually a fantastic player so far this year. That was part of why Twisted Minds were so good in stage 1, for example, being able to match Kevster on the Tracer even, which is a really hard feat, right? But then also playing the Symmetra with the Mauga could low-key be maybe something we could see if UB pulls out the Symmetra and they swap over to the Mauga. It's not been a look we've seen Twisted Minds do. Rather, it's what we've seen SSG do, actually. But UB adds, a different dimension than Lambda does and offers them some more flexibility.
He will indeed, but so far what we've seen from Twisted Minds look very coordinated. So, of course, it's a bit risky to bring another player in, so maybe they lose some of that cohesion. You have some examples of some really great team-based gameplay from yesterday, I believe?
So, yeah, bit of a disclaimer.
Love
so far, this playoff, they've only played Lambda, which is the Pharah, right? And so we're gonna look at some Pharah. But Lambda's not in the starting lineup. So this is not what we're gonna see. But I'll show you what they've done so far. Because this is why they were so dominant against VP in the first 2 maps, right? So I just want to show what they've done well, right? Okay, so we're looking at the composition. Lambda is on the Pharah here. You're playing poke, right? You're playing with the Ashe as well, and it's all about the poke. Now, this is a crucial fight because, of course, Virtus Pro, they want to hold this point, otherwise they lose the map. And they got 4 ultimates. I mean, they have the Orbital Ray, they have the Rally, they have the Deadeye and the Terra Surge. So this is a fight that Virtus Pro should be favored, but we can play it out. Quartz goes ahead, takes an off angle, and it's being pressured by Virtus Pro in this scenario. So they're going to push him out. Bob comes out, peels away with the gun, of course. And you can see there's a lot of poke going on here, but then pursues the Brig, another off angle, put pressure on the backline. And we're going to go ahead and see the free cam here as well. How we're seeing that they're utilizing the ultimates on Virtus Pro. Again, pause. I mean, there's an Orbital Ray here. Gala has already used the Orbital Ray, but bro, there is no one here. Actually, if I go to my highlight circle right here, you can see that TVNT, he's all the way off the point. Not even near this Orbital Ray. And meanwhile as well, MCD is also going to play. He's hiding here somewhere. But MCD is playing the off angle here with TVNT, right? And then as well, you have Lambda somewhere. Lambda is over here. And so they're just spread out all over the place. We can play this one out. Virtus Pro are doing the right thing. They're trying to be proactive. They're trying to push. But we can go ahead and pause right here as well. So now you have Lambda as well, who's taking an off angle, in the sky. And Canale is actually going to pop the Rally. So they're pressuring this far out, anticipating maybe to run out of fuel, something like that. But they're trying to pressure people. But they give up the entire point. You can see TVNT gets the contest here as well. Crucially, of course, trying to extend this point, right? And all while this is happening, on the off angle, Bliss is pushing here on the left-hand side. So not only do you have the Pharah in the sky, you have from all 3 angles, a lot of poke coming in from Twisted Minds, right? And so this is how they play the Pharah comp. Can play it out, angles from all different sides. Virtus Pro, they're not able to engage on anyone at all. And when you have to deal with 3 different types of angles of poke, it becomes a nightmare. They finally push over Bliss, but we're going to swap over to Quartz POV as well. And he's just in the distance, dealing poke damage. 4 rockets are coming in from one area. TVNT is on the point. It's just overwhelming, the amount of off angles that Twisted Minds are taking with this Pharah composition. Now again, UB's in the lineup. But this is what they did. This is what they did so far this tournament to get this far. So that gives you a taste of what Twisted Minds do so well.
I think it'll be interesting to see how they switch things up now. They are playing UB instead of Lambda. I think that's something for everyone to watch out. I think I'm very curious to find out what they have in store for us for this matchup. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna be clear. To be honest, I didn't really get the whole seeding who wins, who goes moves up.
That's all right, Danny.
I agree. Okay, so they just need to win, no? With UB and they win. UB in,
yes,
they win, they
actually,
go up.
I'm glad you're asking, because
Okay.
Yeah, there has been some confusion. Don't worry about it. Right. So just to catch everyone up on what's been going on in our script, as outlined in Section 4, Subsection C, Subsection Q in the OWCS rule book and script, since Lambda has played more maps than UB this stage, he would take UB's spot on the core roster. Yeah, that's a thing I've learned as well. UB had 140 points pre-stage 4, while Lambda only had 40 points pre-stage 4, which means that Twisted Minds wouldn't have enough circuit points to qualify for Stockholm if UB isn't on their core roster. But if UB plays in 4 maps today, he'll take his spot back on the main roster, because he then, by percentage, has more or equal amount of playtime. Yeah, he will take his spot back on the main roster, which means that Twisted Minds will have enough points to qualify. So in conclusion, if SSG 3-0 Twisted Minds, that means they'll be out of contention for Stockholm. And Virtus Pro will then get the spot. But if it goes to map 4 and UB plays in all of them, then they will lock their spot for Stockholm regardless of victory or defeat. It's simple as it's simple.
I didn't get any of that.
I know some of those words.
Words.
I heard UB, I heard Lambda. I know those 2 players.
So UB needs to play. And
UB needs to play. They need to go to map 4.
UB needs to win 1 map.
He needs to play for 4 maps, and they need to win, obviously, 1 map in order to get to 4 maps. It's honestly that simple.
Play UB, win. Cool.
Simple.
Okay.
But this is just funny. This is a funny script, okay? If you go all the way back, 20% rooting here for Twisted Minds.
Okay.
They're kind of like the bad guy, right? The villains. And they're going up against literally the fan favorite SSG. Like, everyone loves SSG. Like, this is one of the most likable teams we have in the entire ecosystem of OWCS. Scriptwriters did some work.
I feel, though, we haven't highlighted a couple of players on Twisted Minds that could throw a wrench in things. So if there is a player to watch out for this series, it has to be Quartz. Quartz has been the best hitscan player in the EMEA tournament so far at this stage. And so even though UB's in the lineup, we're missing Labda, look out for Quartz, because he could turn this series around.
And he's done so many a times for Twisted Minds before. Quartz usually refuses to lose. Now, we're getting things started here with our very first match of the day in our lower bracket. The winner will be moving on and potentially end up in the grand finals, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's send it over to our casters, Mitch and Matt. How about that script, guys?
I just think the idea that they have to drag UB out to face KSA in this game,
It's so funny.
that KSA might get his ultimate.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know the story, I'm not going to tell it to you, but literally ask anybody in chat. Like, there is no love lost between those guys.
There's a lot of lore, there.
Let me give you an impression of what KSA is going to do every time he comes across UB. Constantly.
Well, if he's playing Diva, I don't think you can really do that.
Oh, you
so
can.
maybe it's just kind of little circle drive-by
he'd
kind of
still
thing.
do it to make a point. You know what I mean? Or we could also just like circumvent all of this. I just love the fact that Zeta Division is sat here watching this go on and be like, bro, like, hello? Hello? What about us?
I mean, just win in your region, right? I mean,
Dude,
I don't know.
Have 2 slots, bro. 2 slots. Like we are.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
Just be better, right?
You already are. I got bad news for you. Let's go to Ilios. Start the series off here.
So many angry messages.
Okay, so...
No, I was actually thinking this morning, I mean, obviously the safer play is to just try and win a map with UB, right? But they were looking really good with Labda in.
They could.
That's what I do. I mean, I'm not. You're right. You could legitimately just win the series with Labda, right? So it'll be quite interesting here. I think you start to get into like dangerous territory, right? If TM goes down 2-0, like, I mean, I have no idea. This is a situation that you hope not to be in, right? You hope to just play basically the same 5, all year long, right? The rule also makes a ton of sense because it prevents somebody from having a 10-player roster with just, hey, let's just grab, anybody who is on the bench of a top team at the beginning of the year, stack them on the roster and have enough points.
Could just, pick up players right before the cutoff, right, from teams that have circuit points.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't be considered a core of your team, so.
Right, you could say like we got a mouse charging thing again.
Funny Astros that charges mouse. But what is going on? Did you take it for a little
second mouse charging incident we've had here?
Through the halls of your house as a pre-game warm-up. Like, oh, we're gonna win today.
Yep.
Just down the hallway, bro. Come on, man. Get it.
It is quite interesting that it kind of comes down to this, right? Where you have a situation where you've looked really good with one lineup, but Labda really hasn't played much of the rest of the year, right? Also doesn't benefit Twisted Minds that they've kind of like swapped a bunch of players in and out throughout the year, right?
And MCD being like more recent additions as well, I think is the issue. Otherwise, you'd have enough circuit points on your core. We digress, though. It's time to play the game. Lower bracket final coming at you. This is, of course, still a excuse me, first to 3 match. Starting off on Ruins here. Quartz, who's been so dynamic over the course of this series. And now Twisted Minds basically changed their whole identity to not so much a poke composition, but one that does feature the mate. It'll be Sparker on the Tracer, who will have to mark Quartz to some degree.
I completely agree with what Jonathan was mentioning earlier, is we get a kill here early on.
Just a random garden variety elimination.
You know, Quartz is the type of player who can definitely take over a game. I think probably the best hit scan in EMEA. I think, you know, if he's not the best, he's at worst in the top 3, right? Just looked tremendous on everything that he ends up playing. Has the capability, you know, whether playing like the Widow or the Ashe, to end up winning you a map, right? Nice Maywall here, but it's going to be a Maywall from both sides. Just trying to lock these Orisas in.
Tracer's found Quartz. Sparker eventually gets the job done. That is the MO for the Tracer in this round, and it's not easy to do because you'll notice that Sparker has to traverse the tops of these sections of masonry. You cannot just TP upwards, so it takes a while to actually get to the Widow in general, and Quartz has been having to switch over to Ashe as a result of this. Here's an orbital ray. We'll notice that 40% is where Space Station has gotten to already. TVNT is not able to get any real capture there on that Terror Surge, and now is out in the open. Still has that Fortify cooldown, so we'll walk back a little now as that Tracer Pulse Bomb from Sparker just doesn't connect.
Well, it's both the portals actually laid on top of each other there for Twisted Minds, and Landon did a fantastic job actually holding on to the rally, so had the rally there towards the end to keep everybody safe for SSG.
Quartz here again, relatively safe spot to play from. Maybe Sparker feels a little bit less threatened by the Ashe now and can play Tracer more towards the center of the fight. Oh yeah, there was no way UB was getting out of that one. Blizzard completely shrugged off by KSA because he's fortified through the entire duration of Terror Surge, immune to all forms of crowd control. So it's the perfect answer to a Blizzard that Twisted Minds try and commit into.
Yeah, I thought maybe actually UB would have ended up having like an ice block, as UB will actually jump over to Tracer, so probably his best hero. Out of all the ones that we see from him in the pool is that there'll be TVNT now going over the D.Va. I think this is just to get a touch here. You're in desperation territory for Twisted Minds.
UB though can't touch too early. This will get them there though. Hope time should come up here for Twisted Minds. Wall already thrown in the way of UB Backbone. Taking care of that. Blizzard available here for Space Station. That's the big one to keep an eye on. For the rest of it, it's just a bit of poke in the direction of MCD. TVNT also being slowed up makes it harder because you kind of get a bit more floaty when you're slowed down. TVNT picked off here. Twisted Minds, Quartz can't really do a whole lot from that position there. You can see MCD as well, just hoping to send a couple of those torpedoes in. And that was not an inspired showing from Twisted Minds. Man. That was a stinker.
No. Yeah, you'd love to see any kind of signs of life. I think the thing that also kind of sucks here for Twisted Minds, and I mean doesn't really like suck, right? They've kind of got here playing a really nice style that kind of suits them with that Pharah in the mix, is like that Pharah composition would be really good against the Mei that the SSG loves to run, right? I mean, that's where the Pharah we've seen actually have a lot of success. So it seems like TM just has to go through a little bit of a change here, obviously. But they just have to get one map. It's not like they got to win the series, right?
I'm just simply lathering myself in the layers of delicious irony. The fact that now Twisted Minds, like their comp is kind of the antithesis to what Space Station like to do is just...
But then they can't play it.
It's just delicious. Scrumptious. All right. TVNT here again. Will be called on to kind of do it all on this kind of map, especially with Sparker now on the Ashe, so that will require some attention from Twisted Minds, and UB can't guarantee that they'll be able to reach him. Landing the first pick off here, and Quartz is able to win in the hit scan duel, so great start here for Twisted Minds.
If you're Twisted Minds, if you can win this first map, I mean, that is... You couldn't ask for a more ideal scenario, right? Takes all of the pressure off, controls probably the game mode that we see like the most, like Tracer and things that UB would play, right? It seems like the perfect opportunity. SSG, they'll actually play the Reaper here, try and get towards that point rather quickly. See, it's TP there from Backbone up to the high ground just to try and put pressure
And I believe Quartz was playing up there at the time. They end up getting him.
Yeah, this is looking like Space Station's signature style with KSA in the roster, right? Having a backbone Reaper, which, honestly, while not subtle, very effective. It's another thing for TVNT to have to worry about if they try and contest the point or play aggressively. And Backbone also has that level of mobility that not every other DPS can hope to match.
Yeah, I mean, KSA is also like fit in pretty seamlessly into this SSG roster, which is pretty impressive in the from speaking to the point that like SSG has basically had the same roster for ages, right? Not really a lot of like new additions to this team in a while, right? So they definitely have a way that they love to play, and he just slots in perfectly.
This is not great for Bliss here. Eventually he's able to shift Backbone off, able to whip shot him around the corner, but Backbone can head back upstairs at a moment's notice should he choose to. Nice pulse from Yubi, gets rid of Sparker though. KSA without a mech right now, but Space Station have been able to eclipse Twisted Minds in that overall capture percentage. Bash there on Yubi, but he's able to shrug it off and gets healing coming in from MCD, so Twisted Minds able to flip.
Yeah, this will be TM getting the point back. They're also getting to get control of the high ground, and for Twisted Mind's biggest thing there, right, is you just open things up with a pulse bomb, right? You get the D.Va and mech, and then you're able to just conserve a lot of these ultimates here for this next fight coming up. As this will be a big win, right? You can win this one if you're Twisted Minds. You end up pulling ahead in terms of the lead by a substantial margin.
A little frustrating for Sparker. Probably feels like that one he could have had pretty easily. MCD able to get away. Thanks to TVNT with some of their defensive matrix use. And that is an interesting orbital ray used by Twisted Minds. Such is the pressure from KSA that they had to throw that ultimate down to stay alive. And frankly, it might have paid off for them here. Funny Astro down, but Backbone now as the fighting happens on the point. This is where the Reaper is heavily advantaged. Not to mention that Bobby's now on the scene. Backbone thought he was good. He thought he escaped from that self-destruct, and I could have agreed with him there. But TVNT catches him with that ability.
Yeah, but there's a Bob on the point here, though, from Sparker, so they can't exactly just kind of like push in and try and take it back just yet. It's just Bliss and MCD here available for Twisted Minds. Going to be the Bob now for Quartz going on the way in. Going to get it contested, but that Bob there from Sparker buys enough time for SSG to get back.
Sparker would have liked to help with the damage on Bob, but there's too many players from Twisted Minds on the point here. He had to just let KSA defense matrix the Bob damage and hope that they could do more. Stalled there, that's what the self-destruct is going to achieve, but Twisted Minds did just flip the point back, and now Space Station may not have the numbers to take this properly. They are going to commit a rally though. Landon wants this. They're going in for it, especially now with KSA in the middle of the fight. And Twisted Minds playing off the point, so SSG able to flip things back now, and Yubi's looking for a pulse, maybe on Backbone here, but that Wraith Walk makes him untargetable.
I mean, there's not even really a way for, you know, Twisted Minds to even go in and contest, right? You're not going to send the Tracer to go contest there against Landon with the rally going. It's going to be a pulse bomb, but quickly traded out.
He's going to be pushed off. He can't really win the fight against Backbone, especially without micro rockets. So that defense matrix gets tasked with eating up the Hellfire shotgun damage for as long as humanly possible. But eventually, this mech has to succumb. Self-destructo means a remech opportunity as Backbone wants to fake TP to the same spot. Apparently, there is a refresh here for TVNT, but a orbital ray trade-off between both sides finds Space Station favored on the point, but they've lost Sparker. Yubi's been able to get into the backline and deal with that hit scan DPS, but Backbone has a Death Blossom now. He doesn't want to use it in D.Va's vicinity, though. That's the problem. This is the last person he wants to be perceived by when he pops that Q. And looks like Space Station going for a reset.
Yeah, they have to back out. There's no way they can continue to fight this. Look at this. It's going to be Twisted Minds. They want to get quite aggressive here. Nice dynamite, though, connected from Sparker.
Beautifully decisive, though, by Quartz. Comes forward, knows that KSA wants to try and get healed back up, get those cooldowns online and contest the point again. Now the Sombra's a real concern for Space Station, but they have some big ultimates. Sending Bob to the point to contest, that is number one. They should be able to do that with ease. Quartz wants to push into the backside now. Virus dispensed with his Bliss, also has that rally ticking. Twisted Minds find a player advantage, but Space Station can reinforce for a time with Bob on the point. Self-destruct, that's the play from Backbone. TVNT can't get inside the mech anymore as he goes for the Death Blossom when there's no chance to matrix it off. Perfect answer from Backbone now. Yubi finds a stick on Sparker though. Twisted Minds still in this fight, but MCD going down here is devastating, and Space Station should be able to clean it up from here on out. Beautiful moment there from Backbone at the end of the round, and you'd never think that solo ulting a baby D.Va as Reaper could be so impactful, but it wins the round on the spot for SSG.
I mean, what are the other options, right? With how much defense Matrix D.Va has at the moment, right? You're just going to kind of send it into the DM as you get that D.Va out of mech, right? They get rid of TVNT, then they're able to push onto the point. Bliss doesn't have rally left anymore there, so you're able to take that first point as one on the board here for SSG. Is VP's got to be pretty happy seeing out map number one.
That's right. I mean, they obviously don't want to see any map wins at all for Twisted Minds with this particular composition, and frankly, that is possible. However, Twisted Minds play it very close there on Lighthouse, and although they've really had to depart from the style that's given them the most success in this metagame, we've seen UB be pretty effective on a Tracer, able to drag down Sparker a couple of times. He is pressuring that backline fairly well.
But are you going to play Tracer the entirety of the time? I mean, I don't. How many maps can you get away playing Tracer? I feel like if Twisted Mind's going to kind of like get a map win, manufacture a map win, it's probably got to be like a May type of composition, right? Or even, you know, we've seen UB play like Sim in the past, right? Is there some kind of like, you know, Sim thing they can put together?
Not on non-control maps. That's the problem.
Right, you would have said Control would have been the one that they would do that, right?
We don't know. We don't know TVNT as a prolific Rhine player. Like, you would play Sim on these other maps, I think, to maybe facilitate for that kind of composition. In the past, they've played Symmetra with D.Va comps on Samoa, for example, where they would usually try and teleport courts to an off angle to be able to punish teams. But that's obviously a little bit more difficult to pull off here. So I do think the May comps are probably going to be their bread and butter, or just play Tracer. There are a few teams, but then like also Shikigami, for example, really like to play like the Tracer Ashe combo. They do play a lot of Tracer, and it does work. It can be effective, but not every map caters to Tracer. Some of them are just too vertical.
The bad part also here is also the matchup, right? Because if there's a team that would love to take a mirror in terms of like playing May, I mean, it is SSG, right?
100%.
And SSG, it feels like the Pharah would have given them lots of trouble, right? We've seen them kind of hard commit to that May a lot of the time, so we saw that in the ENCE matchup, right? Where they were able to play the Pharah.
I don't want to make too many assumptions about Twisted Minds the last couple of days. It's a good chance that they're probably a little blindsided about this situation with Labda ended up playing more maps than UB. So I wonder how long they've had, because honestly, you could come into this series legitimately and go, right, our game plan is to win a map. So let's work on a map, a composition on a map that we think is going to be good enough to take an opponent by surprise, such that we can win it before they gather themselves.
I mean, these have been the rules since the beginning of the year, right? So, you know, historically, people have never read the rule book, right? So that's probably true.
Well, it's more about it's a little bit of an edge case now, and they probably, you know, haven't had their attention turned towards this rule until it's become relevant. You know, they might not.
I think what'll end up happening is, you know, in the future, as we have, you know, groups and whatnot, people will get their roster, their maps in group play, right? You know, you would have loved, you know, in the series, you know, you probably win in groups, right? You get UB, you know, his maps there, I mean, so it kind of evens out.
This team almost lost to NMA, like, and almost got grouped, right? Like, you throw UB in, and like, that's like a map they won. If they could not lose any more maps than they did, there were 7-5 coming out of those groups. They lose one more map in those series, except their last game, right, coming out against NMA. But, you know, you are living dangerously. Season 12 is live now until Tuesday. And then it will be Season 13. That's right. The trailer's already out for that. So make sure you get your Battle Pass done. Hopefully you have it by now. If not, well, I mean, you might have to Wallet Warrior if you want those prisons.
Yeah, if not, just, you know, just get an advance on your, you know, holiday present, right? We're right around the corner for the holidays. Just get an advance. You know, and hey, if you're young enough, right, out there, if you ask for that advance, you probably also have enough time to argue you should get another present there towards the holiday. So not a bad argument here.
Matt here as well, telling you guys how to game the system. This system's very simple though. Simply hang out in our streams for up to 8 hours and get yourself our viewership incentives. Also, our featured co-streamer for the day is none other than Avast. So after the show, you know, Avast isn't allowed to turn his stream off actually until every last person has their drops. Until like, what, 11:59 I think is available for. So stick around with him. him, he's probably going to be streaming through the night. He probably won't sleep, and he'll probably be live for the next 3 or 4 days. So make sure you get over your drops.
It's usually what he does.
That's sort of Vast kind of thing to do. Good on you, Vast. You really are, you know, keeping it real for the Overwatch community. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, second map in this series. Can Twisted Minds, or the Swag Brains as I've now named them because I just can't unsee it, can they win one map in this series? It's kind of weird to boil a lower final down to that, but here we are. It is the current year. It is OWCS Stage 4. We're in the lower bracket finals. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, to this lower bracket final here at the Stage 4 main event for EMEA. In a sense, there is qualification for OWCS Stockholm on the line. There's quite a lot going on here. If Twisted Minds can win this series, they're going to make it. If they win a map with UB in the lineup and don't sub him out for any reason, they will also qualify over Virtus Pro. So VP are hoping for a sweep here for SSG.
Dude, the coaching decision here for Twisted Minds, I mean, it is tough. Hadi will actually come in here for KSA, but
no, it's a great conundrum. It really is. Yeah.
You're kind of screwed either way, right? If you play Lambda and you lose in like 4 maps, right? It's like, oh man, if you would have just played UB, but there was no guarantee you even win that map, you know, with UB. But then if you play UB and you don't win a map, right? You know, SSG kind of just dominates the series. It's like, oh, but you looked so good with Lambda. Like, it's kind of a no-win situation outside of just getting the one
Let me
map.
be very clear with you folks at home. SSG have every reason to want to 3-0 Twisted Minds. They do not want to give a charity map. They do not want to give them an inch. This team wants to absolutely fold them. So it's up to Twisted Minds here to take a map somewhere along the line. We're headed to Blizzard World, which is, yeah, a less common pick in general, but I think for teams that do want to try and, you know, get some Tracer play happening on the second phase of the map, it's fine. I think it's hard to play Orisa comps here.
Yeah, and also like May loses some value in the second part of the map, right? Like you had mentioned, so potentially forcing a Tracer matchup. That's now if you get to the second part of the map, right? It'll be Twisted Minds on offense. They'll take a little bit of a wraparound approach here. Getting this first point is massive. Quick ice block there out of UB.
TBNT a little caught by that wall. Gonna lose his armor by the looks of things. The healing very good though. And Dirty Sparker actually getting caught out by Court, who was waiting for the wall to come down. He had the line. Space Station just could not kill TBNT. Tanks very, very good at taking damage and not dying, I guess. Court's now heading up to the high ground here. He's behind in enemy territory, but Space Station have been focus firing in some odd directions, and it's caused them to just kind of get picked off one by one.
Yeah, I mean, even in the series that we've done so far with Twisted Minds, I've just been really impressed with TVNT's ability to survive. Also, obviously, the support's a huge reason for that, as Twisted Minds gains a little bit of confidence here behind an early pick from Quartz. Take that first point, get the payload moving.
I like the map pick here, Matt. I really do think that that Twisted Minds can have a chance of taking this one away. I mean, the Space Station have been not impervious by any stretch to a map loss here or there. And a lot of teams are not picking Blizzard World at all right now. Here we go. Orbital Ray comes out here for Twisted Minds. Wall breaks it up a little bit, but they should still be able to benefit as they break through and force Space Station to scatter to the low ground.
Yeah, just trying to get some high ground control here for Twisted Minds. You get Quartz set up in one of these power positions, you're in a great spot. They don't exactly get it, right? They back off here. Probably know that there's some big ultimates coming in here for SSG.
Another wall thrown up this time. Space Station don't really attempt to get rid of TVNT. It's just too much.
They do get high ground here. I mean, obviously, you see a wrap here from SSG.
The bomb here is very good. Has to be walled off there. Space Station definitely concerned about it. Orbital Ray going to get thrown down now. They are able to stop the cart from moving though, so at some point Twisted Minds need to take the fight. It probably happens here after the Orbital Ray has expired. But both Brigs have rallies available. And we have very much flipped the map entirely here. Terra Surge being thrown down here by TVNT, also Blizzard there. Space Station able to walk away from him pretty comfortably, and Hardy comes in with a later Orisa ult. There's a catch here. Yubi goes down. Backbone's able to find him with one of those right clicks, and now Hardy, healthy as he is going to be difficult to shift. Both teams have lost their main plays, but TVNT's by far in the more compromising of positions.
Yeah, and the rally's going now for Landon, right? So you have some extra support here. So they're trying to make a play for Quartz, is desperately trying to put down some damage, but that rally is huge.
Quartz really just ignoring Landon there. You'll notice that the rallying Brig came at him, but he needs to look at Hardy. He needs to try and give TVNT an advantage in their frontline battle. So after the map was flipped, Space Station win a decisive fight and now can move up to burn some clock in a quasi-spawn camp.
We get a Widow swap here from Quartz, so really looking at trying to take over the game here.
This is the hero to do it.
Yeah, and we've seen him do it recently as well, right? Some fantastic Widow play. Gains obviously some range here over Sparker's Ashes. This will be an Orbital Ray opening things up here for Twisted Minds. They get aggressive behind it. They're going to get a pick on land, and that's huge.
Sparker's able to find him. CV, look how far ahead of that Orbital Ray they got. Funny Astro as well might need to use his here. He's concerned about Hardy potentially dropping. Maybe just hold on to ults here. Space Station going to let this one happen. Hardy will come back, of course, close to yet another Terra Surge here. And here's a conundrum for Sparker. Does he attempt to match? Does he try and play Ashe into this? Switch Widow?
I don't think so. I think you continue to actually play this Ashe. I think you can actually, where this last point is, like there's a lot of natural cover where the Ashe can still kind of look over the point and be, break the line of sight of the Widowmaker. So I actually think you kind of stay with the Ashe here for now.
Astro doesn't want to die to Widow. You're right, look at that, Matt. Yeah, Sparker is at a good enough range to win that battle against the Widow. And there's no need to go for the Orbital Ray here after such a big pick. Hardy just takes some space. Moves up to that left-hand side here. Notices that TVNT's down a half, and Bliss is using Rally. That is audacious. Space Station were not really in their faces. I guess Backbone here is at risk of getting caught out. That was the rally bash. It's going to require an Orbital Ray to be used here, and Backbone doesn't have an ice block. I think he's hoping to use an ice wall to break up that Terra Surge, but he doesn't get it off cooldown quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit odd, right, when Bliss ends up using that rally, but it kind of, SSG goes in aggressive. They go maybe a little bit too far. It'll be an infosight here from Quartz, trying to line up the headshots, connects on the land, and he's just at rally. I mean, that's a massive pick.
One pick is all you need here. Quartz looking to take the game over. Backbone is ice blocking in his own spawn. That infosight is huge. Funny Astro knows he's at great risk of falling here, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Twisted Minds have got that second checkpoint, and now finishing the map is absolutely on the cards.
And the thing with Quartz that's so impressive from the hit scan is like how consistent he is, right? Like some of these like shots that we see him land day in, day out are extremely difficult to hit. Just makes them look rather easy. And now I like this decision from Sparker. Go to the Tracer here at this part of the map. I think I really like the Ashe stick there towards the end. Right, you also had Bob coming up, but here I don't think you can kind of play that. I think the sightlines for the Widow are going to be pretty good.
The flank routes in general. Hardy here, this is perfect. The Blizzard timing to try and save him. I see the idea, but that wall ruined his day entirely. Sparker needs to actually probably get the Ash kill here to give his team any sense of safety. We're just ignoring the Brig, I guess. Straight past the Brig. Quartz there gets a repair pack though, and Sparker needs to be careful. No blinks, no recall. Lucky to get around the corner, and Funny Astro to the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to duck his head down and go back towards the team, right? As Twisted Minds rallying here towards the finish line. As they'll have the infra site here in a second and a rally. For SSG, though, you've just kind of held on for one of these last fights, right? Double support ultimate available. Maywall here from Backbone. Doesn't get anything, but a long-range headshot there on the Quartz.
Quartz gets a free lobotomy there. Twisted Minds gonna have to get out now. It's crazy just how pivotal the Widowmaker is to their setup here. And you might be starting to think that this is getting a bit uncomfortable, awkward for Quartz. But that infra side is pretty massive. Can also allow for a flank with full information. And Quartz can keep tabs easily on Sparker. But this is it. This is perfect. I mean, Sparker should be pressuring now during infra side if possible. Quartz knows where Sparker is, but can't really make use of the rest of that info because he's too busy swatting this fly. TVNT's already gone down as well. Quartz still finds a brief window just to go and kill Funny Astro. But it may not be enough in this fight.
They outnumber us. Watch out.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be enough. I mean, Sparker just doing enough there, just being annoying, right? Even during that, Quartz able to find one. I wonder if Quartz goes to like Cassidy here. I wonder if you play. Yeah, okay. So this is the right call, I think. So you end up playing the Cassidy, obviously to counter the Tracer on the other side. Can also put a little bit more damage down onto the Mei in the front line.
Yeah, Sparker then probably just switches to Cassidy or Ash, and then we keep going. But there's not much time for those kind of swaps to be occurring with 21 seconds left in the round. TVNT moves up here, wall thrown up, no one caught behind it though. Blizzard here for Backbone to try and answer this orbital ray, but Landon's already taken down by some of those torpedoes. Harder gets MCD, but Backbone overextends in order to try and help find that Juno kill. So Space Station have to fall back. No ultimates for anybody here. This is going to be good, honest Overwatch to see if Twisted Minds can end the map.
Yeah, and Sparker goes over to the Ash. I like this decision, right? MCD already has fallen, so this dynamite could actually be quite huge, right? You just have Brig healing here at the time.
So
TVNT gets really low.
But MCD out of the fight, there was a huge window now. TVNT very low. Quartz, though, has a pretty good off angle to work with. Sparker spots him, but has to overcommit to be able to see Quartz at all here. And so Twisted Minds able to break through. They've got the healing to keep TVNT standing. Now Quartz can emerge after being such a nuisance. Great finish for Twisted Minds. A fantastic recovery after that horrible start to the fight.
I mean, the loss there is not getting the kill on TVNT, right? I mean, him and Yubi are extremely low. MCD coming off of spawn, and MCD finally makes it back before they're actually able to get that kill on the TVNT. They heal him up. The cart's contested for a while, and at that point, you kind of pushed all the way around the corner for SSG, right, to go for that kill. So, for me, you kind of end up losing that there when don't come up with that big kill onto TVNT.
You can see TVNT was very low, down to about 20% HP, getting pushed into as there was a wall thrown up behind him. Unfortunately, Space Station let that opportunity go begging. And as a result now, they've got to at least finish the map themselves here, which is not a guarantee. On a map like this, it is long, it is treacherous, and Twisted Minds, so they get the Widowmaker taking over on that second phase of the map. Looks like they could beat anyone.
Yeah, now we'll see Twisted Minds being able to play the Ash here at the start. I assume Backbone go back to the Mei. We'll see though. Potentially a far up pick, but I think it probably end up being Mei to mirror. And I think if you're Twisted Minds, right, if you can draw out this first point, then allow Quartz to play some Widowmaker on that second point, right? I know burn some more clock. You feel pretty good about holding at the end of the map.
This might be the GOAT Orisa skin, by the way, mark my words. Since we were discussing that this morning. Sparker has a look here, little life weaver.
Which one is it?
It's like the cloud sheep one. I don't know what it's quite called. It's.
I like the rubber duck one.
That one is actually kind of base. All right, Sparker really invested in making sure he doesn't have to lose time here.
Yeah, they were also kind of seeing if it was like Ash or Widow, right? If it was Widow, maybe they actually either match the Widow or go Tracer. But with the Ash, they'll actually just kind of take the mirror.
All right, they get ahead of that dynamite there. Up the corner pretty quickly. TVNT greeted with a Javelin. Now we're going to play the corner for a time. Backbone is going to look to line up at a good wall here. Crazy that these two teams have ended up playing the same thing now with UB in the game. Oh, that's annoying for Sparker. That is extremely frustrating. But that's also a wall that's been used that doesn't catch out anyone on SSG, so Twisted Minds do lose the opportunity to isolate an individual player. And so TVNT instead is the one that is corralled and taken down.
Yeah, and it's going to be SSG just backing up for a quick second, letting Funny Astro heal some of these players up before they go on in, right? Because still, the May alive, nice spear there from Hottie, so can still contest. You also have Quartz kind of building up towards this Bob. It's going to be the first tick here. May wall splitting some players off on the point.
For. UB, I mean, I guess could use it to screen his team and get them out onto the point without taking too much poke damage, but here it is. That's a much better wall. Hardie's in a little bit of trouble here.
And that's first point.
Cooldowns, yeah.
They don't actually get a chance to
they flipped it
contest.
behind him. I guess, like, it's interesting. They wall Hardie up so they can't touch themselves or really contest. They don't have, like, a tracer to get in there. Twisted Minds don't seem to care, though. They still want to fight for this here. Sparker's able to back away now. Hardie with the, oh, yeah, that's a Terror Surge that claims UB. And it always feels like that's the...
Yeah, I was like, what... It's like, what do they see, though, that they want to continue to fight there, though, right? I mean, you end up losing Quartz early on. Maybe it's like, okay, we actually just kind of, you know, get Orbital Ray out of the equation, right? But that also losing that fight, right? It's going to give a decent amount of card progress here to SSG, and it's going to allow them to take high ground.
That whole play was bizarre. Like, from the UB wall to the not contesting to the fight afterwards. Can really only guess what the idea is there for Twisted Minds. Still, they can push their way back on the high ground here. This wall is crucial because Backbone was burning down. Another nice dynamite from Quartz.
But the cart's already moved about like 60% towards, you know, the second checkpoint,
TVNT.
right?
If not, yeah, that is wild. In fact, it's past him. Okay, looking for a Terror Surge now. Sparker, yeah, was stuck there. Could not get inside this kiosk. 1-for-1, though, as UB is going to be brought down. But as healthy as TVNT is, he still needs to respect the damage of SSG. And back up the wall is perfect. Space Station stringing these kills together. And this card really has not stopped moving. It has been inexorable across the map.
And because Bliss and TM needed to use the rally to get out of spawn, Landon able to hold on to it yet again and have the rally here to take this second checkpoint is, yeah, I mean, I just kind of hate how Twisted Minds played that you know, whole entire second part of the map. I felt like that was a part of the map where, you know, maybe you play Widow, you have an opportunity to slow the game down a little bit, and they never gave them, they never gave themselves a chance.
And maybe it's that fight they take that they ultimately lose, right? That kind of puts them in this position. Play Widow now. Quartz's sidelines are limited, and here comes Tracer. Down to 12 HP. Sparker knows he can finish the job here. Might actually give up his life for it. We'll see if there's a chase. UB has to ice block there. TVNT can fortify, so he just steps out of the blizzard. Hardie might not have the cooldowns. Oh, he does. He does. He's got the Terror Surge. We are chilling. TVNT steps out of that now. Hardie mindful that Backbone could have been picked off there, so he throws up that Javelin spin and makes sure TVNT can't get one on the way out.
You need a 4-minute hold here for Twisted Minds. I mean, Orbital Ray available for Space Station as well. I think, you know, just kind of the swaps back and forth here between Quartz and Sparker, it's actually going to work out here for SSG, having the Ash in the mix. I mean, this is getting ugly.
Funny Astro, a little mindful, doesn't want to die early here, and here comes that Orbital Ray. UB's already gone! Oh, they need the mace so badly, Matt. Twisted Minds need a wall, something from UB here. It'll be picked off first, at least he'll get to try and stall. But that card is going to sail on in. Hardie now steps up, just try to clear some of these staggering elements, and wow, it is going to be a north of 3-minute time bank remaining here for SSG to get one tick. This felt like Twisted Minds, one of their best opportunities to steal a map away.
I mean, you lose this map, you end up losing the series. The way you kind of played that second point there on Blizzard World could very well be the reason why. I mean, they let SSG just kind of cruise through that entire part of the map. Not even a threat you know, on the defensive side of things. And then that just kind of snowballs in towards the third point here. Twisted Minds, I mean, you're going to need a heroic defense here. I guess you could get the 4 maps with a draw, right?
You absolutely could.
I mean, we never really kind of considered, like, okay, you have to win a map. I guess also drawing this map would be...
Yeah, it counts as a map played, either way.
I mean, yeah, it counts as a map played. Yeah, I mean, we don't just throw away the stats from the draws, right? So I guess in theory, you could still get your 4 map by getting the draw here.
So that being said, do you think the Twisted Minds made the right choice in terms of like what is more likely to get them to Stockholm?
I woke up early this morning, you know, and I was gonna watch the Jags, but they were terrible. So I started thinking about if I was coaching Twisted Minds, what I would do. I kind of landed on rolling the dice and just playing Lambda. That's kind of where I.
At worst, it feels like a warrior's death, you know.
Well, because I mean, because whichever decision you made at the beginning of the series, you can't go back, right? Because you need the 4 maps, right? With Ubi. To win or draw one,
and if
we're in that type of situation.
If Lambda wins a map, it means Ubi needs to win an extra one, or play an extra one rather. Yeah,
right, exactly. So you're all in on winning the series. I think it's easier to just continue what you were doing, especially because you were playing well. So this is going to be Sparker and Backbone coming out with 2 fast kills here. So this should be points here for SSG.
Oh yeah, just one ticks all they need. Landon's down already, and this one looks like it is cooked. Well, folks, Twisted Minds take it to Blizzard World, but Space Station show us a rip-roaring attack, and Twisted Minds again just fumble pretty crucially on that defense side. I've got to say, for Coach J-Mac coming into this team very recently, by the way, he's been met with like a real conundrum that he's had to try and solve here. The plan, of course, is to put UB in and try and get 4 maps out of this series, but they can't play for a draw there. There are only so many maps you can draw on in general, and we're running out of those.
Yeah.
So next map is the last chance.
You also,
for Twisted Minds.
You know, I played in a series where this is like way back in the day where you actually kind of extended the series, right? So if you played the team earlier in the bracket, you just kind of continued from that score. And we at one point needed 1 map, and I don't know what it is. It's like the psyche just kind of changes when you're like, oh, all we got to do is win 1 map, and then you know, the next thing you know, you're on the final map of the series. They come all the way back. It's the same type of thing here, where it's like, okay, you go into this series, like, it's really hard, I think, to get the team to be like, okay, we want to win the series when you know that you have somebody in that you just need to get the map, right? So you put all this pressure on, like, okay, we just need to get a map, and then you kind of lose track of like, okay, we'll just play to win the series, right? It's a really difficult thing.
I think.
I mean, the thing that also, like, you know, when I was kind of thinking about it, it's like you were playing so well with Lambda, and I also think that the style of play you were playing with Lambda is probably the best style to play against SSG. Like, I don't think the best style of play would be to like match them. Like, let's say if SSG, for argument's sake, right, was a team that wanted to play a lot of like Genji and whatnot, I think you probably play UB, right? And you just play Maycoms and you just roll them. But with a team that like really just wants to play the May,
Reaper,
in the Reaper, the Pharah is like been really good against that.
May Reaper is it's broken. It's way better.
You know, you just saw ENCE obviously beat SSG the other day, playing a lot of Pharah as well, right? So that is kind of like skewing it a bit, where now Twisted Minds, I mean, you're on your last hopes, right?
This is it. They need to win the next map. Their entire qualification for DreamHack Stockholm comes down to a singular map in a series that they don't even have to win. Frankly, they don't even have to win the map, but depending on the map type, it might be pretty hard to draw. If we go to, so let me think here. What are SSG really bad at? So there's one map that's in the pool that they are historically not great at. It's a hybrid map. It's Junkertown.
Mm-hmm. No, Escort.
Sorry, Escort, excuse me. Yeah, we just had a hybrid map.
Yeah.
It is Junkertown. I've just seen them pick it. So that is going to be very interesting. If, again,
man.
Twisted Minds, I mean, listen, they pick, I swear, did TM not pick Junkertown recently? But that was for the UB Cop. This is very different. I do think May is, like, valid here, honestly, on that attack side.
Yeah.
Do we get the SSG spawn camp, though, with the sim, like, maybe, like, Reaper looks here, play Rhine?
I mean, I think you're really looking at, like, okay, let's see if we can get SSG to just kind of stick on, play Widow comps, right?
Well, does UB play Bastion?
Have faith that, I mean, you could
you could play. I mean, if they play Rhine, right? You know, you would play the Bastion,
I've seen
right?
some teams like they play Orisa Bastion and they basically boost the Bastion onto the building outside of spawn on the attack side to break the spawn camp. He's very good there.
Yeah,
Switch off.
I think this is a pick that is like, we just need to get a map. Let's put Quartz on Widow on the best Widow map with the longest sight lines, and let's see how we go.
Let whatever god you believe in take the damn wheel is the plan here for SSG. I mean, what we saw from Yubi there over on Blizzard World, right, was also a map in that second phase that caters to the Widow play. It was enough to basically get them to finish the map. Without Quartz's hits gameplay, they don't get there. They just don't. They don't get through that second phase of the map. He was really, really good. But you can counter this. You can definitely play around it. We've seen SSG on Gibraltar, for example, play against Widow comps and played Mei, block sight lines, play the Diva, bring KSA back in, sort of pressure down on that position, use Reaper against these comps to great success. So.
I actually thought that's where Twisted Minds was going to go.
The Reaper direction?
I mean, I guess you can play a lot of Tracer here, potentially, on Junkertown, right? But you can play a lot of Tracer on Gibraltar, right? You know, maybe it's a pretty good map for SSG, and they obviously do some you know, interesting things playing like Mei Reaper, right? But it gives you a clearer vision in terms of like the damage dealers, right? Of what we're gonna see.
Would it be too much to ask to have all chat turned on in this lobby? Would that be, you know, getting a little bit audacious?
No.
I don't know. I would love to do that. DreamHack Stockholm's coming up, and well, SSG probably going to be there at this stage. I think that one is pretty much set in stone.
Well, we'll know after this map if Twisted Minds will be there.
It all comes down to this. If you're a Twisted Minds fan, I'm sure you're watching with bated breath. And if you're a Virtus Pro fan, you're also watching this because their fate lies in the balance here, all coming down to Junkertown. I do like just how many high-stakes scenarios have been solved by either Junkertown or Rialto over this long history of competitive Overwatch. That's going to be an exciting event. We're going to give you a bit of a taste of what's to come in Stockholm.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
When I was a girl, I had a passion for the peculiar. As my magical studies deepened, my powers grew stronger, and the results became curious. This magic is mine, and soon you will be too. The witching hour has begun.
Do not underestimate me. Die.
Why? Because I am here!
I always have the upper hand.
All right, game face on.
It's looking like a revolution.
So the working theory is that Funny Astro has a collection of 5 different wireless mice that are perpetually on 5% battery. And he tends to just switch to the next one each time we have a new map. That's, in theory, what the delay was.
He likes playing it where it's low because it creates a sense of urgency for him.
You know
and the
what?
team,
Just play
right?
while you
That
need
like,
to go
hey,
to the...
we need to play fast.
Just don't go to the bathroom.
Because...
That works too. If you need to pee, you have that sense of urgency as well.
Or I am assuming at some point he has slept, right? So you could, in theory, hear me out, plug it in overnight.
Welcome back, everybody. OWCS lower finals here in our main event of EMEA. And this might be the one map that carries the most implication that you are going to see all year. Junkertown will decide whether Twisted Minds or Virtus Pro make it to Stockholm. Now, as we talked about, Twisted Minds don't have to win this series. That would be great if they did. And that would definitely change things a little bit in terms of the calculus. But right now, we're starting small. Don't worry about your stretch goals here. Space Station are going to play close-up with a bit of a spawn hold.
VP's had a bit of a roller coaster ride, right? I mean, yesterday, it's like, okay, they have an opportunity to get themselves in. Comes down to, one map. They end up losing it, and then now today, no control of their own comes down to another map. And as you mentioned, SSG, they'll play close here. Probably that Twisted Mind's not going to play like a Pharah and just kind of like chunk into this room, right? That's what we've seen do really well against this. It's going to be a lot of Tracer and Widow here.
I actually don't think this comp is amazing at breaking a spawn hold.
No.
Sometimes you need to go to something a little specialized, a little cheesy. Okay, that wall is very effective. It's going to cut Quartz off. He knows it. Has to reposition. Maybe pick Ash here, thinking Dynamite might be more effective for just getting some AoE damage spread over that little corner. And that is the pick. Sparker now falls, and very quickly, the fortunes of Twisted Minds are reversed.
Ash, Bastion, anything that can put down like lots of bursts, like AoE, even Junkrat, right? In a hilarious sense, could have been good there, right? To just kind of get them out of that bunker type of setup. Still do not have control.
Those Dynamites are massive.
Of the payload just yet. This is pretty good time wasted here for SSG. Probably better than they even
they've
expected.
played a minute here. It is like Quartz is the difference maker there by switching. UB obviously cleans up the fight there, and I think he does. There is like a Bliss elimination from a weak shot early in that fight, but the Dynamites there is what ends up getting Funny Astro caught out, picked off. Takes Landon very low as well. So smart switch up for Quartz. Might mean that, still going to be on the Ash for the time being. So at least Space Station don't have to deal with that terrifying Widow. Sparker won't be just outgunned at range.
Yeah, I was wondering, is Sparker going to go to like the Widow or the Ash? But it'll actually be Ash comes into play. Is Pulse Bomb goes right, doesn't connect with Backbone. It'll be Orbital Rate earlier here for MCD. Space Station, though, they block it a little bit there with the main wall. Now they have the later one.
And honestly, they get way more out of it. There's no wall that prevents them from walking up into it, and Quartz gets taken down. That's Hardy with the damage boost, of course, on that Terror Surge, which already does a disgusting amount of damage as it is. Bliss now might be staggered out here. He'll need to jump off the cliff, and Hardy ends up being credited with that elimination. MCD needs to just, expedite things a little more.
So, a positive here, though, for Twisted Minds is that Landon actually pops Rally towards the end of that fight. So you have a Rally advantage here. Now, Yubi's going to be able to play a Mei of his own, right? So you match this Mei mirror yet again. It's just everybody waiting here for everybody to come back for Twisted Minds as you get those supports die a little bit later here. So trying to find an angle for Quartz.
Might wrap around with a Bob here.
Bob down the alley here.
Problem if it hits. Funny Astro knocks him up. Okay, Bob across the way. Still a good position for him to be in. Despite not hitting a knock up, you can still hide out of that line of sight to a degree here. Blizzard thrown up. Backbone. Yeah, very exposed from that spot. They really try and go forward with that ability, but Bliss has the rally, as you pointed out. One that Landon now just has to build up once more. So Ultimate Economy, they're not favoring Space Station. They take a risk going up with that Blizzard. Landon will head over, as does Hardy.
Yeah, and Quartz creates a really nice off angle for himself, right? Throws the Bob directly down. They're trying to break line of sight for the Bob, and guess what? He rounds the corner, and they're perfectly in his line of sight, right? And he's able to come up with 2 in the fight. And like I talked about, where Bliss had that rally there towards the end, having the rally definitely pays off there for Twisted Minds. As it was starting to get scary, right? Below like 2 minutes, you're starting, hey, we lose this fight, like you're in a lot of trouble on Junkertown. So that was a must-win scenario for them.
Okay, so we will have the Ashes still for both sides. Now we are cycling back into the Juno Ultimates here. That's just a freebie for Quartz. He's on his own, just playing his own little off angle. Landon can deny him that for now. He really does not want to let Quartz play there. You can see what he's doing in the wireframe. Quartz just coach guns back up there whenever he wants to. In the meantime, the cart's been moving this whole way. Okay, orbital ray there, thrown out by Space Station. Hardy, in theory, could go after MCD there, but can't get the pick off. MCD also had used that orbital ray prior. They've lost Funny Astro, though. That's a problem. Hardy's going to have to tank a lot of this damage, and he does. Backbone was picked off there inside of the Terra Surge here. Twisted Minds stringing together a couple fights.
Yeah, this is really good for Twisted Minds, right? You're going to be able to get this second checkpoint in the really nice use of the Terror Surge there inside by TVNT. You connect with Backbone, put enough damage down on Hardy. You rally back to the cart, and you end up taking the second checkpoint for over 3 minutes here. So that's a really fast take of that second checkpoint for Twisted Minds. And you see they're trying to maybe get Quartz some positioning here up on the high ground, right? TVNT, Bliss moving this direction. So it looks like for Space Station, you want to try and deny that.
Can TVNT, I mean, yeah, Twisted Minds in general keep this momentum going. It's another beautiful opener from Quartz. Again, if there's any player that can get them the result they're looking for, that one map, it's going to be this guy. So consistent. I don't think really many EMEA teams have a hit scan that they can credit with that title. Sparker will always able to win it out. This should allow Space Station to re-establish control of the fan on the high ground. And immediately, Twisted Minds, I mean, tell me that Quartz is crucial to your strategy without telling me. They back up as 4.
I mean, he's essential, right? You also obviously talk about like hit scan and EMEA, like one of the best I think in the globe, right? In terms of being able to play that hit scan at a high level. Orbital ray here, they'll be answered with a Blizzard from Backbone. Blizzard also thrown in here from UB, but he's got the Fortify. He's going to be able to walk right away.
So good, yeah. Space Station all playing from that little underpass now. This means Quartz can come over the top. He does give off warning. No kill on Funny Astro, as Quartz did have the window, but still a little uncomfortable. This means Sparker has to play from that low ground and send suppressive fire in Quartz's direction. And he's done well. He's hitting him at multiple headshots, forcing him off this line.
It's a pretty sick ultimate advantage though here for Space Station, right? In for SSG, just like burn some clock
Backbone.
here. So Backbone chose to challenge Quartz. It's a very difficult play to make.
And he honestly, it ends up being a mistake. This now forces the Bob in more of a defensive context out of Space Station. And they're starting to run out of that window of ultimate lead as well. TVNT catching up here. We'll have a Terror Surge available. They still want to come forward. Space Station will have to spend more here.
It's still, I mean, for SSG, right, you can just play Landon over that side, Hottie, and they just keep coming out and just kind of contesting the cart. Nobody really losing HP pools. So it'll be potentially an orbital array here, trying to open things up. It's a Maywall here, actually used to just get away for Twisted Minds.
Their orbital array.
It looked like, yeah, Space Station looked like they were kind of like posturing, maybe get a little bit aggressive there and use it with that speed ring, but ended up backing up.
Here's the Ray. It's going to come out from Funny Astro as well. Twisted Minds, as Quartz again opens the account, and look at that spot he's got. The perch play here for Ash. Really hard to beat. Hardy's going to be forced away, stands inside that orbital ray and gets healed up here, but Backbone was also down, and Space Station down to 3 players. Hardy can't get involved, so make that 2. Landon now on the car. We're down to just a singular Orisa here, and the Bob will seal the deal. But I find you a DPS like Quartz, man, I don't know. You can beat anyone.
He's putting in the work right now for Twisted Minds.
This is an unmitigated glaze session. I'm aware of that, but he has been the catalyst behind every advance Twisted Minds made.
I mean, he kind of deserves at this point, right? I mean, you see where he's playing from the high ground, comes up with like 3 kills during that fight. I mean, just a massive difference maker in all of the games for Twisted Minds is they not only complete the map, they finish with time left in the bank, so probably as good as you could have hoped for there for Twisted Minds, especially because SSG wasted about a minute off the start.
And again, this has been a tough map for Space Station in general. They don't have any truly bad maps, and I wouldn't consider this to be one of them either. They might be preempting the spawn hold here, but with Widow in your comp, I don't really know if you're going to do that.
And also, this is an SSG team that, you know, we talked about it a little bit. I know, obviously we didn't speak to them coming into this, but you imagine, they want to 3-0 Twisted Minds. They want to deny them Stockholm. It's not a team here for SSG that's just looking to win the series, right? I know any means possible. They definitely know what's at stake, and they definitely want to be the team that knocks TM out for the entire year, right? So we'll see how Space Station looks here on offense. Quartz on the Widow on D.
And we'll see Twisted Minds play very differently than Space Station did. They will allow some space because space is where Quartz can really get activated. Sparker now is just going to check all these angles. Make sure there's not like a weird off angle for an Ash or Widow playing close. Quartz will herald his arrival here with a grapple upwards. And now Sparker knows he's got a lot of ground to cover before he can get here. But there is a bit of hard cover on the map that will allow Tracer to... Well, never mind. Funny Astro not able to make use of that, apparently. Quartz already finds his. And at some point, he will need to be answered.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they decide to actually just play the Tracer into it. Like, I think, you know, Sparker's actually got a really good Widow. I mean, we've seen him also on the Ashe play quite well. I think probably they feel like, you know, we play that Widow, it maybe slows the game down a lot. And if you can just kind of like annoy Quartz, right? Just put some damage down with the Tracer, just make him always constantly look around, think. Then it kind of takes him out of the game, right?
This used to be done to Sombra players as well. Like the player being pursued by Sombra will just emote hello in the direction they know the Sombra is, just to taunt them. Sparky here has to worry about Bliss as well. No recall available, by the way. I think that was a nice repair pack.
Is he gonna die to the remote mine?
There is a heal pack down there, I think. That's what, yeah, is getting is getting mined. So now Infraside means Quartz can see his would-be assailant coming.
How do he... Yeah, he tosses the mine and then just like 360s and just kills Backbone. Exactly where they're playing from now is... This is the type of game, though, that Twisted Minds wanted, right? Slow the game down, play the Widow, right? You know, make it like a huge distraction for SSG.
Yeah, I think they're going to win this map.
Hopefully that's enough.
So far, they look to be the better team on Junkertown. They found Space Station's Achilles heel. And that's all they need, just to win on this map. It's so hard to get to Quartz in general. We've seen teams go as far as to play Wrecking Ball comps in order to have some way of pressuring the Widow down. And it's not just Quartz, it's Quartz and Bliss that stand in Sparker's way.
Yeah. This is also something that they could have done, right, for Twisted Minds on that second point of Blizzard Worlds, right? They just kind of threw it away. That is a huge pick off there. That's going to allow Sparker to go crazy in the back.
Or at least not have to worry about the Widow now. It can start to pressure the Juno, the Mei. Yubi's already ice blocked, got popped up on a wall there. And Space Station, ideally, don't want to use too many ultimates to win this fight, but they do need that first checkpoint badly. So whatever it takes, I guess, they're going to go for it. Terra Surge there, but TVNT stepped outside of it. Bliss is stalling, and now Quartz has been able to get back into the fray. Funny Astro, not ready for it. Quartz down from the top rope with a headshot instantly, taking the Juno out of the game. Oh, buddy, this has gone horribly wrong for Space Station. What a time buy from TVNT and Bliss. Stalling it out until the superstar Quartz can return to the fray. Another headshot for the Widow. And Twisted Minds are sitting pretty.
Yeah, and this is the stuff we've seen from Twisted Minds when they have Lambda in, right? Where MCD and Bliss do an amazing job keeping TVNT alive. And then the damage, you know, from Quartz in Lambda, this time with UB in, though, just kind of takes over in the end is below a minute. Twisted Minds, just to remind you guys, needs one map to secure their spot into Stockholm. So they have an opportunity here to get it. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Can you count on a random icicle killing the Widow again? I don't think so. Sparker's going to have to do this yet again. Infraside up for Quartz now. From target to target, cycling here. Making sure he's keeping that pressure on Hardy, who has no armor to speak of right now. And Lennon has the shield as he comes back around the corner. It's Backbone down. Yubi's able to find that elimination now. 13 seconds left here for Space Station. Gaming to finish the map, and they've run out of players. Quartz finds Sparker, no less. What a decisive way to find the one map win that you need. Hardy falls, and Space Station fail to keep Twisted Minds out of Stockholm. This series, far from done, as TM take Junkertown.
Yeah, the Widow play, really the difference there. Didn't catch that kill on the Sparker at the end, but that was a close range one where he probably was coming in with a blink as the Widow play. I mean, look, you kind of put all your eggs in that basket when you go to Junkertown in this type of scenario, and it pays off.
You do it on Blizzard World, you do it on Junkertown. You are a team in Twisted Minds that know where your strengths lie, and you want to play to them whenever you can. They're playing a different style awkwardly. They can't, play that Farah and Widowmaker setup. So this team has been able to, on a dime, pivot to something that works for them and get themselves a map. Not normally the thing, in a vacuum, you'd get excited about, but it does mean this team has post-season play now laying out in front of them. Can they win the series? I don't know if they have any maps left to really make this play happen, especially now that...
They also will have to play UB one more map. It would be incredibly odd for them to sub UB out. But he has to get his 4th map. So.
They won't be doing that. Yeah, UB will be in for one more map. And SSG, obviously, will have the chance to pick a map that suits them a little bit more. A map that lets them brawl, probably pretty good. One that the Reaper guy is strong on. We're going to go to the desk here to break down the implications of what we've just seen start to look ahead, not only for this series, but the rest of the tournament and the rest of the year.
And there we heard it in the comms. Those final moments on Junkertown. Obviously, a very excited Twisted Minds lineup right now. And no, they have actually not qualified yet. Juby needs to stay in for the next map.
Wouldn't it be funny if UB
what a Twisted Minds thing to do? No, but like obviously they're gonna field him in the next map, and then whether they win it or lose it, it literally doesn't matter. So I know. Listen, this is where we're at. So we got to deal with the cards that are dealt to us. That was an awful sentence.
Even in the comms, as soon as they got the map, and I thought they already won the match.
I mean, technically they did. Again, they're not going to sub him out. Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because SSG, they did pull ahead. They were up 2-0, and then we're heading to Junkertown. And then it came down to exactly what you both mentioned. It's Quartz who has to drag him over the finish line. That Widowmaker just posed an impossible obstacle for SSG.
Yeah, it came down to what we thought would happen. UB in the mix, of course, hasn't played this entire main event so far, and it's looking a little bit uncoordinated at times, Forced Blizzards, UB gets his May abilities forced early, for example, but it comes down to the individual plays, and we saw it even on Ilios when UB swapped over to the Tracer. Hit some nice pulse bombs. We talked about UB being a great tracer, but as the series progressed, we saw in map 2, course swapped over to Widowmaker on the second point, hit some very nice shots on that Widowmaker to give them a chance on Blizzard World, but finally Junkertown, the defensive Widowmaker, that's when Quartz really lit it up in the kill feed, put so much pressure on SSG, and it looked winnable at one point for SSG. They just couldn't cap that first point with their ultimates.
Yeah, SSG kind of needs to change gears on how they deal with this Widowmaker. You've seen it a lot with other teams. They ended up pulling the Cassidy out, and they kind of just stick to this 5-man deathball style, and I'd like SSG to try that out. Backbone here with the Reaper, and it's infamous for playing the Reaper in maybe situations where it's not the greatest, but they make it work. Here on Blizzard World, it was close here as well. Quartz was making a lot of plays, even on the Ashe. He was hitting a lot of headshots here. Obviously, Orissa's really Orissa. Big cooldown trades here versus Adi. Big strong man putting out their arms. SSG has his Tracer look, and it works at times when he's able to get on the Widow, but it's so hard with the break packs. There's May headshots. There's so much to worry about when you're playing Tracer, so I'd like to see Sparker potentially try and play some more cast. It's one of his best characters, and then obviously here, Quartz on this map. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Every time he needed the first pick to help his team, he gave it to him every single time.
Yeah, it was Quartz. I mean, yeah, like we're seeing right here, and also in the defense as well. I think, Johnny, you mentioned going in that we should be looking out for Quartz, and you were 100% right. This Widow, I think, definitely made a huge difference. And now, with this map win, they're already qualified.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes without saying as well that the core of Twisted Minds is playing well. You got TVNT on the Orisa and NCD and Bliss holding up the backline, and they're using their ultimates well, they're trading their abilities well, so they're holding up their part as well, and then it's about setting up Quartz for success, and I think they're doing so spectacularly.
I mean, now, even though technically both teams have already qualified, we're still playing for seeding, of course, and we do want that additional prize pool, or rather the prize money, to come first in this very tournament. So SSG, I'm sure they're also looking for a revenge against ENCE once again. It seems to be the story in the EMEA region regardless. I'm sure they've learned a lot from their loss in the upper bracket, because losing is learning, as Matt likes to say. Yeah, I'm interested, however, if we focus on this series, where they're going to take us next. SSG is up for their map pick. Where do you think they take us?
Well, I think we'll see a May map. I think that's for sure. Now, I honestly have no idea where we're going. I mean, we've seen them pick Gibraltar in the past. Okay.
TBD. You can't even see. Quick. Give us a guess so I can.
I'm not looking at the monitor. We gotta build
wrong.
some suspense for the audience. Which map is it going to be? Are we going to see Clash?
Let's see some Clash.
Push.
Why not? Let's go Clash.
You want to see some Clash?
Yeah, we like some clashing, no?
Yeah? Well,
you're in for a
it's
treat.
Hanaoka. And look, honestly, like, Caitlin,
let's go.
Can we come up with a solid argument for why they picked Hanaoka besides it being a good May map?
No, because this game mode is it swings very back and forth. We saw it yesterday when TSM was playing it. They were down 0-2. It felt like everything was lost, and they were at their own spawn doors, and all of a sudden they went 5-0 and they swept the map. So it feels like anything can happen on this map. Yeah, it's crazy.
It happens.
It does happen. Let's see if things are happening again. This can snowball out of control. SSG on a match point, of course, up 2-1 in the series, and just one match away, or rather one map away, from getting to the grand finals here in our EMEA region. Can they get it done? Let's find out, sending it over to Mitch and Matt.
So the prime directive has been achieved for Twisted Minds. Map 1 and Stockholm secured. Now, obviously, we look to the stretch goals. Can they survive Hanaoka against a team in Space Station who, really are looking for a May map to play? Twisted Minds, though, very much want to play that style too. It is a map, though, where it's much harder to abuse Widowmaker.
Yeah, and I know these Clash maps, right? They get a little bit of chaotic back and forth. How they mentioned just before, right? Where a lot of times, like, a team will get a little bit of a lead. They'll end up, pushing in towards either A or E, the spawn, and they end up losing that fight. They end up losing the map because of it, right? It's becomes very difficult to be able to win in those type of scenarios. So. See here at the start, Hottie doing a great job taking up space.
But it's worth to go for those plays, though, on A and E, because each tick of capture progress on those counts as a whole Clash point. So we have seen teams being able to win series by being at 4 and just coming in and getting one singular tick. This fight's gone very well for Twisted Minds, though, in general. With Landon falling first, that means that Funny Astro has a lot of weight in his shoulders in terms of the healing. And Space Station couldn't benefit from the clumped-up nature of TM from any Inspire procs of their brig.
And how Johnny mentioned as well, and I would love to highlight it too, and we've highlighted a few times here, maybe we get a little bit of a mouse charging scenario here, maybe we get a little mid-round mouse charge, but the core of Twisted Minds that we've seen over the last few series, and probably some of their best play, has still remained to look really good here in this series. I think really obviously we talk about cores all the time, but TVNT and the support's doing a tremendous job, right? I think he's doing a great job in terms of the Orisa, rotating the cooldowns, but then also seems to just live forever, and I think it's a huge testament to the supports, right? MCD and Bliss playing really well thus far.
I mean, those two in the back line have been crucial, and especially when we've gotten to go to maps where, like, Ana play works out. MCD has shown us just how good they are on that as well. And Twisted Minds here, of course, like, great start on this map. Getting the first Clash point, I'm going to call it, doesn't necessarily, like, make you advantaged over the map in general. Old economy becomes really important as we have consecutive fights here that are generally out in the open.
Flash points, control points, Clash points.
I mean, I'm coining the term. We can call it whatever we want, really. That's fine. I'm just trying to be annoying and confusing, as usual. You'll be here, wall. Okay, Funny Astro's able to get over that, but isn't it a great place to heal, in fairness? MCD also had that earlier orbital rate. So Space Station have to disengage, and the Blizzard disengaged. So I know you're not a fan of it, Matt. It doesn't work here for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen it, work to, like, perfection very often, right? And deter the other team, especially now it's really difficult for SSG to push on in, right? You lose Hottie, so we'll see if they're even able to get in and get a touch. Yeah, no, they decided to just back out, right? I think Landon was thinking about there for a second. But Court set up in this position on the high ground. I mean, he would have died rather quickly, so Twisted Minds, opportunity to finish off Hanaoka rather quickly here. You have an opportunity to even send this Bob across the point.
Bob here would be huge, at least to get a to walk away from this with a clash point would be great for Twisted Minds. Basically making it a 1-for-1 exchange. Bob comes out, cap already underway. Important to point out that Hanoka isn't actually split into the 3 sort of capture quadrants on A and E. That is the temple map, so do need a full cap, which is pretty impossible to do. It's very hard. Space Station have already begun. They have to full cap it though. They don't get little tick progress. Okay, so it is split. Fair enough.
Yeah. Funny Asher, though, gets a early advantage here, though, with that orbital array. It looks like they're just trying to play around here for Twisted Minds. Potentially trying to build this one up for MCD. Maybe you get a later one and you can actually, you know,
they're actually going for it. Okay, orbital array thrown down. TVNT at the fort. Nobody inside this orbital array, but Sparker did go down. Landon has the shield bash out of it there, using a mobility cooldown for survival. Backbone is falling here, but TVNT probably needs a little bit of help in the healing department. He's going to get it now. Quartz has a pretty tasty off angle. Yeah, one that Sparker has to be very wary of as he advances. Just what
he's going into the spawn. I mean, the disrespect there to basically get into the spawn.
And he just claps him.
The challenge Sparker there.
He just claps him. That's not even close. But again, Twisted Minds need to be on the point solo to capture it at all, which is very difficult given the proximity of the defender spawn, we'll call it. So no ticks.
Yeah, and I mean, you see how difficult it is even to get a tick, right? You invest so heavily in terms of ultimates, you're not even able to get a tick, right? So you don't get that extra point in terms of the overall score like you mentioned. Then we're back to fighting over B. And the thing that's really difficult there is, like, you can't, I mean, well, Twisted Minds, right? You want to finish the game, right? So you start using some ultimates, but then the spawn advantage is so heavily favored for SSG. If you use those ultimates and SSG doesn't have to use any to come fight back, it lets them snowball the rest of the map, yeah.
Got to be really careful that this gets out of hand. I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that the, you know, the Space Station get a point for capturing A, their home point. There's a world where, like, you know, you could look at, like, not giving a team a point for doing that and just, you know, letting them survive the game, but that's a little outside the scope of this discussion. Blizzard thrown up there for Twisted Minds, but Sparker's got a great spot here to put this damage down now, and we're starting to see Space Station consider evening out the game. Taking now B would make it 2 apiece.
Yeah, or you know, the closer you get to your base, the longer your respawn is, right? Give an opportunity for the team that's coming a little bit further away to even up the odds, but that's going to be Space Station tying the game back up, right? So now we're back to C here, mid-map. So you're going to be playing, I mean, they have a little bit of slight advantage, right, with having the Bob in play. So we'll see both teams fight for this high ground yet again. First fight of the map went really well for Twisted Minds. They did a nice job with the Maywall, but Quartz takes a big hit there from the Bob.
He's so deep here. Definitely going to be looking for a Terra Surge. Landon and Yubi get traded out. I think Space Station happy enough with that, especially with an orbital array active. Yeah, TVNT just gets run down in the end. Now, Capkey would put Space Station in the lead on this map and poised to move to D to take a 4th clash point.
Yeah, and they have this blizzard coming up, right? So you see what we're talking about, where the one team gets off to a good start there for Twisted Minds, right? You get that first 2 on the board, you try and push into the spawn, doesn't work out. Now we got a big ultimate advantage of Rally the opposite way. Landon will have Rally, Backbone also with a blizzard here, in an opportunity for SSG to get that 4th point on the board.
No catch of that wall.
Ooh, almost got Bliss there.
It's still a bit awkward for Twisted Minds, so they have to wait for that wall to come down. And again, they would have gone for Bliss, but TVNT likely would have come into P also. Would have forced an early fight if they tried to capitalize. Bliss is very low. This poke damage from Backbone is causing some issues. The wall cuts off healing. Quartz also took a hit there as well. Backbone hitting hard with these right clicks in general. And that Blizzard, like you mentioned, has been built up. This might require, yeah, just some healing. No ice block needed. Backbone can just cut this sideline off entirely. Here's Bob, dash off the point there for Landon. Doesn't want to get picked first in this fight, although it's often the fate of Brick players to be the sacrificial lamb. Twisted Minds can come back now. Blizzard for Backbone, good catch. TVNT just protects Quartz though. Fans him off with that javelin spin. And it should be TM with the players here enough to work this point, but this is a nasty little turn. Funny Astronaut, he finds MCD, but he gets the orbital ray off. Quartz has to do so much in this spot. The reinforcements are on the way as well. Hardy back in the fight, if not almost there. Now TVNT just has to walk off.
Surprising. They end up taking that fight without Hardy, right? TVNT still alive, but that orbital array there for Funny Astro, I definitely think caught Twisted Minds off guard. Definitely felt like they ended up, having an advantage in the fight. That quickly went in favor of SSG. So now SSG with an opportunity to close it out here. And like
Just
you mentioned, you see that just one tick, that is all they would need on the home point here of Twisted Minds. But you also have to say, like, how costly is it to try and go for that one tick?
I mean, Twisted Minds have a lot of ultimates now. There's a world where you can try and force them out of them, you know, at the cost of Twisted Minds just not losing the game outright. So I don't mind this position for Space Station. It's really a question of how much you're willing to invest, how much you're willing to wager that Twisted Minds will just throw an orbital ray, throw a blizzard. You're gonna try with the bomb, dip your toe in the water. Yubi's gone down. This is definitely gonna get Twisted Minds thinking about using that orbital ray, and MCD pops it. Court steps up, would love to make use of the damage boost here, but has no good sightline and gets caught in the Terror Surge. Hardy cancels it pretty quickly though. He was very low, but Bliss is now fallen. Twisted Minds, though, should be able to cap this midway through the fight. Space Station not fighting on the point itself here. They need to transition that way. Now Backbone in Blizzard. Remember, Twisted Minds can step off the point for a time. This still has to decay away before Space Station could start capturing. Very, very hard for the attackers to do it, but they're going to have a crack at it. 3 versus 1 right now on the point. And that capture progress is decaying pretty quickly. But Twisted Minds will be able to come back in and re-establish themselves.
Yes, Landon came in with that rally there, kept Backbone alive when the Blizzard dropped by Yubi, but still it'll be enough for Twisted Minds to at least get us back here to checkpoint D. Just back and forth here on Hanaoka. It's really how Clash kind of ends up playing out. Just in where I feel like most of the ones that we've done, right? I think we've had one just kind of complete at the home base, but most of them have ended up back towards mid.
Absolutely.
I know as both teams really even.
Maywall and Bob, Twisted Minds setting up in a good position before the point is capturable, but now they're going to have to fight for it either way. Hardy goes deep there with a javelin spin, and Funny Astro behind him with the orbital ray. Twisted Minds can disengage this to some degree. Space Station would be ill-advised to try and push off the point in order to do this, but Twisted Minds have got to intervene here. They cannot allow this to be a full cap. Landon gets blown up instantly now. The rally there for Bliss is looking good, and Twisted Minds off that thrust should be able to even up the game.
Yeah, you just kind of like play Hardy off the point here, right? Just trying to bully him back. Hardy not going to be able to contest, so this is going to give them an opportunity, like I was talking about, how a lot of these clashes that we've seen end is that we go back to the middle first point. Both teams have actually, we fought here twice already. Each team has taken one, right? So nobody really has a distinct advantage in terms of how we played it here at the start. I would say SSG though, Bob, Blizzard, good combination here. Backbone just kind of lurking here on the side. Maybe he can land a big Blizzard.
Good answer to orbital ray as well. Not that Blizzard is perfect on its own, but Bob also, the way that it does force some positioning, might be desirable. Backbone throws a wall up behind Yubi and TVNT. Over the top, MCD's trying to heal, but he goes a little bit low, still able to get that orbital ray off. That was important. Now towards the back of the Blizzard, though, MCD has to be careful. Yubi got frozen and Quartz is going to fall. Terror Surge Dark coming out from Hardy. TVNT low. He can't get out of it. MCD taken down by the Dynamite. And Space Station run them over. Twisted Minds had Orisa and Juno ultimates, and it wasn't going to be enough. They'll exit the series, though, with their pound of flesh. They got what they came for, falling to Space Station, but securing their spot in Stockholm.
Yeah, a loss here for Twisted Minds, but a rare occurrence where both teams win, right? I know SSG, they secure their spot back into the finals, get a rematch here against ENCE, and Twisted Minds also getting that Junkertown, secure their spot for Stockholm. So, a rare instance where both teams kind of come out with exactly what they wanted. I think it would really be fascinating to watch this Twisted Minds team play SSG with Labda. Obviously, didn't get that today, but I know maybe as we look forward here towards Stockholm, if the meta stays similar, we'll eventually see that.
I think it will have greatly changed the map pool in terms of what Twisted Minds like to pick. There are a lot of maps that are vastly different to your Junker towns of the world that would allow that fire play to really go off. Like, Runasapi, you wouldn't be able to avoid maps like that. King's Row, of course, which is always a good pick for Twisted Minds if they can get Labda firing. So it's going to be a different team that we see in Stockholm, and they've got some time to prepare. Twisted Minds have definitely adopted token villain status, I think, heading into Stockholm. They're probably happy with that, though. They're going to be there. They've got a seat at the table, and that's all there is to say about that series. We now have our final setup. Let's go to the desk to break down this match and get us ready for our last of EMEA.
Thank you so much, you two. Yeah, welcome back to the desk here to break it all down for you. Matt made a really great point. We don't usually come out of a series where both teams are the winners. Usually the series can be so bad that we feel like everyone is losing. Like that's a scenario we've definitely been through, but this one is unique, I have to say. Also, I do love that we have a token build, and honestly, that just makes for a better story, however you want to turn this one. Danny, looking at the series, this is a rematch, of course, from the upper bracket early on in this tournament. Same scoreline.
Same scoreline. And I mean, I think it was, like SSG coming out with the Mesta. It sort of worked. I think it was SSG sort of taking the lead. And the thing that I kind of like about Clash is that you can't really predict like who's gonna win. Like sure, like they had, they were up 2. And then all of a sudden, the other team could take it back. I think that's such like a back and forth map, and I think that's what makes Clash exciting.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that game mode. Like we saw yesterday, you get out there full reverse swept for 5 points in a row. We get this back and forth barn burner. Yeah, this map is really good. We saw both the hit scans having their roles, and then obviously the Mei's here. Mei's very strong on this map. Good walls, especially on that first point. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I think that point we just saw was crucial when they turned it around using the orbital ray on point D. A fight that seemed lost without Hadi in the mix, but then they turned it around with an aggressive orbital ray play. That was fantastic. It looked a little bit spicy towards the end because Funny Astro, the second to last point, he commits the orbital ray, and they lose that fight. But honestly, Backbone using the Blizzard to counter Twisted Mind's own ray, that is partly why you play Mei. You know, the Blizzard is so strong at pushing down that momentum when the enemy team uses double support ultimate, right? And they executed that to a T on the very final point and get themselves the win.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say shout out to Sparker.
Let's go, Sparker.
He didn't have quite the X factor of the Widow from Quartz, but I think he was
great skin as well.
He was the flex member for SSG here. When SSG needed some sort of ideas to change up the game plan, he was able to play the Tracer. He was able to play all of the hit scans, and I think for SSG that's critical because nobody else in their team really has, I don't say the capability of flexing, but in terms of this meta, like nobody else really wants to flex. Landon stays on that break. Funny Astro on the speed character, what he's known for the Lucio, but he also gets the speed here with Juno, so Sparker's been very good here flexing.
Whoa!
Speaking of flexing, look at those guns, man.
Okay, bro. All right. I'll see you in Stockholm. All right, let's go.
Right there as well.
Him and Hadi been going back and forth with the flex off because, I mean, look at those guns, man. It's unbelievable.
My God.
He once was a little boy. Now he is a man, and he will be joining us.
I remember in Hawaii when he first started to work out, and we were working out together, and now she looks way bigger than I am.
You give him tips?
Huh? Has he surpassed his master? Is that what happened?
No, I think I need to hear some tips from him because, my God, okay.
Sparker got you. He will be holding you in his strong arms all event long. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. Now, of course, this was not the last match we have. We do have one more to come, which we're very excited for. But first things first, we want to take a quick chat or take time to take a quick chat, have a quick chat with our winners. Christopher is standing by. Looking happy as ever, Christopher. The script writers couldn't have done a better job with this one. What was the status quo? What was the vibe like in the team heading into this series? Knowing that you can play spoiler to not just one but two teams.
It's probably a super unhealthy mindset to overthink like the Frio angle for us. I think we just kind of wanted to do our job as best we can. We kind of hate VP and TM equally, so there was no real bad outcome for us because we were ruining someone's day. So, I mean, it is what it is.
All right, I'm gonna ask about your next match, a very important one. Of course, you guys went against ENCE yesterday, unfortunately getting a loss. As a coach, how do you prepare your players going into a match that you guys already played yesterday and now going into the grand finals?
I think normally in this situation, it's figuring out like what was like a theory-based problem, like what did we actually struggle with versus what will we fine with, but we just lost because we played bad. I think I remember in the Face It League we lost to ENCE in the winners bracket, and we came away from it like that series is like unlosable. Like actually like our theory is fine, the way we play is fine. We just like need to not make X mistake at X moments. We didn't change anything. So we talked about some stuff like maybe 1 or 2 tweaks, but I think for the most part, I think we're pretty confident that like some of the maps yesterday were like really, really winnable with like 1 or 2 like different fight swings.
Christopher, I'm curious, we've seen a lot of different flex DPS heroes so far this tournament, Genji, Pharah, but you've stuck to the Mei with Backbone. I'm curious your thought process about potentially fielding Psycho. When was the decision made to stick with Backbone's Mei this entire tournament?
We never actually thought that Genji was too big of an issue until like maybe Monday this week when we, I'm not even joking, like we didn't lose a scrim for 3 weeks. So we felt pretty confident like on this Juno patch. I mean, yeah, to be fair, like I think Psycho Genji's good, but I also like I have a lot of respect for Kev's Genji, and that's like a comp that they've been one tricking. So I think the mirror doesn't really seem like the logical approach in this situation. Whereas I think we have like the best Mei in the world on the other side, and I think we have like a decent read of how to play it.
Right on. Well, we're all very excited to see what you guys have in store for us in our grand final. We give you and the team, of course, some time to prep for that. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it from Christopher and get some insight into the minds. Love that she just hates both team equally. One day is ruined, it doesn't matter, they're winning.
I can love just a pure hater.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Hating on both sides, I can respect that.
It's
I mean,
low-key good motivation.
That's like it's like in a coach's blood as well. Like you kind of just don't care. You like just want to hate whoever's on the docket. It doesn't matter.
It should be hating all the other teams, right? Like that's just.
Is that what we're promoting here on the?
Although I think if you're VP, I don't think you want to hear that. I think you want to hear that the team that needs the 3-0s for you. So I think VP is probably a little pissed. I saw Sana tweeting he's not going to buy the SSG hood anymore. So SSG's losing profits with the mentality that Chris has. So I don't know. Maybe he needs to be even more of a hater.
Yeah, he just lost 5 hoodie sales. That's what happened. Tough loss. Well, maybe they can make up that money when they win it all in Stockholm, for which they have qualified, but they want some good seeding heading into that one, and that's why they will want to come out on top in our upper bracket grand finals match against ENCE. They've been facing off against each other so many times, so there's plenty of stuff to talk about and break down for you. However, all of that has to wait, as we first will be heading into a very quick break. And then when we come back, we'll let you know all there is to know, and then some, about ENCE and Space Station Gaming. Look at that shiny trophy. That will be awarded to our winner of the World Finals in Stockholm, but we're not quite there yet. Welcome back, everyone. This is the OWCS Stage 4 main event. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Caleb, and by Johnny, and we're about to break it all down for you. We're heading into the grand final of our EMEA region. But before that, Johnny, we sent you to the lab last night. You've been cooking, you've been coming up with a little concoction. What you got for us?
I have been cooking, actually. You know, just figuring we have some fun, because the reason is, we have to stall for the players. SSG, they just played a match.
Oh yeah, we're not holding the game hostage.
We're not
That's not what
holding
we're
the game
doing.
hostage. But we're giving them a bit of a break before the grand finals kick off. And so I figured we just have some fun.
I love fun.
I like fun.
We're gonna
Fun's
play a
good.
game.
I don't like fun.
Oh. No. Oh, you're right.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't have a name.
Okay.
So, chat, I need help naming this game. But it's essentially guess the player. I picked out some highlights, and it's up to you guys to figure out which player you think it was. So these are all EMEA plays, of course.
Okay.
And so, with you and chat, I welcome you to participate. Let's figure it out. So let's start with the first play from EMEA. Can you guess that player? We're Reinhardt in the middle of a fight, and we need to make something happen. We need to make a play happen here. What can we find? I don't know if we can go full screen on the play. Here you go as well.
I mean, that's
can
cloudy.
We find a play?
Right, that's cloudy.
We got the ultimate ready right here.
That's a cloudy charge.
It's a brig. It's a brig.
That's a cloudy charge. That's a cloudy shatter.
Oh, that's a cloudy shatter.
That's a cloudy shatter, a cloudy charge. All I see is cloudy.
Cloudy. I don't have a bell or something, but you are correct. Yeah. That is LH Cloudy. Now, LH Cloudy, I'm sorry. I do that like every single game. Okay, it happens to the best of us. You gotta go for the plays. But LH Cloudy, better luck next time. All right, that was play number 1 out of 5. Second play. Can you guess that player? We're Venture on Lijiang Tower. You know, we want to get into the backline. We want to make something happen here.
Oh no, I know what's about to happen.
Oh wait, I remember
Wait, who
this.
did this?
I remember this.
Player?
I remember the moment, but I don't remember the player.
Who did it.
You remember? No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Okay, chat.
All I remember is Exodio playing Venture at one point. So, Exodio?
This one has gone the rounds in the community, let me tell you. So you should know this one.
I'm just not hip like that anymore.
Okay, 3. Yeah. I'll give you one more try. This is the last try.
I got nothing.
No, not even a guess.
Mitch
said Backbone.
It's Backbone. And let me tell you, that is correct right there. That is Backbone playing Venture on Lijiang Tower. That is the second play.
Boneback would have done better.
To the third play.
Boneback would have done better.
This is actually not a fail, but there's some spawn tech for you. Dies on Baptiste, swaps over to the Moira in spawn, because we're going to get there early, fades, switches to Lifeweaver, grip a teammate, swaps to Lucio, speed boost out of spawn, swaps back to Baptiste. This is what we're doing in Overwatch 2024. This is Overwatch in 2024 for you.
This is too much for me.
Some spawn tech.
I would say it's given away more by the team composition his team's playing. But yeah, this is Ghost 91.
This is Ghost 91.
Ghost 91.
You are indeed correct. It is Ghost 91. Utilize the ultimate, 0%. And then you might, swap to Moira, swap to Lifeweaver, swap to Lucio, swap back to Baptiste.
Rocking the shock skin.
It's
also
a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. That is the third play out of 5. Moving on to the fourth play. Who is this player? We're playing Juno.
Oh wow,
on
Juno.
Lijiang Tower. And the fight doesn't go our way, so we're figuring we're gonna go make a run for it.
Right, this is Gala Canale.
This is Gala.
Gala.
Wait, where's the Canale?
Canale or Gala?
I mean,
I don't know which one to actually play.
You guys are too smart.
It was Gala, right?
You guys
Gala?
are too smart at this. I don't know.
sorry.
I just wanted to see it again.
I am paying attention.
So close.
I said it first, so I paid more attention.
Okay.
Can we just one more time in full? I mean, really, I just want to give credit to Gala here. It is so brutal. Like, it's a perfect speed ring. So you get the speed from the speed ring.
Oh.
You get it a second time.
Oh no.
Very sad.
This is a relatable
I appreciate
gameplay.
the
I feel seen.
And our final and 5th play from EMEA. Can you guess that player? We're playing Genji. We're playing Genji on Saravasa. Guys, I have played. I'm blading.
Kevster.
I'm blading. Oh, I'm going for it. I'm blading. All right. Well, it didn't work in our favor. We didn't even get to swing the blade a single time.
Soda.
I'm blading.
I love that Mitch has invited himself to the game.
The Cassidy does die. We had a dive target in the Cassidy, but the Cassidy dies, and at that point, it's just Jover. Mitch is indeed correct. Off mic, off camera.
We're really good,
and Mitch is pretty much winning this game, I think.
Well, he got 2, I got 2. Caleb
I got one.
I got one.
I got
Danny
Cloudy. I got one.
But that's way more than we actually had.
Well, we had 5 plays in total. There you go. That is Sona. So that is my 5. I don't have a word for it. They're 5 plays. They're
Amazing.
5 plays. You're welcome.
Great plays.
Great play.
Great entertainment. Entertaining.
Entertaining plays. Yeah.
I was
And congrats to
entertained.
Mitch.
We spent
Mitch
some
sitting in the
time.
corner right there. I think Mitch won.
I think Mitch was better than all of us.
Mitch does not look like he had fun at all. Like he.
Business as usual for Mitch.
I love those kind of plays or games though. So thank you so much for cooking it up.
Well, we do highlight the players all the time.
Yeah.
But sometimes they don't go your way.
It's
That's
just
okay.
it's reassuring to know that we know them so intimately that by their failed plays we know exactly who it was.
You know, they're humans after all. You know, they make mistakes.
That's a lie.
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
not?
Kevster would like a word.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry, Kevster.
Kevster known to be a robot.
Yeah. Talking about Kevster.
Speaking of which, he will be. I wanted to say he will be botting it up in the grand final, but that's not what he does.
The opposite of botting it up.
He is in fact a very talented humanoid, and he will be in the final. ENCE versus Space Station Gaming. A tale as old as time, of course. What better end to the season overall than having both of these teams in the grand finals? But who is going to come out on top? Well, we're about to find out. Let's talk about the rosters here. If we're looking at that ENCE roster, listen, we've highlighted the damage duo like way too often. Let's talk a little bit about the tanks here. Vestola and Chase, they're allowing for that team to have a lot of different looks here, Caleb.
Yeah, they have 2 different styles. They'd like to have Vestola playing that Orisa, and then obviously they put in Chase. They're a big fan of the Winston. That's something Korean teams still like to do a lot. Korea obviously known for playing the Winston, but you know, EMEA maybe not so much. But they seem very comfortable putting Chase in those Anna Brig Winston compositions. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about the DPS. I mean, a million times. You have Kai and Kevster, the infamous EU duo. And I just want to give shout out to supports. I feel like we don't talk about them enough, but it's just a victim of the meta, you know? They play the same characters all the time. The ultimates are really the big swinging factors here, the Juno wall, and the rally. So, yeah.
Shout out to the tank.
Yeah, shout out to the tanks. Shout out to the tanks.
So far.
We love shouting out tanks, especially if Hardy's in the mix. I feel Danny beaming next to me. Looking at this roster, though, Space Station, this is, of course, a rematch, right? They faced up against one another already in the upper bracket. And let's just say that didn't go too well for Space Station Gaming. Composition-wise, they seemed a little bit exposed, Johnny.
Yeah, it did seem like the Kevster show in that matchup. Kevster was dominant on the Pharah in that particular game as well. And, you know, Backbone has been leaning a lot on the Mei so far. But that means that ENCE can kind of counter it their own way. I believe they played Gibraltar as well. And, you know, ENCE did a fantastic job playing around these kind of like compositions, right? They're picking it apart with Sky Reaper, grenades, for example. And, you know, Kevster was a standout on the Tracer, right? So, you know, you kind of want to see something a little bit different from SSG. We've seen the Mauga Symmetra composition so far. Maybe there are other points in the game where you could utilize the Symmetra teleporter to try and capitalize on mistakes in ENCE positioning. But, you know, I really do feel like the meta is pretty straightforward, Caleb. I mean, we kind of know like the rock, paper, scissors, Genji, Pharah, Mei, and Christopher mentioned that, you know, they do think that the Mei can deal with the Genji somewhat. But for the most part, you're not getting like a real advantage, I think, playing the Mei on a lot of them.
It's not even so much a Genji at this point, it's the Pharah.
Yeah.
It's been a backbreaker against SSG. So will they have an ENCE for it? Will they try different compositions? They haven't seemed super keen on playing those unique looks. I'll be interested to see how it plays out this series.
Well, if there's one team that is, you know, allowing themselves to die on a hill, it will be SSG. So maybe they go down with what they've been showing thus far, but they'll do it in style, I'm sure. This is, of course, a best-of-7 series, though, so I'm sure the map picks will be coming in clutch here as well, especially when there is such a stylistic difference between both of these teams. Looking at the Preds here, if I voted with my heart, I would have given this one to SSG, but ENCE has just been thoroughly dominant. Like, there was very few cracks in their armor. No team really even pushed them to their limits, and SSG didn't either in their first showing against them. So I had to give this one to SSG, or rather ENCE. I can talk. I know I remember my Preds. Yeah, I give that one to ENCE. I hope for a close game. Don't actually think it will be, though.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure? No.
Can anyone ever be sure if SSG is on the server?
It is not going to be easy for ENCE. I'm going for SSG 4-3.
That's
You know,
you're a true
You know,
believer.
hey, they already lost right yesterday, and you know they learned their lesson. And you know, like Christopher said, some of those maps they could have won. They just lost by the hair. So you know, make some adjustments. I don't know what you guys are going to do, but SSG, I am counting on you guys.
I went the opposite way. They have learned their lesson, but I don't think they can do anything about it. I'm going with ENCE 4-1. I put my faith in SSG yesterday, but I think they're just limited by this meta. This has been community talked about as well. It just seems to be kind of a shakeup of the metas between these two teams. When it's more stuck around for these brawl compositions where Backbone can play and the Mei is more of the proven characters and Kevster can't play these high skill expression characters, I think it goes more of SSG's way. But here in this meta with the Genji and the Pharah, I'm a big ENCE believer now.
I went 4-1 as well, and I agree with Caleb. I think he summed it up pretty well.
Well, I said it first, but
Let's go, SSG.
Let's take a look at the poll results. There's got to be even.
Chat. Okay,
let's go, chat.
36%. Let's go. It's fine. It's fine.
It's honestly less than I thought it would be. SSG usually, again, a bit of a crowd favorite, right? Because SSG being SSG. However, this does make a lot of sense just based on the performance we've seen from both of these teams. This is a best of 7 though, so tenacity will be key in this one. 7 maps of action, that's what I hope to see. Let's find out if that's what we're going to get. And for once more, we're, of course, going to send it over to our beloved caster for the grand finals, Mitch and Matt. How do you think this one is going to play out?
I tend to agree. I think Caleb makes a great point. In terms of metagame, I think I've even heard some players say this metagame hurts the more skilled teams, but I think that's cope. I think that if you have a team that has a great Genji and Pharah, you can really eke out some key edges on a lot of these maps. This is a long series, potentially.
Yeah, I think if it was like a situation where it was Mei all the time, right? I think SSG would probably be favored in that type of setup, right? Even if it was like back and forth between Mei and Genji in certain scenarios, I think the Pharah just enters into some really weird scenarios here where, we'll see how SSG kind of combats that, right? Interacting with that Pharah the other day, we're not really able to do so, right? So it'll be first map pick here for ENCE. It'll be Nepal. So obviously some great sight lines for the hit scan here. Also some opportunities, whether it be Pharah or Genji.
Yes, it wouldn't be a classic EMEA final without a battle between the Cosmos and the Depths here. But Kai is someone I'm watching in this series. Which version of Kai do we get today? Do we get Kovacs Kai or half asleep Kai? I think he's a real, pivotal player and someone that, it's talked about, at his peak, he's, at or above Quartz's level as a hit scan player, which is kind of ridiculous to say, but that is the kind of individual we're dealing with. Sometimes we see him get utterly gapped.
I mean, when he is on, though, he definitely has a case to be up there with Quartz and some of the other hit scans. Look at this. Okay, so this is quite interesting. SSG come out. Same backline as always, but it'll be a Venture Hanzo comp. So obviously some really good long-range poke there with the Hanzo, and you see Venture just putting a lot of pressure here onto Kevster and Kai.
And I think the intent for ENCE here is pretty clear, choosing a map like Nepal. I would say the Sanctum is probably the last stage that they wanted to see here, but one that still functions fine when it comes to Pharah play, which I believe they want to lean into as much as humanly possible. Kevster has already found his mark here. Backbone was trying to contest the point there and eventually was forced away, chased down by the Pharah. And you'll notice that Kai can do this all day long. Very limited pressure on him, and clearly Sparker is not playing a line that allows him to see this Ashe.
Yeah, not many threats, right? And where Sparker was playing here before, he's trying to keep an eye on Kevster because earlier Kai actually landed a shot on the Sparker, got him weak, and then Kevster went right in away on the Pharah. So has to be careful where this Pharah is. Here goes Backbone into the back line.
We need to see. Kai struggled against Exodial, actually pressuring him on the Venture while he was trying to play hit scan. So something worth pointing out. Kai comes forward. He's got not much choice as the orbit array was used by Space Station, and ENCE clearly were not ready with a response of their own. They're going to be happy maybe just to elongate this fight and get some extra stall, but Vistola will be surrounded on 3 sides.
Yeah, that was nice, right? Backbone comes on a little bit of a flank. It pushes Kai up towards the rest of the team. Then orbital array from Space Station on the other side. So really no option for ENCE but to move forward into the orbital array. Not exactly how they want to play that. So SSG able to force that type of action. Flip the point with ENCE not even getting at 50%.
Still, though, we mentioned that orbit array was unanswered from Space Station. ENCE did not bother to make use of their own there. So slowly, Vistola will look to re-establish himself upon this little stairway and give a good little line to play off of for Kevster. You'll notice that Backbone is not allowing Kevster to flank here. He's also telegraphing some potential pressure in Kai's direction, should it come to that.
He was just trying to hold that doorway, right? They actually, that's a really cheap point flip. Yeah, it's just Bob getting on the point and flipping it. That's going to be Sparker who takes out Kepster at range. That's a huge
hit. The Dragon Strike now to that right-hand side. That's a bit scary. It has to be a disengage to the point, but Kyle wasn't quick enough to get away. And Backbone has been pivotal here. He's the one that forces Kepster into a sideline that can be punished by Sparker at the start of this whole fight. So ENCE do get a cheap flip, and it turns into like 20% of capture progress for them. But when the rubber hits the road, they are found lacking.
Yeah, much different look here from SSG than we saw the other day, and it's definitely paying off. I think definitely confusing ENCE a little bit, right? Playing, I know, a Hanzo with a Venture, something we don't really see a lot of teams do, is Kepster very cautious, trying to come outside of this doorway here. Does have the barrage. You see the Sonic Arrow. It's going to give a lot of info here to Backbone and Co, and that's a fast kill.
Because this map has a roof on it, that means Backbone really can do a lot of work against this Pharah play. Can just emerge upwards, get in range of the Pharah and really blow them up, even with some melee damage. And you see just how hard it is to kill Backbone when Landon is there getting Inspire procs off.
Yeah, Venture just has a lot of survivability, right? When able to kind of get the shielding constantly by landing some abilities. Very difficult to take out. So Backbone comfortable playing on his own off on the side.
It's been a good round for Space Station here. They've really made up a lot of ground. Look at ENCE constantly turning around, trying to deal with that annoying Venture presence. It's Backbone. Are they ready for this one? Emerging into the back line. It was a shield bash backwards for Kellex to try and shut Backbone down, but the rest of ENCE have to go forwards here. Orbit Array was built up by Funny Astro. And Sky did not have one available yet again. Kepster needs to move to the point, but there's really not much to do without Vistola here. I think Space Station to wrap this one up.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, I think, for ENCE here to flip it. It looks like they have, I know, one player go down to contest the point, but that's going to be a Dragon separating players off. They get the kill on the Kellex and Kevster, and that secures round number 1 there for SSG. So we'll see if this is something that they can kind of play consistently. I know whether it's just something they have kind of cooked up here for Nepal, but really good look thus far.
It's worth pointing out that seeding is very, very important heading into Stockholm. The last thing you want to do is have to face, you know, a Falcons in round 1. And obviously the circuit points on the line for winning here in stage 4 are quite significant. They really get ramped up as the year has gone by. So Space Station would really love to do what they can to give themselves a better seeding heading into the main event. They really would like to ease into things a little bit more. Regardless, we're going to go to Shrine here. A map that probably was maybe more suited to ENCE's playstyle. The Genji and Pharah are both very valid here. The Genji more so, as you'll almost always see Cassidy from other teams to counter that. You have Kai once more.
Big dynamite connection off the rip. I mean, that's why, you know, the Ashe is so good. I mean, look at this. Kai already almost near 50% to his ultimate. The points 10 seconds from even being unlocked. I mean, the amount of value you get out of the dynamite in terms of heal pressure and damage is crazy.
Kepster also was just getting very free shuriken connection at mid-range there. By Kai, yeah, being halfway to ultimate is pretty astounding. And that's, you know, something that they were looking for, I think, on Sanctum. But once Kai lost that foothold and when Backbone started to really, you know, push that flank, it was very problematic. Another big dynamite. Look at this Ashe ult charge.
Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of rolling together as a death ball, right? Kepster gives a good idea of where they're coming from, just kind of checking down there, and it's a big dynamite right away from Kai. He's going to have a bob when everybody else is at 50% of their ult.
Kai pressured to some degree, but healed up instantly. Backbone is very low, and this bob is particularly annoying for Space Station to try and counter. But Hardy actually just moves up to the wall that was thrown in front of him by Backbone, screening him away from the bob, and was able to push Kai up against it. Sky here, never coming back to solid ground after that.
Let's see if ENCE can actually kind of keep this contested, right? See how much they can kind of farm out of this. It looks like obviously a losing fight. It'll be Vistola gets on and touch. You still have Kellex here. I believe Kepster still around the corner as well. Yup, there he goes. So you get a little bit of a percentage after, like, you know, 15% or so. Out of the point there towards the end, but SSG, they kind of get that Mei wall down, and then they make a play for Kai, get him out of the way. They're getting a little bit sneaky here, Mitch, heading up, using that Mei wall boost, getting up to the high ground.
They can separate one individual with the Mei wall here and drop down instantly. That'll be big. Space Station also didn't use any ultimates during that elongated stacker, so they're no worse for sort of having that fight play out a little bit longer. Kai, great damage again. Just the dynamite pressure to start the fight off. Such a powerful ability. Here's a May wall that's not going to screen off too much, though. Sparker sits back here, was hoping maybe for Kevster to show around the pillar, but the blade comes in. What? He challenges the Cassidy during Deadeye. That is unhinged behavior. Sparker able to outlast. That orbital ray means that he can soak the damage and deal it back with interest. Oh man!
I mean, not just challenging the Deadeye and Cassidy, right? That is an orbital ray and a rally going there. So I mean, really difficult to be able to potentially get that kill. As ENCE now gonna go over. Okay, for a second I thought they're gonna play Lucio, but it's just get a little speed on everybody after the rally use. So you're not losing any ultimate there. Getting out of spawn is interesting that they moved away from the Pharah. Genji obviously pretty good in a lot of situations, but I feel like against Space Station, what they really had the advantage was with that just kind of like poke damage with that Pharah over time. I feel like Space Station is totally okay with seeing this Genji.
You'll get it if we get Village, though. 100%. Hardy brought down there. You just respect the Cassidy presence from Sparker. What a huge pick there for ENCE. Getting that Orisa first and foremost, and an attempted little wraparound there by Sparker yields very little. So ENCE are able to stop Space Station from taking the map away from the butt. There's a bit of a climb from here on out.
Yeah, just one more fight for SSG to be able to take this, right? They have a fight here that they can probably take, maybe try and get some ultimates out of ENCE, and then they would have a final fight. So you probably have 2 fights left here. Yeah.
If they can draw out anything, but it's more likely that ENCE build up there.
You like draw out like orbital ray?
I think Space Station want to build orbital and just fight.
Right?
I think if they lose this fight, they're in deep trouble. Both teams are going to have that ray. Sparker steps up straight away. Vistola wants to push up. Wall there. Doesn't want to split anyone off. Kevster, though. Okay, able to dash through this now. Perfect combo with the Terror Surge. The Deadeye there for Sparker gets very little. Vistola might be frozen, but there's nothing really that can be done by Space Station to halt this. And yeah, they only had one fight in the end, and they had to go for it. ENCE equalize here on Nepal. We're headed to Village.
Yeah, they play to get that orbital ray like you were mentioning, and then they just kind of play for that one last fight as opposed to maybe going a little bit faster, taking a fight, and then coming back in a faster fight there towards the end. So you get that final fight. Let's see, though. This is a point where May has traditionally been really good, but also you can kind of like lock them into the point, right, and poke down with that Pharah if ENCE wants to, or potentially stay with this Genji. At least right now, Kevster still holding on to this Genji pick.
Okay, I do wonder if Hardy will commit to this Rumatra play. It could be, there's a couple cases, I think
they want to play fast,
so
maybe.
Pharah has to like drop a little low to contest and shoot the point sometimes. Vortex can actually just drag her to the ground. That's a really corner case situation, but we might actually see it play out here. It also pulls Pharah from that little high perch, if I'm not mistaken, so keep an eye out for that. It'll be hard to spot.
Yeah, Sparker takes a lot of damage actually early on there, trying to actually get out of that choke, and you see just the players just, yeah, I mean, just the amount of damage you can just put down in those chokes, really difficult to kind of keep sustained. As soon as Kevster knows there's like the support's weak in the corner, he just uses that dash, gets around it, puts a few rockets down. Both supports go away, and now I have changes here for SSG. Is okay, so this is what they did the other day, right? Where they go to the Baptiste with the Juno. So like Christopher mentioned, felt like they had an opportunity the other day. I think they definitely did, right? Looking at that series, it wasn't like you got to kind of delete everything you had planned, right? It's maybe just play some of these situations a little bit differently. You're right in that series, so we'll see how much they learn from the other day.
Landon here wants to take an off angle, which is not exactly common. A concussive blast could have been at him there and then. Obviously, it's only Hardy that he can reliably heal, but that is his job. Immortality field for Hardy to, subsist through this poke damage and then ideally put pressure down on the Pharah with your relatively long-range hit scan damage. Kai's already down. Good start here for SSG. Wall was thrown up, but still ENCE will be able to break in and stop any early cap. Wouldn't want that to happen prematurely. Sharpshooter is Sparker, though. No pressure on him.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, if you can help him out with that Pharah, give him space, right? He can start to land those dynamites as well that we see Kai connect with quite often. Come up with some big plays. That is a must-needed point flip there
for SSG. And also now they'll be able to set up at the high ground, right? With this amp matrix, potentially get some good use out of it.
Eyes on Kai here. No great dynamite angles. In fact, he himself is pretty susceptible if he walks out this way to being walled off. Pistola instead is the one that actually gets the wall.
Cool.
And it works perfectly.
I mean, amp matrix too.
Yeah, just another upside of having a
live through that.
here. You give up the rally for it, but there's no one that actually really needs to be stunned by that sort of brick bash, so.
Yeah, and I mean, the immortality field you're pretty happy with as well, right? It's not like that's just a throwaway ability, right? I know Amp Matrix, really it's just for, you know, Landon and Sparker. I mean, I guess, you know, others can contribute into it, right? But they're probably not playing around it.
Wall.
Nice May wall there. It forces you to break a lot of it.
Pistola just didn't take a lot of damage, though. That's the reality. Here's the bomb inside the Blizzard. Frozen stiff there, of course. And Terra Surge used by Hardy. That extra durability helps, but it might not go far enough for him here. Kaido wants to take another angle. I think that wall is actually frustrating him. Lennon's immortality field keeps him alive through that Terra Surge here, and the Baptiste, little change here on this composition makes Space Station look good. We knew they'd be good in brawl scenarios, but they've handled the Pharah well enough that Kevster's had to switch.
Yeah, now Vistola's going to make a change over to the D.Va here as well. So this tells you they probably want to put a lot of pressure on that backline, right? You know, the Brig not there to help, you know, the Juno in that type of situation as Landon now makes the change, right? So now going to ditch that Baptiste, but it was clear that this change is to put pressure on that backline. But now that they see the Brig, not as easy.
ENCE do have another chance to fight here before the map goes away from them. Kevster will try and pull someone to point. He's really hoping to make it easier for Pistola, I think, just to control that space by pulling a damage dealer out of the way. Hardy, though, is the one that's going to go in. Pistola very, very low there, stunned up briefly. Landon back on the brink here, no surprise, of course, responding to Kevster's switch with alacrity. And Sparker again, there's no pressure on the guy. SSG, a pretty confident, all things considered, take here on the pool. That village round, even against the Pharah, looked great once they had some map control.
Yeah, they make all the right adjustments there. You know, Christopher talked about how they felt confident, you know, even after the loss the other day. They look very confident here in map number 1, making the necessary changes. The Bob there from Sparker, they try and actually knock it off course there, but it still ends up on the point. It's impossible for, like, Kev to go in there and contest it on the Genji. The D.Va's on the opposite side of the map, trying to put pressure on the Juno, and you don't get either, and it's a really good map 1 win there for SSG.
And we've seen a few teams like make that Baptiste switch, but they were more so the teams that kind of wanted to play Baptiste in the first place. Like Ghost, for example, on SRP check. You know, they were like more than happy to make that switch to try and combat the Pharah. It's something that SSG sort of were a little reluctant to, I think, but Landon is a pretty incredible Baptiste player and has a lot of experience in that role. Can bring it in here. It looked great. I thought the venture play was very good. I really do feel like SSG were taking notes from Piece of Cake in the way that they played against ENCE and how they really tried to neutralize Kai. There are so many teachable moments over the course of this main event that SSG have been paying attention to. These little adjustments aren't so little when you think about just how many elements of their game they've started to tailor here in order to cause as much trouble as possible to ENCE.
Yeah, and Sparker really started to heat up there towards the end. We were talking about it. Needed to obviously play better for SSG to handle ENCE, and he does show up in a big way. Nothing surprising here, right? With that, you know, Pharah, you're obviously going to end up having some more damage in the mix, and that's where that extra damage comes from for ENCE, but everything else really dominated there by SSG.
Yeah, SSG's healing numbers look pretty good. The Baptiste makes some difference there, but honestly, most of the map we saw with a pretty standard Juno brick composition. Very solid for SSG. However, these control maps often look like red herrings when we compare teams to one another. You know, look at NRG Shock, who struggle to win these in general. The game changes very much once we start to see some of these ENCE picks make their way into the pool.
I think the other day when we casted it was a 3-1 as well, right? Where I believe ENCE lost map 1, right? They lost like the Legion Tower, I believe, and then they just
turn around and they always pick Survasa. So that almost is guaranteed to be the next map in the pool because they just feel like they feel a lot more confident there. We also recall that, you know, this is a map that quite a few teams that are really confident in their like Ashe play. They feel like they can play the mirror well and they like to involve the Genji. Can go here pretty confidently. I still think the Mei is good though. I do think that SSG, I hope, that they do stick to that style that they've been going for, putting Sparker on, you know, a number of impactful hit scan DPS, I really do think it could be their day. It could be their game. There's no map here. I feel like they're horribly disadvantaged. I do think our confidence in the SSG Watchpoint Gibraltar pick has probably been shaken a little bit, because I do think they're trying to really stretch themselves to have a good comp, a good look on that map. But when someone like KSA can come in and play that Diva, I feel like you do have great options. It's a deep roster for SSG, so they're going to have a plan, you better believe, for Survasa.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Survasa is the go-to here for ENCE for that second map. I also think it's interesting, like, does SSG have anything else like planned, right? Do they have anything else they've kind of been cooking up? Do we see them play a little bit more Baptiste, right, coming into this map? Maybe that's kind of a little bit of an answer, you know, put a little bit more pressure onto that far. I think if they do play the BAP, I think you'll see them go to the Genji though, right? That's where I think they play the Genji and something like the Diva.
Yeah, I mean, and that will also have Leonard to switch, and play sort of Brig again if there's a BAP switch.
You go play
How
the
much
Brig,
do you think
right?
the coachless team is cooking up as well? I mean, that's something that we don't sort of talk about much, the impact of coaches, but, you know, you have a team with Christopher and a team with no coach at all there. I do feel like that does favor a squad like SSG.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have another person in the room for SSG who's, well accomplished. You can put together some different strategies you could try out, whatnot, where on the other side for ENCE, right, it's just kind of going off of, I mean, honestly, a lot of the times though, like, metas probably spawn off of, you saw somebody else do something in scrims, you copy it, maybe you change it a little bit, right, and then all of a sudden now this kind of becomes your thing, where as long as you're still staying responsible in terms of your scrim time for ENCE, you're probably seeing a lot of different looks.
Tickets of course are available here for DreamHack Stockholm. That is going to be the end of next month, so make sure you get those in advance. We hope to see you there. You'll definitely be seeing these two teams there. You coached it.
It's a while away, but the time it's moving pretty quick. I mean, I feel like we just started stage 1 like a few days ago. Now we're over.
That is true. I guess. Yeah, it's been a pretty quick year, all things considered. 4 stages, of course, of OWCS play. We've seen different teams rise and fall, right? This in EMEA, it was really Twisted Minds that looked so dominant at the start of the year, and then we started to see things shift a bit. It was SSG and then ENCE, and ENCE have really feel like they've maintained an era of dominance that's longer than any of their cohorts here, but that might be brought to a halt today if SSG can maintain this level of momentum. You've coached teams in the past. Do you think they would have performed as well without a coach? Different game, but still.
I think, look, I think players obviously are extremely talented. I think there were a lot of times where I view coaching, I'm not going to tell the players how to play. It's much more of like being that decider in the room of like, hey, disagreements between players in terms of what we can do. You kind of look at VODs and everything else, what everybody else do, and you kind of you're that neutral voice in the room, right? Because the worst thing that can happen is when people start to have differentiating opinions, and then they take those personally, right? A lot of times that happens. So to have just a neutral voice in the room that's able to separate those types of things, I think is really important, especially when you have maybe more so in COD, right? A lot of bigger personalities.
Yeah, I would say that, like, if you've ever spoken to
the ENCE guys are pretty chill. Yes. I don't think those guys are like going at each other, right?
I would say that, like, trying to get spice from these guys is like trying to get blood from a stone, and we have tried. We tried in over at DreamHack in Dallas to sort of get a little bit of banter going, but they're generally pretty low key, and they don't seem to get they don't seem to get rattled by too much. This team is very, very even key.
Yeah, I've seen some a little bit surprising here. I've seen some pretty heated COD arguments. Might be a bit of a shocker, but probably a little bit of a different team environment.
Yes, I mean, these guys channel their passion into the gameplay, I think, more than anything else. That's the one thing I would say about this ENCE squad. Space Station like to keep it pretty low key as well, in fairness. You got Hardy, of course, sort of shepherding everyone, and Christopher making sure a lid is kept on everything. But here we go now, all eyes to the game. We're headed to, obviously, our central point on Survasa. This is an ENCE pick, and it's one that they've had pretty good success on here. However, these two teams feel a little bit more closely matched today for some reason.
Yeah, opportunity here for the Genji to control some of the high ground, right? As Vistola gets really aggressive, and you see that's where the Genji can pay off, right? Putting down some damage on the Sparker, you're able to just get right on top of that Ash and take him out of the equation.
Despite this, SSG do start with point control. That's probably owing to that May wall they're able to put up there and have have them sort of shield it off. And finding Sky here is pretty big. They have no reason to give this up. They definitely should contest it. But ENCE make the right call in focusing Landon down at the beginning of the engagement. So there's a flip midway through, and now a potential stagger for Space Station to suffer.
So you see how aggressive ENCE can play with this Orisa in the mix, right? And Vestola can just get into the other team's backline like Spearspin, Fortify, so difficult to take out. And then Kevster there on the Genji. With those two applying that much pressure, that opens up so much for Kai. Right, just landing those dynamites, and you see the Genji getting that high ground control right away.
Stoller also in playing Orisa and not Chase today. Something worth bearing in mind as there was a little bit more of a rotation between the two of them in the past. Plenty of series to play though. There goes Kev, pushes in. Immediate deflect now as the rallies are being used. It's going to be a layering of support ultimates here for Space Station. Sky doesn't have an orbital ray here, but if ENCE can survive this first foray, they can have a huge advantage behind the bomb as well to contest this point. They're at 73% and counting, by the way. Blizzard here to dissuade anyone playing around that orbital ray, and it does work. It works really well, in fact.
Yeah, that type of works really well, right? They kind of catch Kellex. He doesn't have a bash to kind of get out of that blizzard. Is Vestola now caught here in harm's way? It'll be a blade in the back line.
We're going for it. Caps are trying to end the flashpoint here with a blade, but can't find any kills off of it. Sparker does go down to the Terra Surge of Vestola, though, and ENCE is still in control of the point. It's Backbone at least able to bring the Orisa down, but Funny Astro eventually was felled. Hardy here just trying to maintain position on the point, and with Backbone flanking him, it's definitely a chance. 2 versus 1 here, but Hardy is scary, and he takes Kellex down, meaning Sky has to turn tail and run.
It definitely got scary there for a bit, right? Because Kai ends up coming up with 2, both supports alive there for ENCE as well. You just could not dislodge Hadi from the point. Just too difficult to take down that Orisa. Once they get rid of Kai with both supports there, just not enough damage, not able to do so.
I mean, 1 Orisa is worth 2 of any other role, as you sort of see there. So Hardy staying alive and Vestola going down so early in the fight. You can see the kind of disparity it can cause. So 1 fight in this now. It's going to be the bomb thrown to the point here, straight through. Wall as well coming up here. Vestola's got nowhere to go. Kellex is low, and the dynamites from Sparker are really going to mount this pressure. Hardy does not have to extend any further than this. I can't believe they went for the Blizzard as well. Space Station committing, investing in a 1 flashpoint, and they'll get what they came for.
I mean, they end up going for that because Sky actually ends up using the orbital ray there. So they end up kind of throwing the Blizzard in as well, because why not? I mean, SSG, they get that first flashpoint, and they have both support ultimates going into the next one. Set up in a fantastic position to get this second flashpoint as well.
That is the main difference there for Space Station. That initial wall thrown up, it split ENCE in half.
Yeah. You could see Vestola's character just trying to back up constantly, and then obviously not able to back up anymore. Knew he was in a lot of trouble.
And that strategy is almost as valid here. That small doorway does mean you can get around if there's a wall thrown in, but it's pretty inconvenient, and it's quite the choke to funnel yourself into. So Vestola here just wants to hold court for a time, but he's very low and he's going to have to give it up. Wall was behind him. I think that's half the issue. So again, good pressure generated by Space Station off of Backbone's May walls here. Bob, though, will start the contest, but the May wall here means that Space Station can sort of, match this without having to take that Bob damage. They want to push off of it now. It's Funny Astro with an orbital rain again. Landon going to throw the rally in. Space Station value this fight so highly. They want to throw both support ultimates at it, but Kellex has a rally of his own. Here comes the blade for Kevston now, and I'm pretty sure Kellex is aware he needs to shut this down, but it's a lot to ask for. Solid Genji play here, and eventually there's no escape for Landon.
Yeah, everything thrown in there for ENCE. They realize that SSG investing extremely heavy at the beginning of the fight. They need to as well, because you end up losing that. It's going to be, 50-60% there up to Space Station Gaming, putting herself in a horrible position, and then going down 0-2 in terms of the amount of flashpoints. So now the pressure on Space Station, right? Not much to work with here. Orbital Ray available here for Sky.
Kev stick and poke, be a nuisance here. This point really good for Genji in that sense. Obviously without Sparker, this means that ENCE can really start to extend this lead. Space Station, they're not guaranteed to be able to escape. They just need to wait for the reinforcement of the Rash play. You can see in the minimap there, Sparker is en route. But this could still be ugly. For now, Space Station are down to 4. And it looks like ENCE were happy just to sort of torment them for a time. Now they want to go for a bit more of a fight, and that's Sky for 2. This is disastrous for Space Station. They won't have any more time to contest this point.
And you just see how annoying that Genji is. There's no way for them to really interact with Kevster. He's constantly putting pressure on to Landon there, you know, landing Shoguns from the side there on the rest of the team, and then big dynamite from Kai, dash on in, you go. And that'll be ENCE tying it up at 1 flashpoint apiece.
And you see straight away, they get off the point, they know it's uncontestable, they get to middle map so they can try and be the first to the next flashpoint, but it breaks rather favorably for Space Station, given their spawn location. Regardless, these two teams will be poised to meet in the middle. Space Station get to play out on the ground in the open.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, obviously still a lot left in the series, but I know just the adjustments Space Station makes, right? I don't think it's really that much, but looking much better than they did the other day, right, against ENCE, where early on I think it was Space Station coming out on top, but then after that it felt like ENCE, maybe just everything goes right that day and Space Station plays everything kind of wrong, and today we're coming back on a little bit more even footing.
Well, ENCE unique in EMEA as a team that really wants to play a lot of Genji. In NA this would not be out of the ordinary, but there were just a lot more of these like Pharah-based teams, or, you know, Space Station's main comp that we see often. Spark is down, Backbone, okay, loses the Blizzard there. Nicely done by Vistola to negate that ultimate. Now the two Orisa's going to swirl those javelins, and Vistola comes off second best. Hardy blows the Orisa up. Kellex also caught out here, and yeah, for ENCE, this one is a non-starter.
I mean, that's just a sick play from Landon there as well. Obviously has rally, but gets a dash onto Kevster, like knocks him back, and then when Kevster comes back in yet again, whip shot, just 2 for 2 connecting on the Genji. So obviously rally keeping everybody topped up when that Genji blade is coming, but also doing a nice job on the Brig, landing those abilities. That's just knock Kevster back constantly. Make sure he gets absolutely nothing with
If you're playing up against a Brig that's locked in, it's very, very hard to do your thing as Genji. Kevster can't even look at Space Station right now without taking about 90 damage per second. Here comes Backbone. It's a little risky. He does have to ice block here as Kevster hits the little right click. And again, he'll just poke. He'll just be a nuisance. He'll look for low health players set up by Kai's dynamites or the damage in general from the Orisa. And we saw there was an opportunity on Backbone, but Kevster doesn't want to overextend for it here. ENCE do need to make something happen here, though, folks. I'm going to give it to you straight. They're running out of time on this flashpoint, and Vistola is getting very, very low. They might just let this one go, in fact. I think they're a little indecisive, Matthew.
Well, you know, one thing there that definitely noticed is they're putting a lot of pressure on Vistola. Like, onto the point, you know, Kellex moves directly behind Hottie. Doesn't even really look at him. Doesn't even really care about the Brig. Just really focusing on putting pressure on that Orisa on the front line, getting the advantage, right? Vistola has to use his cooldowns because he's getting pressured out so much. Then he has to fall back, and then they can kind of create an advantage in terms of isolating another player. So Space Station doing a great job taking that flashpoint, Mitch. They, without actually, I mean, both teams just go nothing in that fight, where now this is a huge one coming up, right? 10 ultimates pretty much on the board here, coming into a must-win flashpoint for ENCE.
ENCE, though, don't even have a stacked deck in their favor with Space Station sitting on 5 ultimates. That last 5 for ENCE might be more disastrous than we first thought. Vistola wants to break them up a little bit with Bob coming over on towards the point here, but he's going to be forced away himself. Kellex and Kevster trying to peek from that left-hand side now, and some of those ultimates are going to become pretty relevant. Here's the Terror Surge. Kellex trying to dash out of it. Sky, though, takes a face full of damage to it. But Bob and Blade go to work for ENCE. They get rid of Hardy and Sparker. And now that Blizzard for Kevster is mostly circumvented. He, though, surrounded with Vistola out of the picture. And Kellex low, they have to wait. Kellex is needing the support passer to come online, and Kevster might have to get a heal pack, if anything. Instead, he gets a slap in the face and a kick out the backside.
Not just a lot of really tanky heroes here available for Space Station, right? Backbone stays alive during that. Landon has rallied there towards the end, and then all of a sudden you have the Juno there as well. So even after that massive ult from both sides, just the survivability there for SSG, able to come out on top.
They have to go for this again, and they're trying to be quick about it, but the Dynamite will slow them up. We had basically 10 ultimates in the last fight. Here we have 0. Frustrating for ENCE as they definitely aren't able to find windows where they can just hit Q and have a big advantage fundamentally. Decent poke on Backbone combined with that Dynamite will force Space Station to let ENCE onto the point. But Vistola takes so much of his health in order to do so. Shield Bash there doesn't quite connect. Lana was looking to knock Kevster back once more and get some free healing, but it wasn't to be. Kellex in their face. Again, more Dynamite starting to find their toll, I guess. And Vistola can he back away? Again, caught out. This wall that's thrown up by Space Station protects him for the rest of ENCE and allows them to deal with the Orisa. This might be done for ENCE. They do have ultimates coming up, but do they have the chance to use them?
Oh, Backbone with a sick headshot as Kai's going to go in through the air there. That might be enough to swing it, right? Are you even going to get this Ashe back in the fight? A few players going to get staggered out.
93 and counting now. ENCE have to make the play. Kevster needs to look for a blade. He dashes in, gets the deflect, but he's already used that cooldown. Knocked away. Wall in his face, gonna buy some time as Vistola again takes half his health in damage in order to get there. It's Kellex going down to a Dynamite. Blizzard on the point. ENCE can't really contest this. Bob also gonna help out here in Space Station of every ultimate they need and a surplus. There's eventually Kai's Bob, which got nothing done for ENCE, is gonna be brought down. And Zuravasa will go to Space Station 2.
SSG looking on fire here today. I know after that series against Twisted Minds, obviously they take that one 3-1, but coming out here with a fast 2-0 lead here against ENCE. You see them just putting a lot of pressure on Vistola, doing a nice job neutralizing the Genji. I think really looking much different than they did the other day.
There were no gimmicks here either for both sides. I mean, this is both of these teams playing their style on a map of ENCE's choosing, one which is really supposed to be one of their very best. So it's a concerning side for ENCE fans because the game plan is really solid for SSG. Every time Vistola wants to try and step up, he loses his armor. Every time he tries to touch the point, he's down to 20% HP and there's a wall thrown in his way. This is a comp here for SSG that begins to make the case for May, again, being part of the comp to beat in this metagame. It is so punishing for ENCE. And frankly, they haven't had like any huge first picks. They're not really playing like a bona fide poke composition. I suppose you can call it that if like Kevster is playing mid-range and throwing shurikens. Kai is not, is finding good Dynamite value at times, but not nearly the way that we have seen in the past from this team.
You know, by putting a lot of damage down onto Vistola really early on in some of these fights, right, and getting his cooldowns out, he can't kind of be that, you know, bull that kind of goes into the backline with Kevster, right? I know you don't have the fortify, you don't have spear spin. There's no way to like really close the gap. That if you put a lot of damage down onto Vistola and force him, you know, back or to use his cooldowns and then split him off of the Mei wall, right? You know, the Genji's kind of always in like wait and see mode, right? Where like I know early in this first fight, you actually saw Kevster get off to a really good start, right? And I know putting together some stuff there with Vistola, but after that, there was none of it.
You know, I think it's being talked about on the desk is, you know, Caleb said, I think this metagame is one that allows Kevster to demonstrate the highest amount of skill expression across the Pharah and the Genji. But as good as he is, he's being constantly marked by Landon. You mentioned the shield bash whip shot combo just to knock Kevster back and make him virtually useless in these fights. And this was a fine engagement, right? There's a blade kill for Kevster, but you still have to play this against the Brig, right? There's no way Landon is going to make it easy for you and play Baptiste. You know, you have to be on the Pharah for that. So whichever hero Kevster wants to play, be it the Pharah or Genji, it's honestly Landon that could just switch to counter it. Like, okay, I have an answer that probably is going to keep our team in the lead in terms of just overall advantage and the power of our composition here. And that's not to say anything about just how the individuals on Space Station have been playing, which has been fantastic.
And if you just end up trading tanks, right, with you know, Hadi and Vistola going out, especially on maps where you're playing over, you know, control points or flash points, right? You're just going to be at a severe disadvantage, right? The Mei can block off the sightline of the Ashe. The Mei has just great survivability on the point, so you're in a great spot in those types of situations as well.
Who now is going to take the morale events and raise it up? They're going to have to look somewhere amongst each other here for, you know, the push that they need, some momentum. Is it a swap at tank? You know, we're picking another map that, you know, should suit the Pharah, so I think Runasapi, I think maps like King's Row, right, if we don't have Flashpoint available to us anymore. Geez, I mean, I don't know if you're gonna. Yeah, I'm not really sure if there's like a really good straight up escort map that kind of suits you just because they are so open by definition.
Would you play Gibraltar in the sense that obviously you know kind of what SSG is going to do, but they also don't really, like, we've seen them not really want to play Sparker on like the long range hit scan, right? Like, doesn't
they don't
really
want to play Kai on Widow either. Not really. I mean,
yeah, I guess. I mean,
I don't think he wants to do that. I think he wants to play Ashe primarily here. So you can. I mean, that would mean you're also playing against like the comp from SSG that doesn't really allow you to get value from that setup because it's like Tracer Reaper with the Diva setup. Or of course you can have like a longer range hit scan for Sparker, but I don't love it. I mean, if I think about like maps that play to ENCE's strengths, it has to be like Runasapi and King's Row, I think. They're the last two.
We saw them play some Midtown the other day as well, right? So, okay, so it will be King's Row.
Like
so, like you mentioned,
anyway.
Definitely plays towards ENCE's strength. I mean, you lose this one, you're in a world of trouble now. I mean, you know, you've had Saravasa and King's Row, two maps that historically have been very good for you. So we'll see how it fares here on Kings. Imagine it is something that you know, probably they're the Pharah or the Genji. I don't think that you know, SSG, I don't think there will be really much changes. I think they'll just kind of continue to roll out with this.
I don't think there is a single map in this pool actually outside of Junkertown that makes me scared for the prospects of this SSG team. I think they've got a really good map pool now because I think May is really quite universally applicable. ENCE do need to play Pharah. I think that is their ticket out of this game, but it's by no means a sure thing. It's not guaranteed. It can be answered, even if SSG don't directly move to counter it. They can obviously, there's some wriggle room in terms of what they pick in their support line. Have like a Baptiste Juno look and, you know, be pretty frightening when it comes to Amp Matrix and also give even more infrastructure to your Orisa, like Immortality Field, Regen Burst for like a nice little bit of burst healing, which is harder and harder to come by in Overwatch right now. I think this is going to be very, very scary for ENCE. They must crush SSG on this map. I think that's what they need to really build some momentum because nothing's going their way right now.
I definitely think that the Pharah is the better path for ENCE. I don't exactly know if the kind of Genji is going to be what kind of pans out for them in the end. I think that the Pharah definitely up against that May is something that is going to be a bit better for them and probably see some more success. Is Space Station going to play that May? Nothing all too surprising here. And it's obviously going to make some changes once the spawn doors open.
And I do think like a scary thing for this comp to play against is like a Widow out of spawn from the attackers. You know, Kevster obviously is not going to stick on this most likely, but we've seen crazier things before. So Pharah for Kevster, Kai on the Ashe. This is very much ENCE's bread and butter, and it had better be the answer.
Yeah, you don't win with this, then you don't really see that many paths to victory, right? So now it'll be kind of a Space Station's response, right? How do they end up wanting to play against this? Is Kevster just trying to put some damage down on that high ground, make it very difficult for Sparker to hold those positions. You see he's already dropped down.
It is working in that sense. Kai, though, is still getting poked down to some degree as they try and advance. That Maywall has stuck Vistola in position there. He actually was unable to move. But also hard to see, so Space Station could just blow up the Orisa and the Juno healing will get him there. And we try it again. Vistola wants to bully in. Here's another annoying wall. You just have to let this happen, really.
Oh, he's actually, like, you can see his feet here. Yeah, so he's actually just getting shot by Backbone. Those May walls, like, you know, not obviously placed horizontal, like, just kind of straight through those chokes. I mean, they're so annoying. I mean, look at this. Vistola, you can see his legs yet again.
They've got to deal with Kevster, though. That is a little bit concerning. They've allowed him to get in, so elsewhere, Sparker needs to generate some advantage. Vistola's finally broken through, folks. ENCE taking their sweet time. Oh my goodness, that is filth. Backbone rounds the corner, pins Sky to the masonry, but Kevster gets in there and at least makes it a 1-for-1, and elsewhere Spark is down. So, Space Station definitely running out of options here. Two supports in Orisa. They could stall, but instead they look to give it up.
Yes, it's you're going to have to give this up if you're SSG. And the one thing as well, you know, remember how we were talking about in the previous map, right? They were doing a great job just putting a lot of damage down on Vistola early. You're going to lose that tank damage battle, right? When you have now, when it's like Genji versus May, it's like pretty even. I mean, really, with the way that Backbone connects to those right clicks, it's probably even slightly even favored towards the May. But now that you have the Pharah in the mix, I mean, that is an ENCE advantage, right? Where, you know, the Pharah can just poke that Reinhardt, the Hottie Orisa down at range, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Definitely feels like it's an ENCE here. ENCE push Fistola right to the corner already because they don't want to allow Space Station to set up on a straightaway to benefit their Ash. So the wall comes down, but yeah, the card is close enough that Space Station don't feel like they can move in and capitalize. No May wall available for this, for Backbone, so this Bob is going to get to do his work and force a complete scatter here for Space Station. Hardy has to ult there just to stay alive. Brutal.
Yeah, he's getting some protection there from Landon. It'll be a Blizzard that follows up the Orbital Ray.
Okay, stays inside Ice Block for just long enough. Fistola going to pop out of that Terror Surge now. Bob also helping a lot in that corner. Funny Astro going for the Orbital Ray, but here's Kempster from the backside. And there aren't easy ways to bring down a Pharah, even in Barrage here. So Kempster gets a second, surviving that ultimate. And then should be able to fight now through the last phase of the map with a healthy little time bank extension.
Yeah, so this is pretty similar to what we saw them do in early on in the series. We saw them do it the other day as well. They'll actually go to the Baptiste. So ditching the break, going to the BAP, being able to put a little bit more pressure onto Kempster at range, right? With the Brig, there's not many heroes that can actually interact with him up in the sky, and that's going to have him switch over to the Genji. So I wonder if Lando will actually just, he's going to go back to spawn and go to Brig. So this is kind of the interaction we're going to see throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it's one that favors the defenders because they're closer to spawn and can make these switches easier, but ENCE also have the element of surprise on their side. So this is where Space Station are at their strongest. Baptiste does not want to play against Genji. You do not want that. It's a throw. Atlanta makes the right choice with a bit of mystery heroes briefly. But who comes up here to challenge Kai? There isn't really much of an option. And Funny Astro loses his safe haven on that little corner there of the cul-de-sac if that Ash starts to peek through like that.
Yeah, it says Sparker actually just kind of looking up there, putting a shot into him as Visola barrels on in there, has Spear Spin. It's going to be Funny Astro dancing with the Orbital Ray as Vistola will fall, but maybe that's good enough for ENCE, right? You get Space Station on their back foot, they end up using the Orbital Ray. You come back with a ultimate, you feel you can get some big value add for ENCE with your own Orbital Ray plus Bob. They really just going to have everything here for this next fight to just kind of dump. So Vistola going in deep, gets that Orbital Ray out, feels like that's enough of a fight win there because you got a lot of time.
For Space Station, one old fight win probably seems fine to them. It is an important ultimate, but they're going to use it at some point to regen it again. So neither team particularly
You're going to have Blizzard to stall too.
Stolen low, Sky has to reload here. Dangerous, Kellex gets brought down just because Sky couldn't throw any healing out of the time. Kevster falls down, but Bob is able to deal with Hardy for Stoller again. Can't get rid of Backbone, but that Bob is in such a good spot. Now it's just Backbone plus Brig to try and hold things out here. And Lando was able to find Sky despite that. The Stoller can clean up here, but with only a couple players, you're not guaranteed to cap. You actually have to back up on this.
No, and oh, that's a sick shot there from Sparker coming out of spawn. You also have Hottie now going over the Diva, so he's going to be able to get a touch. And because that pick, do you even have to use this Bob here? As Sparker does have the Bob, I think he's trying to hold on to it. But now as soon as Hottie gets demeched, you're going to have to drop it.
They turn this into a catch as well behind the wall. Eventually that shield is going to run low, but Kellex has to rally to get them out.
They rally to run away. I mean, this is good for Space Station. I mean, you've already burned 2+ minutes off the clock. Hottie's got to get back in spawn. Yeah, I mean, he's got to switch.
Between getting his mech back by Bunny Blaster or switching heroes. Either way, it puts him out of the fight for a long time, and it's Malgan time, folks. Here comes Hardy. Stops straight to the point instantly, but Backbone's taken down by Vistola. And Hardy, you'll notice there's no one around him to benefit from that cardiac overdrive except little old him. Suzu now thrown down as Landon switched to the Kiriko, but this is just pure stall at this point. And ENCE have almost 2 minutes still to play with.
Could have been way worse though, right? I mean, ENCE is round in that corner with about 4 minutes on the clock, and SSG gets it down here to what, a minute 58. So not something Christopher's probably going to talk about how awesome that was, right? In terms of their overall defense, but it could have been much worse. I think now let's see on defense here. For ENCE, do you play the Pharah here on D? Probably a little bit harder to play. Maybe you play the Genji here to kick things off?
We have seen Pharah played on D here. Yeah, obviously your sideline's a little bit more limited. I definitely think you want to play it on the second phase of the map regardless.
Yes.
But here out of the gates, there's a case you can make for the Genji play for sure.
Yeah, I think the Genji just has a little bit better high ground control, a little bit safer of a pick than, let's say, playing the Pharah here early on. So I totally understand this decision here from ENCE. I think the second part of the map, I think you would see them actually go to the Pharah, probably bringing the Genji out towards the end of the map.
Yeah, the verticality really takes on a purpose of its own when those high ground perches are abused by hit scans to try and pressure people back over towards their
mouse charging.
SSG, I mean, it might not be there, it could be ENCE, but SSG have been prolific pauses today so far.
Yeah, they have been, yeah, I mean, this is like the third, fourth pause. What are you doing?
I'm wagging my finger at them because they're on notice.
Is that like, is that your angry thing?
No, it's more just like, I'm watching you guys, you know what I mean? You're on the clock here. This is an important game. I mean, we are going to wait and find out what the reason for the...
It is the finals. This is a very important game. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate they're taking the time. They will, of course, get a bit of a break here after map 3 as well. So chances for players to, take bio breaks, make sure they're all settled in. I think that ENCE benefit from this in a big way because they've done well here to build some momentum on King's Row, and turning into extra innings if we get to it with 2 minutes in the time bank feels very, very good. I think that's just overall an extremely solid completion time. But having lost that second map of the series, that means they do need to win. They do need to win SSG map picks at some point here, and they've had their chance already to throw out the arenas that they feel best on. So that's a little frightening.
And you also see them playing a lot of Genji early on in the series. This is really the first thing we saw them commit to the Pharah for a lot of their offense, and it looked great, right? So you see Space Station actually landing, hovering over the Baptiste, probably thinks it's going to be Pharah on defense. I imagine he goes the Brig when he sees it's the Genji.
It costs
They're probably just kind of telling him, yeah.
So, no Pharah. Now Space Station know the comp that ENCE are playing with. Batco can obviously cross this divide with a May wall. And wants to set everybody up to use that bridge. You can just jump now. So Backbone set up here with Hardy. Stoller obviously stands in their way, and there's off-angle poke coming in from Kevster on the low ground. Who's getting as good as he gives it? you are such a
finest deliver.
He is a troll. Okay, Backbone knocked to the low ground here. Not the worst thing because he falls back to a mega room. Oh, I wonder where Hardy is. That's kind of my question. He might be contested. Oh no! They've caught for Stoller.
There he goes.
He can't contest right now, Matt. He's stuck here for the whole duration.
And he's going to lose all his armor as well. He's going to lose all his armor. Are they going to get a tick? It looks like Kevster jumped down. Yeah, okay, so they got a tick out of this. And look at this. This Maywall's got him like locked in the corner now as well. But he's got to break 2 panels of it to get out.
Oh my God, Backbone. And he can go up and do it again. He is trying to basically make the high ground non-viable for ENCE to play from, but they've dropped low anyway. Here's Kai with the off angle. The dynamite comes in as the orbit array sends ENCE barreling forward towards Space Station, and a clean fight is won.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage they put down on Pistol obviously allows Sky to build up towards that orbital array rather quickly, just farming the reset up on the high ground. And fortunate there for ENCE, they only actually give up 1 tick, right? Kepster able to do a decent job there, keeping it contested for periods of time.
Space Station, I guess they're already priced into a more of a slower game here with the May, but how? So much damage? How does Pistola just die like that? It's one of the most durable heroes in the whole game, and straight away ENCE say, oh, we are playing back into the choke now. We might even just give this up now that you've gotten a tick. Yep, we're out of here.
I mean, Backbone, compared to a lot of the other Mays we watch, is able to just find so many kills at range, with the icicles, right? Just has a great sense of where to aim, like with that projectile, and always seems to be able to come up with some huge picks. That's funny, Astro. Really, no way he's going to even win that fight up against the Genji up there on the high ground.
He hits the triple left click headshot, which is music to any Genji player's ears. Very easy kill for Kevster to take, and now ends up moved up to try and populate the choke and send Kevster in with the blade to the backside. Pop thrown out here. Kevster trying to help just clear that. It doesn't want to be shot by it at all. Kai's pop gets cleared. Sparkers hangs around for quite some time. It gives Space Station a staging ground here. ENCE have had to give a little bit of ground. Pistola, I think, had that ultimate forced out of him, and Hardy uses the ice block of Backbone to body block or to break line of sight from that Terror Surge, and he gets Kellex for free. That is a devastating little interaction there for ENCE.
Yeah, Pistola doesn't have Fortify available, and he gets extremely low armor, dwindled down yet again, and then forced to use Terror Surge there just to get a Fortify and some healing, give himself an opportunity to stay alive as The Space Station does end up using Orbital Array there, but they will have Rally plus Blizzard, right, to counter this Orbital Array that'll come through here from ENCE. We'll see if actually you get anything with this Blade, right? Landon's done a great job throughout the series neutralizing the effects of it.
That Blade kept held on to in the last fight now, and his fingertips once more. That's the Orbital Array difference here that probably will be a lockdown for ENCE. Space Station don't even want to fight into this rally now until they see the Blade come out. Kevster, this is kind of why we've sort of suggested Farah as the more effective option. Triple stun there from Landon, and they get Vistola for basically free. They didn't even have to use the Orbital Array, which Sky, of course, has committed to try and give ENCE a fight win. Another disastrous turn of events for the defenders.
Yeah, as Kelleck's gonna get staggered out there for a period. You also have Kevster here as well. So that'll be the second checkpoint here for SSG. But it's a big stun and then a dynamite that comes through from Sparker. So you were talking a little bit about the beginning of the series, right? You know, with this hit scan head-to-head matchup, you know, Kai and Sparker starting to really come alive now on the Ashe.
I always said that ENCE need Kai to be a huge impact player in this series. They cannot rely on Kevster to make the difference, especially now that Landon is, you know, hero swapping just to counter the impact of the Farah in general. Kellex gets popped up there. It's an easy finish off. Hardy gets in there. And of course, Space Station know that Kevster's playing from that little window, but they don't need to do anything about it just yet. They're almost at the end of the map with a bigger time bank potentially than ENCE could muster. Vistola walled off, has to get around, but they've lost Sky already. This is an utter capitulation, a collapse of empirical proportions from ENCE. Bubble stall, Vistola here. Terra Surge takes a big bunch of damage and Hardy just shrugs it off. He does not care. Kai finds a kill, but it looks sad and lonely on that kill feed. Full of blue to the left, red to the right. And in the middle, it's Space Station getting the card to the end of the map.
Yeah, they finished with an even better time here than ENCE. So Space Station just roll through second part of the map, clean through the ending as well. So ENCE has to be a little bit surprised, right? In the sense that they set a pretty good time. They're rolling on their offense, and their defense looked pretty poor. And I mean, look, on the offense, it's that far the entire time. Defense, you're playing a lot of Genji, and you know, it ends up being a win there for SSG in terms of as much as you know, Kevster obviously great on the Genji. It just seems that the FAR is being a little bit more impactful today.
At least in, you know, situations and maps that tend to benefit there. You understand maybe why the Genji is an option. But we kind of discussed it, like maybe you can switch to Farah for that second phase of the map on defense. For whatever reason, ENCE never really had the chance to collect themselves, right? They had two fights that went horribly wrong for them, back to back. It's kind of what gets us to the Foundry in the first place. So yeah, we got to run this back. ENCE, you know, we're so excited about a two-minute time bank. Now it's doesn't look that great.
And the one thing I was considering, you know, and I don't actually think you'd do it, but like, is there a world in which SSG would have played like the Baptiste on defense to kick things off, right?
Just to sort
like
of
force them.
You can't
like get them away, but then I feel like the Genji becomes like, would you take your chances like having to deal with the Genji with the BAP rather than the Farah here? The Farah does take a little bit longer to develop sometimes, right? So with 2 minutes, there's not a lot of time you need to like get off the clock, so to speak.
Yeah, you're suggesting a hedge with Baptiste here, but I think like the Brig is the safer hedge overall. These walls, man. Vistola is just not having it today. He's not a fan of this. So punishing. Kai's down. All right. Space Station are cooking these guys, man.
Man. The Backbone's walls are just insane. I mean, it's just splitting off in so many different angles. So creative using the Mei walls. So there was a player on the point there contesting for a little bit for ENCE, but they don't even get a tick, right? So Sparker kind of holds that position there with Hardy.
It's just so soul-crushing to see that from Vistola. 52 seconds left on the clock. ENCE, are they going to go 0-3 down in this EMEA Grand Final?
Yeah, I think even if you're a huge SSG fan, you wouldn't have had that one, right? The real star.
Even Danny said it was a 4-3 for SSG. I think the takeaway is that everyone thought this game would be close. This isn't close. Well, hasn't been. Now, what does Pistola do here? Wants to try and find a way to get past Backbone, but knows if he steps up, he gets walled and crushed against the ceiling. Like a bunch of molars just masticating him before he can touch. He's going to drop down here very much alone inside the middle of that Terror Surge. Damage is acceptable here, but Pistola doesn't have the cooldowns to get out of the Blizzard. Kevster trying to save the day with the barrage here and found Funny Astra. That is a very good pick, and now with the Bob, you can't afford to take free damage to Space Station because you have no Juno to heal it.
But SSG can back up the point here for a little bit. You're going to have a rally and your own Bob to use those. So you can combo some of these ultimates and go on in. Landon takes a huge shot there, and he's able to get the rally off.
Alex, that's unreal. Backbone just hits it with a right click. Pistola now going to get popped out of mech here, and I don't think ENCE get any more for their trouble. Kai is going to get run down. He's been muted for most of the game. Wow, SSG hold ENCE to 52.8.
I mean, they are just clutching up today, playing on another level. ENCE obviously takes the series the other day. SSG, they come in today with a lot of confidence, even in that loss. They feel like they can bounce back in a huge way. 2:48 on the clock, only need 53% really on the point to give themselves a 3-0 lead, a commanding lead in a 1-4 series, right? I mean, a lot would have to go wrong for it to go the other way. Hence, I mean, we need to kind of run the table. Feels like you take a lot of the confidence, potentially in, for ENCE, right? Being able to win the series out of the game if you win this one.
Space Station do like to slow roll this point A in general. They take their time, but the key interaction is going to be, as it has been, Backbone versus Pistola on the high ground. Those sort of lengthways walls that get thrown up really allow Space Station to set up on that platform above Pistola there, because the wall can't be broken. So it's like a good 6 or so seconds of just getting to use that platform for free and start to poke down at Kevster, poke away at Kai. Space Station, though, still, they take a long time to get point 8. That's something that needs to be borne in mind. 2:48, they have to hope that's enough. It's not just one tick. It's one tick and change they need.
So they'll get to the high ground here. Little Sim TP gets them over. So this is the same type of positioning they took last time. You remember how annoying Backbone was here for Pistola up on the high ground. They get Backbone to the high ground here to deal with Pistola, and they drop Hottie low.
Pistola has to play to the left here and drop to the point preemptively. He gives up that ground, though. Now Backbone can poke from this position. Sky is one. Kevster those able to go in, get rid of Sparker. Landon trying to get the healing over to Backbone, and he does. Wall comes up here. Sky is forced to play back behind it. Pistola a little isolated on the point, but Hardy doesn't have the healing infrastructure to keep him here. Now, Backbone needs to decide if he's going to hang around on that high ground.
I mean, I don't think there's a way he gets out, right? How does he actually get out of there? He's going to use the Mei wall to just kind of keep himself alive. And now that the healers are back, they're going to go right back in.
It. Almost one tick of progress here, and Backbone still hasn't been dealt with. Kevster is going to be able to force the ice block. Backbone likely will go down here. He doesn't have any support to speak of, but we're almost at one tick and change. Here they come. Backbone drops to the point, but he's too low for this. Landon trying to get in there, trying to get some value out of those Inspire procs, but he's low as well. But he's an Orbit Array. It has to be now, potentially, unless you want to disengage and wait for Backbone. That's the option for Space Station. But if they're going to do that, they have to get out alive. Pistola's not giving him any space to breathe with. They're going to go with the Ray now. Here they come. Kellex, everybody in the middle of it. Funny Astro trying to back away. It's Hardy at the front, as always, but Kent is close to a blade. Here's the Terror Surge from Hardy. Disruptive now as he pulls everyone in, but Landon doesn't have the chance to use his rally. He goes down. Hardy very low as well. Pressure now mounting in Sparker's direction, and he doesn't have the mobility to avoid ENCE. Space Station have to full reset if they can.
Well, they do end up getting a tick, and you end up getting Kevster here. You're going to have Hottie coming off of spawn, being able to kind of get him back to the fight. I wonder if you just go, right? As soon as Hottie comes back, you just speed ring, get on the objective here. So we'll see Hottie actually use the spear out of spawn, just get a little bit of speed.
Kevster will have time.
Mei wall here.
Soul is low. Big dynamite.
The Soul is in trouble.
Bad bomb. Over to the point. Going to be stopped in his tracks though by that Fortify now. Looked like Kai tried to throw a Bob of his own into the backside. Hard to see if that's gotten value. Sparker, his Bob doing so much work. Blitzer thrown down on the pointy for Backbone, and now Kevster's blade looks like a butter knife. Space Station take another. And ENCE are handing their maps over hand over fist. They're running out of time and options, baby.
They are getting dominated here by SSG. As that's a really nice Blizzard there. Like Blizzard covers the entire point. You also have the rally going. How are you going to go in there and try and fight in that? I mean, Kevster goes in with the blade. He's getting ticks from the Blizzard. He gets stunned up. I mean, nothing you can do in that type of situation. They find Vestola yet again. You know, they use one of those Mei walls, split him off, get enough damage down on him. The Bob comes through, forces ENCE all the way back, and they can never get control of the point yet again.
Plenty of that Kevs to Genji. We discussed this as one of the options for ENCE. It's one of the things that really define them in this region. But it also doesn't seem to be making a difference against SSG's really robust, well-rounded composition that with Backbone and these very inventive Mei walls is giving them so many edges, so many leads. The fact that Vestola's getting forced to drop down to contest that point early, because if he gets walled back on the right on that high ground, he is legitimately stuck.
Yeah, you even saw the way he was playing up in the high ground. He didn't even want to go back towards that other wall because he knew that Mei wall was going to come in. He played on the ledge the entire time.
Far too strong. Absolutely busted. Don't take that from me, though. Let's hear from our experts here to break down this game so far. It's a best of 7 or first 4 and 3-0 already.
Well, Mitch, I think they might be echoing your sentiment right now. That Mei looks pretty darn good. It's working out very well for SSG, which is funny considering that in the earlier stages of this tournament, we're questioning whether that Mei look is really what's working. Well, it's working right now. ENCE is not doing a great job of working around those walls that we're seeing from Backbone here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not only the inventive walls, as Mitch said, from Backbone. It's also just the simple walls. ENCE just doesn't have an answer. They seem lost every time it goes up. And not even the Mei. We saw here on the first map, they were very creative. They pull out the Hanzo here, notorious for being strong on Sanctum. They had the Venture flanking, killing the Pharah out of the sky. I mean, how many times a game do you see a Venture killing a Pharah? Almost never. So, and even some other traditional ducks, like you said with the Mei, like Pharah is very good on this map. They just didn't have answers.
They pulled out the BAP.
They did pull out the BAP, landed on BAP.
Supplementary fire in that regard. And here on Saravasa, I mean, I want to give special credit to Landon. I think that he shut down Kevster pretty well. And if you just look at the Dragon Blades from Kevster here on Saravasa, got pretty minimal value. And, you know, that is a pretty big ultimate. I feel like Landon did a good job with the rally to shut Kevster down several times. Here's the last fight on Saravasa. Kevster has a Dragon Blade, doesn't even get the chance to use it, and so he just keeps the blade for the next map. They're really making it difficult for Kevster to shine on that Genji, which is one part of it, of course. But as you mentioned as well, the Mei Backbone trolling here on King's Road, just looking for up and shooting the feet of it. But
he did that like what, twice?
Twice? It was like a handful.
3.
It was like
no, that specific same one, I think it was twice.
That was crazy.
And then there were a lot of more walls. I think in general, what I really appreciated from SSG so far was that like they really came in with a plan. Like you guys mentioned, like the first and the second map, like getting creative. Not only that, like when they really needed to pull out the Mei, like they made sure that worked. And definitely ENCE didn't have an clear answer to what they're going to counter it with. You know, they knew that like last time they faced off, I think it was the Genji that caused them a problem, but now it's not even a problem. They have all that sorted out.
Yeah, it feels like in this series that Kevster has gotten the space with the Genji, but ENCE just hasn't been able to do anything with it. Kevster sits there on the side angles and he pokes and he pokes and he pokes and nothing really happens. It feels like ENCE never takes the opportunity to either have Kai go even more aggressive on an off angle or a push. It feels like ENCE never goes first. It feels like it's always SSG with those walls, walling off Vestola, forcing out the spin, forcing out the fortify, and it feels like SSG is just in complete control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, generally I feel like Kai also very uncharacteristically quiet in this game. There's just not the space that we usually see being taken up from both of these DPS players from the ENCE side.
We're so close, guys. 36% of you guys.
Danny is so bad.
We're so close. We're so close. One more.
If Danny's on the broadcast, SSG is pulling it out. Like that's just how it goes. It's just you
do it for me, SSG. Charm. Do it for me.
The lucky charm.
You've been the luck charm.
Like, yeah, always.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Maybe that's the reason why they dropped into.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know they were gonna be this dominant. I think Mitch and Matt said it. I thought it was gonna be a little bit closer, but my God, SSG is on fire right now.
I also have to question ENCE's map picks. It feels like they've taken SSG to a lot of maps. Like, yeah, sure, the Genji's good. Sure, the Pharah's good, but it's also strong Mei maps. I think King's Row, excellent Mei map. Those takes on their defense from SSG, it felt impossible for ENCE to do anything. The Pharah was good spam, but every time Vestola tried to go up there, he couldn't do anything. So I have to question the maps they pick, and I wonder if they change to a more wide open approach, maybe like an Esperanza, something where there's more space, where they can take more off angles and they can avoid the Mei walls.
I'd be interested to see. like this might be a glimpse of a result of them not having a coach currently. I mean, SSG obviously heavily coached, a lot of coach involvement, more brains better, right? Whereas ENCE, they lost their coach now, Caleb.
Yeah, this is the moments where coaches really come in to shine. When it's just players, you tend to get lost. You kind of tunnel vision of what's happening. Oh, from my point of view, I see this. But when you have the coach, you can kind of see everything and kind of combine all those point of views and bring in the feedback. This is the moment when you need the coach.
Even something small, like you were sitting in the green room and you were saying like, hey, ENCE, they're not doing a great job focusing the May walls. Small detail that does a big difference in Vistola's survivability. So that's where, you know, McGravy would be quite useful in the coaching room.
But indeed, all right, we're heading to Junker Town. I'm smelling Widowmaker in the air. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Well, this is where Kai will shine. If Kai goes quiet in this match, then it's over for ENCE, and Space Station Gaming is taking the crown and that first seed as well. Let's see if they can close it out here as we're playing in a best-of-7 series. And for all the action, we once more going to send it over to Matt and Mitch.
This is it. Last chance for ENCE to choose a map that benefits them. And they found another one. The Junkertown, of course, was the silver bullet for Twisted Minds to get them to Stockholm with Yubi in the lineup. And Space Station have a different approach, completely different. In fact, they play Ryan and Sombra here with this spawn hole. But Kai, of course, is seeing it coming.
Yes, let's see, Kai. The Sonic's gonna come out and they're gonna be like, okay, so what do we got going on?
Little Sombra,
Does the Sonic not actually connect with it only connects to Backbone, yeah. So if the Sonic arrow goes down to low ground, they don't see a May, and they still continue to go, but it's the Sombra here.
Yeah, the Sonic obviously was at the building, not at up the high ground. So Kevster here obviously can do pretty well against the Sombra. You know, the hacks are tough for Sombra to guarantee on the Genji. On Vistola, though, not so much. Definitely a little bit hard for this Orisa to play in the front line. This might be what Space Station have been working on. They just didn't need to show against Twisted Minds. Yeah, Backbone eventually falls.
Yeah, you know, against Twisted Minds, obviously they don't need to play this because they already have things kind of situated, it feels like, in a way. But see here, okay, it finally gets broken. I imagine we see some changes here from Space Station. So they have just had a reluctance to play hit scan on this map, like an Ashe or a Widow. It's really been a Spark or rather Tracer or Cassidy here. They're going to want to take another close fight yet again. Get this Reinhardt in a position.
Still in a decent place for Hardy to post up on the corner. So his last best chance, I think, for the Ryan on this phase of the map. Kai under pressure. Backbone can't finish the job, though. His healing is pretty quickly going in the direction of that Ashe.
Yeah.
And that shield is very low for Hardy here, but they've been able to use this opportunity to find Sky. Nice. Hardy back to the card straight away. Deadeye now developed here for Sparker. Obviously, Vistola is a bit of a problem, but Hardy is just going to ignore this and go elsewhere. Sparker can't get out of the Terror Surge. It takes a lot of damage, but Kai and Kellex are down. What a pin from Hardy. And Sparker gets loose to drag Kevster down.
Yeah, now Vistola's going to get staggered out here as well as...
As long as Sparker survives this, there's no harm, no foul.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
good.
No, you get him hacked. I mean, this is going to go on forever.
Devious. Absolutely devious.
That is a brutal scenario to be in there if you are ENCE. And they would have loved, you know, SSG would have loved if the card got to this point, right, where you can play the Reinhardt inside the building. We've seen them do that, right, where you play the Reinhardt on one side and then you can play like a, you know, in the past, like a May on the opposite side and just contest it underneath the bridge. It gets a little bit further, so they're not able to play from that position. They win another fight, though, and may end up getting back into that territory.
Again, get to play on that corner is pretty good. Backbone with an EMP here. On the Orisa, I think it's just the priority. Here's the Deadeye as well for Sparker to claim it. Easy, easy kill. And that, of course, was Backbone holding the EMP as well.
Yeah, it's actually Hadi actually gets a shatter that connects with Vistola, so he doesn't have like spear spin or anything to you know, dodge potentially that Deadeye coming on through. So that's a kill there. That sets that up. They are able to hold on to both support ultimates during that. Even more importantly, right, Backbone with this EMP, right? You try and go for a blade or any of these support ultimates, you hit by an EMP. It is going to be curtains for ENCE.
High is low. They would have been revealed, of course, to Backbone. Here's that EMP. Vistola obviously just tanks that. Kellex, though, cannot do the same. Buddy Astra will go down to the blade of Kevster here now. The orbital ray in effect for ENCE. means that there's cleanup to do. Still, there are reinforcements. I think we've got Sombra and Brig against Genji and this Orisa. So that's a tough job. There'll be a touch, presumably from the Sombra here. Landon has a rally, but how hard will it be to keep Backbone alive? Here's that rally now. No shield bash used from the back of that, and Landon would have had to use it to escape, so that's not great. Well, rally goes for very little here unless Sparky can find something. They need a little more, Space Station, but I think they've bled clock pretty well with that checkpoint coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they get the clock all the way down, right? So still a really good defense there on point A for SSG. Potentially there, right? I know if Landa doesn't have to use the dash, right, to kind of get towards the cart to keep it contested, and then has that to, you know, get out of the Terror Surge that comes through, maybe you're able to live a little bit longer. But look at this, we get the Sim here, one of Backbone's signature heroes.
Sim pretty powerful, also annoying to deal with in this part of the map. If they can deny Kai the chance to get up into that window, ENCE get slowed down drastically. We're on the lookout for happy little skulls, but Sparker is unlikely to see them. The car wash there gives a licking to ENCE as they try and come out of that mega room down there, and Sparker has a good viewing angle at least. But he's not able to clean up Kai, who now has built that bomb.
Yeah, but the high ground here kind of conceded to SSG as Vasola trying to get up there. They're going to use the Bob as well. Sparker in a world of trouble gets knocked up.
But Kai does go down, and Hardy's shield here is huge against the Bob. He will use all of it though. Shatter, it's big. Capstar and Vastola both get caught. So Hardy's able to turn around and deal with the Genji straight away. What a charge on Kellex. Chatty is back, folks. Bigger than ever as well. Vastola's going to fall here to the rally. Yet Landon pops the ultimate here. Knows he can win that fight.
And this is pretty toxic even for the Genji to work into, right? The Sim, although Sim a bit squishy with obviously got the rally and then the healing of the Juno orbital ring. Very difficult and tanky to take down that Sim. And the Sim wall, like we saw the other day, right? I believe it was like SRP check. They were able to do some really nice things, almost guaranteed fight wins with that ultimate, and SSG has it here.
Yes, it is. It is degenerate. Very hard for Kevster to do anything. Although, we've got some big support ultimates coming up here. Hardy, I think, knows that he's trying to disengage, but he's not going to get out of here alive. Funny Astro hoped to save him with the orbital ray, but they at least get Kai. Can they convert this into something more? The Sim wall is pretty big. Allows Sparker to actually dominate that high ground position, and Vastola's got to get away here. This is terrifying. Sparker onto Kellex and hindering Vastola to force them back.
Yeah, and Backbone, I mean, is extremely charged up on the Sim there. Oh, you can't lose the no! You lost Kevster as well.
Kevster never had a chance to unsheath it here, and Space Station are going to stop ENCE in their tracks midway through this second phase to set up their win condition for stage 4.
It's also a bit of a trip, right, for ENCE, because you just had watched SSG play this map, so you probably were like, okay, these are the types of things we're going to see, and you see something completely different, right? I mean, they're coming out with like Reinhardt, Sombra stuff. You got the Sim back in the mix. It's a completely different look here for SSG within what, 30 minutes, right? I mean, we just saw them play this 30 minutes ago, and none of these heroes really kind of out there on the field.
That's it. They got that coach. They're working on the cheese. They definitely had something in the drafts for this matchup, and ENCE have so far been on the back foot at every point throughout this series. With some brief exceptions on that first map of the series, they've been arguably the worst of these two.
So we'll see now SSG on offense.
Oh God.
So look, I mean, Kevster's going to play the Tracer here on D. So this setup here for ENCE would lead you to believe they're not going to play close, right? They're going to give up that card at the beginning. They're going to give up the space here to SSG.
Will it be Kevster again called on to bail ENCE out of a disaster? Or can Kai take the map over on Widowmaker? There's not a lot of buffer. There's not a lot of room to breathe here for ENCE. Once they lose that first checkpoint, they're in dire straits, and a Space Station walk out on a Rhine comp. It's going to be harder for this Widow to find some unprotected targets. We're on the Sombra again.
Yeah. Sombra yet again with the Cassidy, so nothing really to challenge Kai at range, right? No dive tank. It's really just Backbone on the Sombra. You see Kai just kind of shooting there, maybe even spy checking just a little bit, trying to see yeah, where Backbone potentially is. Backbone can give a ton of information here to the rest
and the
of
problem with
SSG.
Tracer in the past is that to cross the map to get what she needs to be, she takes damage and she can be headshot. Backbone here can just emerge and deal with Kai. He's looking at that mini though and knows that Kai's hard to kill while he's just sort of camping around this mini health pack. Goes in for it anyway.
The space is really close now, though, as Kai does a nice job taking out Backbone. Where, like, Sparker is in kind of effective range, right? Of the Widowmaker. Not now, right? Because you're backing up after you lost the Sombra. But in theory, where they were fighting there, it's definitely a range where the Cassidy could even fight the Widowmaker. It's like more of that medium range.
Backbone gets in again. This time might be looking at Sky as a potential option, but either way, Kelix turns around, throws a heal pack, and then bashes you, so it's pretty scary. Misses the virus as well, so Backbone's got to get out, but oh my goodness! In the meantime, ENCE turn away from Hardy. Never turn your back on the ocean. And the guy just collapses on him like a tsunami. Space Station flatten ENCE here in front of this first checkpoint.
They turn for a second, and Hardy just charges in, right? As soon as that hack goes down, just uses the pin, gets right to the back line, and I mean, they are just caught completely off guard as we're going to move away from Widowmaker here for Kai over to Ash. It's going to be the sim yet again here for SSG as they do not have much further to go. Showing their dominance in EMEA.
They have the sim that allows them to get that high ground control. ENCE are going to struggle to maintain that. They're going to be forced to fight for it.
TP shatter potentially here.
Cavs are just poking now. They're really trying to abuse the height advantage, ENCE. It's their only option here. Backbone can wrap. Set up a TP that puts Space Station on the high ground or just walk up the stairs now. Here's a TP. Gets them clear. Away from the card though. They've flipped the map to a degree. Hardy has a shatter. One that could end the series. And now you can test the car from the other side of the map. This is scary. This is forcing ENCE to fight. It's forcing them to come forward. Contest that at least on that corner with Pistola. Sparker within his optimal range at least to pressure the Orisa down, but you've got to be careful. When ENCE want to come forward, they have that orbital ray. They also have a Terror Surge to use. That TP tech is filthy.
What in the world?
Here's the shatter. Pistola able to shrug it off though, has that fortifies. He comes forward now. The Terror Surge used, and Hardy eats a pulse bomb as well. Everything including the kitchen sink thrown at the Ryan, and they do get him off the map. Landon falls, held onto the rally as Funny Astro's orbital ray goes for little.
It's like how many TPs did Sparker take there? It felt like 4, right? So Funny Astro gets Kind, then Sparker gets Sky at the end of this, right? So yeah, huge spawn advantage. You do have actually the speed ring, right? I know for ENCE to get back. This might be a window of opportunity.
As soon as he gets out of that opening, here comes Hardy, closes the gap. Landon goes in with the rally. They know they have the player advantage. They know they can roll over the top of ENCE here. The Stola's hanging on, but just barely. Landon looks for Sky. Nothing that Juno can do as they get slapped silly. Bob's going to be charged out of the way. He can no longer contest the card. It's Kempster stepping up on the Tracer, but he eats a shield bash immediately, and Backbone burns them all down. Space Station sweep ENCE away to take our stage title here and go to Stockholm looking like the most ferocious prospect out of EMEA.
Huge props to SSG, man. I mean, coming out here today, obviously we thought this would be a really competitive series like it was the other day, the one that ENCE ended up taking, but they make some adjustments. They clean some things up coming into today's match, and it's a blowout. I mean, they have an answer for absolutely everything. Some really new creative comps that they bring out in certain situations, catch ENCE off guard. And they show how dominant they can be.
Had enough time to work on extra strategies, things that they could leave hidden that didn't have to show in that Twisted Minds game, because they knew that they'd be able to take them on either way. I've got to say, the Kevster factor wasn't there. Kai also really wasn't able to stand up and give an account of himself there. Backbone's playing Sombra, and he doesn't even have to find kills. He just gets people to turn around. Hardy's able to charge on in and pin a Brig. Man, Space Station looking incredible right now. In a meta we thought was good for ENCE, they have adapted and found a way to rise above. Let's talk to our desk to wrap this up as EMEA now concludes. Domestic play is done for the year in that region, and there's much to look back on as well as look forward to.
Thank you both so much. Welcome back to the desk. So we're here joined by Danny, by Caleb, and by Johnny. And we just got to witness an incredible, dominant performance by SSG, just like we all predicted here on the desk.
Wait, whoa, no, 836%, we won. Great job, guys. We won.
True believers. But quite frankly though, like obviously thinking that ENCE is going to take this one, that's not a wild prediction. Just given the meeting we had just 2 days ago, was it 2 days, 1 day ago? I don't know what is time. They literally just played against each other, and it was a dominant beatdown from ENCE. But it looks like SSG, they really came in with a different game plan today, and ENCE did not have the answers. If we're looking at Junkertown, the map to close it all out with, how iconic that we got to see those Hardy Reinhardt moments to finish it all out. Backbone on that Sombra going absolutely uncontested. And as Mitch and Matt already said, Kevster and Kai, it was quiet in their camp.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I wanted to highlight it. It feels like a coach diff. It feels like every sort of answer that ENCE had prepared, there was already a counter answer prepared from SSG without any sort of thought. They immediately knew what they wanted to do. They knew going to Junkertown that Kai would play Widow, and they knew they wanted to play Sombra. They knew they wanted to play Ryan with the sponsor.
Hey, fellas. We'll come back.
We're coming back, I promise. They were just thoroughly more prepared, and it almost makes me think, like, were they saving some of these strategical bullets for the finals? Because these are not answers that we saw from the other map.
I mean, totally. They totally could have saved something, because that Junkertown composition, it was really good. They peeled away from ENCE's pretty one-dimensional composition. You know, Kevster can't really clear any of those flanks, right? You're playing as a Sombra, so you're pretty much forced to push it down mid, but Hardy peels away, backline peels away beautifully as well, and Sparker finds these picks onto the backline, right, when ENCE is making that move forward, as well as Backbone on the Sombra, of course, hitting from the flank as well.
Speaking of which, Backbone, our player of the match, of course, the May plays were extremely integral in their victory.
My favorite. That wall, just walling on Vestola, he just doesn't know
the
what to do.
Orisa in that scenario, like that's awful, absolutely awful.
Vestola was tortured the entire series with those walls, and even when they weren't crazy walls, they just never seemed to break, and he was always on the wrong side of them.
And also the Sombra as well at the end. I didn't expect this, but I really love
this
what
is just mean.
That was mean.
I think it was just genius play. Sombra, and then they hack someone, and when they all get the attention, just everyone just rushes towards the enemy. I think that was fantastic.
It was indeed. And now you already got a sneak peek at our winners into... we're going to double down. We're going to have 2 players joining us. It's no other than Backbone and Hardy. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Huge congratulations on that extremely dominant performance. That's right.
Oh yeah.
That's
Flex him.
Yeah, flex him, show him off. I mean... Guys, this was obviously, like, a lot of people would have predicted ENCE to take this one, just given the previous match you guys just played. What adjustments do you feel are necessary to come on top in the finals?
Do you want to go, Jamie? You got it.
We just played better.
I think we just played better today.
I think the main difference were like we played better and we were way more cool, calm and collected. Throughout the entire series we were so calm, we were ready for everything, scouting everything, making perfect plans and just playing better, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I could definitely tell that you guys were very patient, and even when like you guys were using ults as well. I do want to ask about what we were sort of talking on the desk. We saw a lot of creative, I guess, compositions from both of from SSG, like whether it was the Sombra in Junkertown or the Venture Hanzo in the first map. Was that something that you guys already had it under your belt, and then you guys sort of saved it until the finals, or was this like a strategy that you guys came up with after your loss against ENCE yesterday?
I mean, the Venture Hanzo we did in scrims and ENCE too, and the Junkertown we just freestyled like just now. Like we just cracked it down in like 2 minutes and just went like... Yeah.
They're Ryan Sombra, why not?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you guys, like as a coach, like did you guys feel like the lack of adaptations from ENCE was a big part of that series? Because watching from my end, I was watching you guys Maywall their Orisa, and it felt like they couldn't even figure out how to shoot Maywalls correctly. There was almost 0 adaptations in my mind. So I'm curious what you guys felt like in the server.
I think it's really hard for the Orisa that's playing against the May, actually. Like, unless you have a catch there to instantly break the wall, it's not as if Juno Brig is that good at shooting wall down. I think as far as like adaptations wise, maybe if they went like Pharah or something instead of Genji more, but even that, like we were playing very well against it. Like we were answering it properly. So like, I just think we were on the better comp most of the time, honestly.
Looking ahead, of course, you secured the #1 seed going into the World Finals. So you got about 5-6 weeks now. What lies ahead before the World Finals? Are you going to boot camp? What's the preparation going to look like? What do you have to do in order to perform better against the Korean teams?
That's all you, bro.
I think just roll a good meta. If it's a meta like this, we're gonna beat the Koreans easily. So let's just hope something like this stays. Maybe we make some Reinhardt work, make some Reinhardt Mason work, see how it goes. But I mean, I think either way, like we feel way more confident than we did before. Was like the Korean teams, in my opinion.
And it's a good amount of time, of course, to prep for those tournaments as well, or for that tournament rather. Now, last question for both of you. Looking back at the season, as we're now done with the regular play, how do you feel looking back about your individual performance, your team performances? Obviously, SSG off to a quote-unquote slow start with that 5th place in the first stage, but then the second one, you won against ENCE in the final in a close series. I think stage 3, you came 3rd, if I remember correctly, and now you once again take that crown. So 2 first-place finishes, a lot to look back on and be proud of. Starting with you, Backbone, what are your big takeaways of the season?
I don't know. I think the real takeaway for me is that whenever we find a comp that actually just fits us as a team and as heroes style-wise, we actually just can't lose to anyone in EU, I feel like. Maybe stage 1 and stage 2, we just had a lot of issues with trying to find comps, and admittedly stage 2 was close for the most part, but even then, I think...
In stage 3, right? Yeah, stage 3.
Yeah, but no, even when we won in stage 2, like, 2 of the maps we dropped in the finals were on like a weird, not meta comp that wasn't like great. So I think just when we find our comp, we're kind of unbeatable in the region, it feels like.
What about you, Hardy? Looking back at the season, are you satisfied? How are you feeling about it?
In my opinion, we had like a slow start with like confidence and pressure in like stage 1. Then we brought it back for stage 2. We had some decent momentum like in Esports World Cup, but then it kind of got robbed from us, and then the stage 3 went really bad. But now we brought it back for stage 4, so I'm proud of like the whole team for that, of course, and I'm really confident we can ride that momentum to Stockholm.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys back in action once again. Congratulations to you and the entire squad. Nothing but love for SSG. And best of luck, of course, in Stockholm. We're going to see you there. Bye, guys.
Well played, boys.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you, guys.
And this is our Stage 4 main event winner. Space Station Gaming take this one in a dominant, convincing fashion against ENCE. I think no one would have predicted that score. I know Danny always is an SSG believer, but like this, woo!
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have, especially how they went down against ENCE just the day before. And now coming back and just dominating 4-0, the team that beat you guys the day before, it's just crazy storyline.
Just looking back as well, what a great event. SRP Check coming in with the Reinhardt and actually, you know, competing. They took it to map 5 against Virtus Pro. All the stakes between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds for that final Stockholm slot, of course. So overall, it's been an incredible EMEA Stage 4 main event. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our qualified teams once more. These are the current representatives of the individual regions. We, of course, have Team Falcons with Crazy Raccoons from our Asian region. ENCE is already through, as well as Toronto. Nightmare also qualified. Twisted Minds in a storyline for the ages, also making it through.
Yeah,
that's right.
Also year.
Yeah, and now we have one more slot to give away, and that's in our NA region, and that's where we headed next. First, we're going to be in the lower bracket. Nightmare will be facing off against TSM. We'll cover all of that and so much more after a quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
I'm on the break one here. Yeah, break us one.
Can you come in?
Yeah.
You don't in the open.
I can pit Bob, guys. I'll kill Bob, I'm not pitting Bob. Can you kill Bob fast?
Yeah, try.
You have no Juno,
I have one bar.
Let's fucking go!
Nice, guys. Let's go. It's like tech.
designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Ronnie.
There's the mid.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merit.
Toronto Defiant are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
ENCE is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, one and all, to the OWCS Stage 4 main event. It's over here, joined by Danny, Caleb, and Johnny. Before we get into all things NA, we have a very special message from a very special boy. So let's
Special boy.
Special boy?
Special boy.
Special boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? Congratulations to the teams who qualified to Stockholm and to those who may soon qualify. I had to, of course, be with my family for a wedding, but I can't wait to see everybody in Stockholm, and I'm missing the folks at the show. So see you guys soon.
Aww.
Who was he? I forgot his name. He looks familiar.
That's a sick. That was a sick Jake cosplay from McGravy.
Yeah.
Hey.
Jake, great job.
No, but yeah, obviously great to hear from Jake. We miss you, homie. We miss you. Wish you could have been here for our last day in
Looking
the
good.
studio this season. But yeah, look, man, he cleans up so nicely.
Yeah.
Not that he ever looks sloppy per se, but like he cleans up nicely.
You need to teach him how to use the camera angle though. It's a little low. You need to teach him the good angles, the high to low.
I thought it was the tie. Maybe it wasn't straight. Maybe
It wasn't
was like
straight.
Could have been.
Yeah.
I would trust Jake with my taxes. Like he would take
sure.
care of
True.
that stuff.
Yeah.
For
True.
real.
Yeah, he takes care of taxes, takes care of his family. Just good guy Jake things.
Takes
Good
care
guy
of
Jake
me.
things. He's taking care of Danny apparently. He's also taking care of our drops personally. He hands them out. That's what he's doing right now. In fact, he's on a door-to-door mission. If you connected your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, you will also be receiving some handed out drops from Jake. And yeah, they're
Hand them
sick.
out,
He's
personally.
handing them out personally. Good guy Jake. I love these drops. Again, waffles,
Nice.
you will be missed. I hope you all collected them. Send us some screenshots.
Danny, you had the waffles?
I didn't.
You didn't get the waffles, Danny.
I think
also
I was
actually didn't.
close. I think I missed it just by like an hour or something.
Wait,
Yeah.
you just admitted that you didn't watch our show.
You're not supposed to do that.
No,
Danny.
I don't think I did the full 8 hours. I don't think I did. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, obviously today you will be tuning in on your phone, Danny,
Yeah, of
because
course.
you want to follow
Right.
all the action, not just on our broadcast, but also from our future co-streamers. Avast's turn today. Drops are enabled in his chat as well, so make sure to drop an over, show some love, say hi from us. Avast, we miss you. Where are you anyway? Like,
He's in Toronto, actually.
Is he
I believe
actually?
he's co-streaming from the Toronto Defiant facility.
Oh, really?
he's actually,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's no bias whatsoever.
I
Just
saw a
coverage.
tweet about
No
that. Yeah. So, you know.
You never know who's
Yeah.
behind that camera for him, so there might be like
Sure.
some staff kind of strong arming behind the camera. So
That's a good point, good point. Let's take a look at what he's co-streaming. Here is our schedule for the day. We've got some banger matches coming up. TSM and Nightmare will be going at it in the lower bracket final to determine who will have the utmost pleasure of coming up in the grand finals against Toronto Defiant. And
Not Energy.
Yeah,
nice
not
try.
Energy. Yeah.
Nice try, Energy. Nice try.
try to sneak in there.
Energy's still in contention for Stockholm.
They
so
are.
maybe, they just want to put themselves on the map wherever they can. Again,
Oh, is this?
There's a lot of stakes
here are
for
the
this one.
qualified teams. Yeah, there's a lot of stakes.
Is this another Twisted
for this
Mind
one.
kind of thing where?
Yeah, that's
Not like that. Not like that.
That's crazy.
My head's
Not
gonna
quite,
hurt.
not quite.
Okay, no? Okay, thank you.
I'll walk you through this one.
No,
Here-
no, okay.
First, let's take a look at the qualified teams. We just did that, but we do it
One
again
more.
because we love graphics. One more slot up for grabs, and the teams in contention for this slot are Energy Shock, which are already out of the tournament, so that Faith is out of their hand, and of course TSM. Nightmare already through, luckily, so for them it's just about seeding, extra money here as well. And yeah, here are the scenarios, the qualification scenarios. So let me quickly run you through that.
I hate
Yep.
reading.
That's okay, but you only have to read the right side.
listen to
This,
the
story.
this one's easy. Big font means easy, less words.
Okay.
TSM qualify if they beat Nightmare by any score.
Okay, cool.
Energy qualify if Nightmare beats TSM by any score.
Oh, okay.
So
Cool.
Nightmare wins, Energy wins.
Energy wins. Okay.
Yeah.
TSM win, TSM win.
Yeah.
Okay, TSM, Energy, Nightmare. Okay.
Yeah.
A bit more straightforward.
That was a lot easier than the Twisted Mind one. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's some chump change as well. Like so.
Yeah, we used all our budget on the script for the EMEA region, and so we kind of run out of good stuff for NA. But that's okay. That's okay. It's been a problem all season long. That's why we just put Toronto Defiant on top. We're keeping it simple. But one of those teams, most likely Toronto Defiant, will be walking around away with $30,000 US dollars.
Chump change, right?
Yes, a little change.
Yes, a little tokens.
Yeah.
A little bit. A couple.
30K?
Skins.
I've been seeing more.
How many DreamHack tickets can you get for that money?
Oh, a few.
Platinum, you could probably get
a lot.
A lot. Like 100.
Will you need all of them? Probably not. But if you just are looking to
each?
get one ticket, maybe two, make sure to check it out. There's different tier levels in our ticket sales, and they come with different perks, such as a hoodie, a coin, guaranteed seating, studio tours, a tour of Danny without makeup and shorts.
Yeah, and
no,
with
he will
slippers.
be wearing shorts, not no shorts.
Wait, did you just say no shorts? Guys, I am gonna be wearing shorts. I am not gonna go naked, okay?
I missed the comma. This is why commas are very important in a sentence.
Okay.
He will be wearing shorts unless you pay extra premium, but we might be talking about that.
Yeah,
but
that has to be Diamond Plus.
Diamond plus plus?
Diamond plus plus.
Yeah,
right.
we'll sell that to you a little later today
okay.
if we're going past midnight. For now, though, we're taking a look at our bracket in the NA region. Toronto Defiant, to absolutely no one's surprise, have been cruising through. That said, though, Nightmare.
Wow.
One team that made this close.
They made it a little close. You know, we saw the Seeker, Sombra come out. They played the Reinhardt for a little bit on Lighthouse. You know, they tried a few maps, and actually they beat them straight up as well.
I was about to say that this was not some cheesy random stuff. Like map one, it was, but then they actually faced them head on in a mirror, and they came out on top.
Felt like there was an on switch at some point, like. Caleb, don't you agree?
You're taking it away from Nightmare. I will not stand for this.
It was back and forth. Both of those teams had kind of played different variations. You saw Toronto Defiant pulling out the Zen, which was super unusual, I think, from them. I think normally from the dominant team, you'd just expect a dominant meta performance, but they also showed a different hand. But Toronto is known for the flexibility, so I guess it's not too much of a surprise.
Indeed. Well, here is our first match of the day, and that will not feature Toronto Defiant. No, we're going to see Nightmare going up against TSM. It's going to be a good one. I'm feeling it. I'm smelling it. We've seen from TSM mostly Genji thus far. Right? Yeah. Is this something you expect to see again today? I mean, we had Rocket in for a little bit on that Tracer as well. We're seeing him in the starting lineup. Will they sprinkle Rocket in on Tracer or potentially Pharah even?
This is super interesting because both these players are traditionally known as the flex DPS roles. They're not really known for the hit scan, so maybe we could potentially see something no hit scan. I'm not sure what it could be. Maybe like a Pharah Tracer or something of that look. But yeah, King is traditionally known for that Genji. His best character, Rocket, is well known for his Tracer, pulling out the fire every once in a while. But yeah, Vision is traditionally their hit scan player, so it's super interesting to see him not play here. Squid playing the flex support. I want to highlight TSM though because they do have Liar playing the break for them, correct? So they have a weird kind of sort of flexibility things going on where they kind of have to swap their roles if they want to play the Zen comp that they're known for. So there's a lot going on the TSM roster. Yeah, and they're going up against Nightmare, and I think one of the things we've just highlighted every single time we've seen them on the server, it has to be their DPS duo. I mean, Zero and Seeker have been lights out this tournament.
Yeah, Seeker and Zero has just been phenomenal, and even in the first match of the bracket, it was TSM going up against Nightmare, and going through those VODs, I mean, Nightmare were just different. Seeker is able to make things happen on both the Widowmaker but also the Cassidy, and Zero gets insane amount of value from Genji, teaming up with Infected, who's saying that Orisa is his best hero, and you can definitely see that when the Terra Surges come through with the Dragon Blade, they combine beautifully and get a lot of value from those ultimates. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle for TSM here because Nightmare really specialized on the meta composition so far.
They have indeed. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I personally feel like there is a clear favorite heading into it, and that has to be Nightmare. I think with their performance in this tournament, they clearly established themselves as the second best team in the NA region, especially in this meta. I don't feel like there's any composition the opposition can play better than them. So I give it to them in a 3-0 victory.
I also am going with Nightmare. You know, I think there's not a lot of teams that could take Toronto to a map 5, just like we saw yesterday. And also that lineup, like you guys talked about, Infected, Seeker, Zero. I think pound for pound, I think Nightmare do have the better players.
Yep, I'm not being creative. I am right there with you. I'm going with 3-0 Nightmare. The only really way I can see TSM having really a chance here is pulling out that Zenyatta composition, making it difficult for Infected to play the game. And like you said, Orisa's his best character. Put some pressure on Infected, make it hard to play the game, and it's just a unique look, so maybe it might throw Nightmare off a little bit.
Yeah, I went with Nightmare too, and that was something we also saw in that match between them. Squid was actually the player that flexed around a little bit. We even saw the Illari come out from Squid on Lijiang Tower, of course, so that is something they can do. They did pull out the Squid Zenyatta on Saravasa against Nightmare in the first round of the bracket, but they got 3-0 on Saravasa. So maybe Nightmare already have the answer to the Zenyatta. We'll have to see. Yeah. Might be a bit of a different Tracer Genji look here on this first map. We'll have to see.
Well, whether it's Illari or a Zenyatta on this server, we're going to have one happy boy here in the studio because Jack just so happens to love both of these characters more than anything, really.
That's
so
facts.
Jack, Jen, you're going to cover the action for our first one. I'm just going to make the assumption that you're both also heavily leaning towards Nightmare for this one.
Yeah.
Shrug. Be honest. Be honest.
3-0. I mean, Jen, do you think anything different here?
I'm thinking a 3-1 just because TSM are really strong on control, and I do gotta give credit to TSM. Like, okay, we don't look at the quarterfinal. Okay, don't watch that. Don't watch that replay code if you find it. But TSM, you gotta say that they're one of the most improved teams in North America. Like, this is the deepest run they've made as a squad. Of course, the players themselves, I think 2/3 of TSM have made a grand final. So as the Overwatch desk have said, the talent is there.
My favorite line in Overwatch Esports history. The talent's there, guys. Don't worry. Boston Not Rising, talent's there. They will win the season, I promise. All right, Ilios is going to be our first map. Going over to Ruins. This was Nightmare's pick as well. First to 3 here in the lower bracket finals. Winner moves on to face Toronto Defiant. The desk, of course, and the audience too, you know. Very much in favor of Nightmare taking this series. It was a very close affair, and I think Nightmare have been the team, and NRG Shock, to be fair, to maybe take games and maps off of Toronto Defiant, maybe even a game. And I think Nightmare, especially yesterday's performance, looking like maybe if they do rematch Toronto Defiant, they will finally take a series off of them. TSM rolling out on the Squid Zen again, Jen.
And also the Hammond from Riker. So this is going to be very quick initiation, but NTMR, I don't be worried about Seeker and how much this Hammond's going to be going after him. So far, Riker, pile drive focus on Zera, but with this Hammond kind of going to be off tempo as Seeker gets shoved into spawn there by the Hammond. This is maybe an off tempo play that Infected could move in, but no, he gets focused there by the Pharah.
Oh yeah, but backline already down. Time looking good. CJ takes down King. Riker, even the bee skin, he can't quite sting like a bee currently. I mean, Juno with the movement speed and the packs and the brig, you're not going to get taken down too easily. Nightmare do end up capping at that point first. Seeker switching over to the Sombra. Kind of something we've seen a little bit more prominence over the last couple of days is that Sombra, and it looks like this going to prompt a comp swap from TSM too. They know the backline is going to get permadove, and with the Sombra, Zen isn't going to last half a second on this map.
Yeah, Nightmare have like the double flanker with the Tracer, usually on a map like Well, and we're not here right now, but this was deadly against Toronto Defiant. One of the maps they took against Toronto, and Nightmare are pretty lethal with it.
Yeah, nice manual hack on Squid. Easy follow-up as well. How aggressive Zera's playing too. Everybody's so low. Seeker does end up going down. Zera guarding that mega health pack. Gets the reset. Dashes back to the rest of the team. Yeah, Nightmare just in full control. And unfortunately for TSM, and just kind of the nature of the control game type, because you've swapped your backline that late into this into the map, Nightmare are going to have these double deep support ultimates up so fast.
And Nightmare already winning the frontline duel, so their lead is going to extend even more. But really interested to see how the DPS matchup is going to go. I'll find Zera and King pretty even in the Genji role. Even Seeker, Rocket. I mean, that's usually not the matchup. It's usually Seeker versus Vision in that case. And the fluctuating, varying peaks in these DPS, but it's who's going to be showing up today, especially in this lower bracket match, to see who goes up against Toronto. Waiting for this Dragon Blade pull there by Zera.
Rally popped, perfect bolt spawn target for Rocket. Looking for the brig, but you see there, Presence of Mind from Apple just perma-shooting himself. Terra Surge does end up coming through as well as that Ray, but I don't think that extra damage was really needed. Squid's also going to use that Ray, because, look, Nightmare are just going to run away with this. You got to at least try and find something. A lot of additional damage, but Squid ends up going down. Only Rocket there to touch, triggering OT, but it's only the Tracer against 3 people alive from Nightmare on the point. Making it look easy, honestly. Just TSM were not in that game at all. See if the same could be said for the next round. Maybe it was just the comp swap so late. Like I said, the nature of control can be quite rough. If the game starts getting out of hand for you early on, it can be tough to really get back in, especially if you're swapping up some of these key heroes. As we jump over to Lighthouse now.
I like this map pick overall just for Nightmare. Of course, they had a very strong showing against Toronto Defiant. This was the map they brought out the, the Ryan Sim May that completely threw them off. And TSM, I mean, they usually are stronger on Lijiang Tower, but of course, Ilios is great for Pharah, and how you can leverage King on control for the Fire is going to be important. And Nightmare, they get so much value out of their ultimates. They had a Dragon Blade to spare after that 100-0, so TSM got to wake up and smell the coffee.
All right, Pharah here for King against Seeker Ash. Really like this Nightmare backline comp as well. Laya switching over to the Brig. Was on Lucio for a brief moment, so it's going to be a late push here for TSM if they even decide to do it, because Laya's super far away. Anti-nade on Infected, King already taking a shot, also switching from Pharah to the Echo instead. Oh, that nade.
And Nightmare not even going to bring out the Rhine comp because they just truly believe they're the better dive composition. I mean, Nightmare invested a lot to get Infected for his flexibility on all of the tanks. And so far, this backline from Nightmare is doing all the work. It is a cap for TSM just because of Rocket and Riker sitting there, just to get a few more percentage points, but Nightmare in the driver's seat.
There's no way they should have got that kill onto King either. My word. Good focus fire both from CJ and Seeker. Point instantly flipped, 9%. Pretty much the lowest percent you can actually get on control, or close to at the very least. And this high ground too for Seeker is just so nice. Taking a couple of pop shots though from Squid. Here's Riker struggling to stay alive on the high ground. Rocket goes down to Seeker. Nano boost deployed onto the Winston, but a good flail there from Admiral will stop Riker going onto the high ground, but he's turned his attention to Seeker. But Seeker's already claimed 1 life. Make that another, as Zera helps him finish off the Winston. Point does end up getting flipped by Laya, but I mean, it's just instantly going to get flipped back. There it is. 31% in building now. TSM struggling in this map so far, Jen.
It's about connecting the dots for TSM the same way they lost against Nightmare in the past, and a lot of teams is just TSM just not being able to tempo with each other. Like the Nano Winston just brought down immediately all the focus on him when he's isolated like that. And then King and Riker really got to work together. Rocket got to balance the point with also being able to shred down the tank of Infected, bring down that armor. As soon as that armor is gone, the Tracer has to be involved.
All trying to get the Brig bash onto high ground. TSM have finally made their first incision with CJ dead, although with Bob being deployed, it makes it awkward for Riker to fight right now because Bob is on the point currently, so no chance for a random flip throughout the fight. And usually that Primal Rage just as a survival tool, not much crazy someone Primal Rage-esque kind of moves here from Riker, sadly. This Nightmare, they're almost on final fight. I mean, they got 80%. Infective on high ground, taking a lot of damage, ends up popping his own Primal, now chasing Riker away from height. Gonna push him over the edge too, he's gonna continue his chase. Point is being capped, or was for a brief moment. Infected does end up getting stuck, but Infected jumps straight back into Rocket. That pulse bomb damage aiding in the kill. And the Nano Boost now deployed a little bit later. King on the Ash does end up duplicating Seeker, but what more can he really do? He's going to try and get onto the high ground, but a good sleep onto Riker is going to put that assault to an end. And there is just absolutely nothing here, Jen. I don't know what to say, to be very honest with you. This is just an absolute slaughter for Nightmare right now, as TSM haven't had a single word to say so far in this first map as they clean up 2-0 on Ilios.
Yeah, TSM just not being able to get a footing in this map at all. Like, all of the map control, especially on Lighthouse, just went for Nightmare. When your Winston can control all the high grounds, your Ana can't come out of safe cover, can't provide consistent healing, can't even maybe land sleeps to slow down Infected. Like, Infected was running that entire map, and it's tough when your Echo is constantly pushed away from the rest of the team. Like, King can't even... gets pushed away from the rest of his team, and he can't really find an isolated duel. And it's whether do you look at Infected, do you try to deal with with Seeker, like it's tough for TSM to find a good goal. Was it to look at the Winston? Was it to look at the backline? Was it to look at the DPS? TSM were so split apart that they really couldn't unite for one good push at all.
It's like a S-rank hunter versus an E-rank hunter right now. It's just no competition. Nightmare, considering their series versus Toronto Defiant yesterday, all the way to 5 maps with Nightmare even looking like they could take Toronto. It's been a bit of a crazy year, honestly. Everybody knew Toronto was going to be the strongest team coming in, but they've been so dominant stage after stage after stage, and it's only just now teams are really getting to the point where they can take Toronto all the way and then maybe even beat them. And Nightmare being one of the teams to do that feels like TSM a little bit unmatched. Look at this. Jumps straight onto him with a pulse bomb, a little bit of pulse bomb damage on top. Boom. Yeah, I like what I see. And I'm glad you picked up Infected too during this series, or during this map. Like, he has been a up-and-coming, like, rising tank star for the team in North America. Has been extremely good. Top of the ladder, like, consistency, right? But also a dive tank that could potentially even take it to someone, a world champion, an Overwatch League champion. It's been an incredible thing to see. And look at the stats on your screen as well. 4.8 KD versus 0.2. Yeah, filth. Absolute filth.
Yeah, if you would have told me like 5 years ago that Infected would be a top tank in North America, I would have called you crazy. Like, the insane amount of improvement to be considered a top Western tank, and it's huge. I mean, Nightmare really wanted this guy. They got him, and now they could depend all on him, and they didn't have to bring out any funny Rhine strats or anything like that. They are just that confident in their Winston play, and it showed. And for Seeker and Zero to just fire on all cylinders around them, you know, we had some funny moments with Seeker yesterday, falling into a certain Ilios well, and the team seeming to have fun with it. And Nightmare, a team that it's hard to really push them off their game. It's hard to make them lose composure.
That was my favorite clip of yesterday, honestly, with Seeker jumping into the well by accident. It was like the translocator was on like a 2-second, 1-second cooldown or something, and you could see him like look up, like please, 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 like spamming E. Like, surely I get out of this. Here's the map pool on your screen. Should be well known at this point, but they can go anywhere they want. TSM, I mean, if you were them currently, if you want to flex over to something a little bit more spicy, the Zen, the Alari, probably don't go Suravasa, right, with the Zen. I think Johnny picked it up on the desk. They got 3-0'd by Nightmare last time they faced. Where would you want to go?
It depends on what this TSM sub is. TSM have picked Midtown. Okay. They have picked Runasapi, but do not go to those maps against Nightmare. It was ugly. Nightmare full capped them on Runasapi. Midtown also went the way of Nightmare. So you bring, of course, Vision in, that wonderful hit scan to try and match up against Seeker. Widow duel on Midtown, I felt was pretty even. Both players had big impacts. Runasapi, it'll be about the Cassidy mirror. And Vision really has to step up because there's been a lot of hype behind Seeker, and people forget that Vision can have those big moments too.
Oh, it's going to be Esperanza. Okay. Yeah, Vision's been a little bit of a superstar as well for TSM. I like TSM's ability to kind of flex onto things a little bit more aggressive with the Alari, with the Zenyatta. I think maybe Vision is going to enable that. I think with TSM going to this map, though, probably not playing anything off meta, probably just going to stock standard at this point. Winston also wouldn't be such a bad option either. I think Nightmare, though, right now at least, the tempo very much in their favor. They won that rematch, right, against Toronto Defiant. They want to obviously make it to Stockholm. The competition, that's only a month and a bit away. Don't forget to grab your tickets as well. Dreamhack.com/Stockholm. There you go, man. Remember the URL as we are load in.
Good old Sweden. Reinforce will give you the tour, something about Danny with no shorts. I don't know. I kind of
yeah, we're going to have to scrub that one from the VOD.
I'm trying. But we have not seen this map from either teams. And TSM needed to try and surprise Nightmare. This is especially prepared for them, where TSM are the only team that like to really bring a lot of changes in their backline, whether it's the Zen or maybe an Alari. And this would be a long-range map where you could get away with the Zen. But I don't know, with how aggressive Infected has been, your backline may not be able to last against that. Gotta go with something safe.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could run the Venture. Would be a little bit cheeky, but Genji does seem the more safe pick. Seen a couple of King Blades clips over the last couple of days as well. He's been quite sharp on the hero.
And then the Cassidy versus Ashe matchup. Ashe a little bit slower, you know, slower to reload, slower to move, doesn't have as much mobility compared to the Cassidy, but the Bob impact, when you want to hold an objective by yourself a few seconds, want to hold some space, Ashe is so impactful with that. While the Deadeye, to use the speed ring to approach on some space is very good. One for holding space, one for taking space.
So you can find a nice off angle. Sanga's really strong to hold. Does check the Orisa, and that's Seeker's job here. Just shoot the Orisa as much as possible, making Infective's life a little bit easier. They're trying to make a move. I mean, Seeker's had to back off from his little mini health pack position. Slowly juggling the point, waiting for a single pick. Normally you'd think the Ashe comp will be doing that from afar. A little headshot, a little dash in with a Genji dash out.
And NTMR trying to draw the fight away from that bridge because they just don't want to be dynamited nonstop by Vision. This is a high ground advantage for TSM if you were to fight in that area. So NTMR just can't seem to draw them out, so Orbital Ray time.
There it is, both Orbital Rays kind of on the point here. TSM making very good use of theirs. It was actually laid down on the stairs, so it's healing coming in ASAP for Riker. Bob's going to get deployed as well. Vision finds 2 already. Yeah, that Vision was in that Ray for so long, basically just moving down the stairs with it slowly, and as soon as it reached the front line, Riker was in trouble, and it healed him all the way back up as NTMR, they eventually get slain. And now they move on, and now this is going to be a big problem. Vision on this high ground is going to be so deadly to deal with. Even for Seeker, this ranged disadvantage with the Cass versus the Ashe is so prominent here.
And you saw just the strength that Vision already brings to this roster. He built a Bob in that first fight because NTMR walked into dynamite range. Here's the Terror Surge.
Terror Surge takes down CJ. Seeker, high noon, high ground, 2 already dead for him. Oh, spots 1. Oh, did well, Liar. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy. All good though for TSM. Really good push. Terror Surge was very strong. Terror Surge, dynamite on top. And then TSM now claiming that first checkpoint. Very different look from what we saw on Control, at the very least.
More consistent, just DPS output when you have Vision in the lineup, who, yeah, you're not going to really trust him with the Tracer as much as Rocket, but you needed something more long range, and that's what he provides. But it's also the positions that TSM hold on top of the bridge as Blade available for King. If he could take control of that left hallway, he could access the back line, but the hit scans could exchange and open things up too.
Nice, all right, Seeker's now changed over as well, realizing how strong the Ashe is currently. Use the coach work, guns get away from King. King taking a headshot, has to back off, no reflect. Still can kind of peek this little angle here and just threaten the Blades, and here it comes. Riley's gonna come in, nice stun, deflection's gonna come out. King doesn't escape alive though. The flail swing's too strong there for Admiral. And it looked like as well, Zero was in that engagement too, so it's a 3v1, an ambitious Blade for King, normally paired with that Juno ult, right? Just get the 1 slashes on people. For King thinking maybe he can make the hero play. With the checkpoint, TSM burn a lot of time off the bank as well, so they're still in a decent spot. Maybe they can recontest on their own high ground, but it looks like NTMR are going to try and take it away from them.
Very stoic for Admiral to not be zoned off by the Blade, to be front and center with the rally. I think he got a bunch of kills too, just from being so much of a Giga Chad brig, and to do exactly what is demanded of him to counter the Blade with the rally stun. Now Zero's gonna have the same problem with his Blade coming up, but it won't be the orbital rate change to initiate.
Seeker's already dead. It's a nice angle as well. TSM are taking, they end up just flipping the map on the team. Orbital Rays are going to come out. Vision takes a lot of damage, but ends up just going straight into the Ray to get healed. Bob deploying the high ground. The Blades gets pulled by Zera. I mean, there's absolutely nothing you could do there. King almost, I would imagine, regretting using the Blade in that previous fight. It's just so powerful. Even if you're just not like insta-killing DPS, just chunking down an Orisa with how much the Blade swings do in the Ray is enough to secure a kill. 40 meters and counting as TSM try to regroup before this checkpoint is unlocked. You see Riker kind of stepping up, but I don't think they're going to be able to get there.
And Liar just wasn't in range with the rally stun. That's what's important. That orbital ray that CJ brought out caused so much chaos with TSM. They disengaged everywhere, were so spaced out that Zera was able to divide and conquer. Fantastic Blade action out of him. This could get NTMR the lead if they win this next one.
Well, they got Terror Surge to TSM. They got the Bob on the NTMR side of things. Bob versus Terror Surge. Here comes the Bob to start off the fight. Ends up just running into the Orisa. Goes golden, but Bob's in a good spot. Very nice angle here up against this yellow train car. Or tram car. No, I guess it's not a train. It's getting pushed by the bot as well. Holy Giga Brain by Seeker there. King's already in. Riker setting up for a Terror Surge, perhaps looking to pull the Genji in at the very least. Doesn't really want to only get infected, wants to get a squishy with him, so King can follow up with some nice damage. Nightmare have got the lead now and the high ground control as well. Rally, Rays are coming up. Nightmare got 2 of those. Squid only with a Ray here as Liar 50% away from the rally. Might be a hard fight for TSM. Well, with Riker dead, it definitely will be. A huge bash in the front line as well from Admiral. Oh, it's over before it even begun. Like tug of war with a 6th grader there. Nightmare just run over TSM with a Rally Ray.
And Nightmare were already happy getting the lead just off of not even needing to fight, but to just use the Bob, place it behind TSM, and TSM had this pretty important fight for them to win to make this salvageable, and then the Orbital Ray, but it was what cooldowns were available during the Orbital Ray. CJ having the big missiles, a lot of DPS, blowing up Riker was key there for Nightmare. Now it's 87 to 60 with a Blade available. No rally this time to ruin King's day. All depends if Vision and this Bob placed behind Nightmare can mess things up. It's who's going to pull the trigger first in this fight that matters.
Seeker looking for a flank angle potentially. Infected is alone right now in the front line, but maybe not alone for long. Zera takes to the size, cuts Vision straight and clean in half. 3 minutes to go and Nightmare, they found back-to-back team kills. TSM go for the reset. This game is slowly slipping out of their fingers and what was a fairly decent early lead.
Yeah, King not being able to take the initiative with the Blade really hurts, but now he's got Rally and Blade, so this is a must-win fight for TSM, or they're just gonna face deja vu of getting full capped on yet another push map. And Nightmare, they're painful to deal with.
There's the disengage, Lemon. Rally comes out from Liar, and Nightmare don't want any of that. Just gonna shelve their aggression for the time being. Still holding onto the Blade though. TSM not too aggressive. Didn't blow both ults at the same time, but now Nightmare can reset on this corner. They're just gonna go in, I think. Yeah, Blade's gonna get popped straight onto Seeker. He's got a reset dash, can just go to safety. But look at that Ray, the Bob glowing bright blue. You do not want to get in the way of Bob there, unfortunately. For TSM, they're going to lose all the space because of it. Here comes the Orbital Ray. Now the Orisa, Liar and King using their full weight, pushing Nightmare into that small room. And the AoE cleave was enough to get the kills. 2 minutes to go, and TSM with a 60-meter deficit now have to try and make this up.
Riker is such an important pillar to TSM. First to fortified against the Bob, so the Bob could not just go past him and really start shooting the backline. So TSM able to hold that space and fought for it inside the room, and the Orbital Ray caused the chaos. And the type of chaos that TSM really appreciate, that is really around their playstyle to scrap, and that's why they're so strong on maps like Control, and maybe you could even consider Push to be chaotic at times with how back and forth it is. But with less than 90 seconds, oh man, TSM are gonna have to pull a rabbit out of their hat. And again, Bob placement important there for Vision. Depends if you can spot the gold out of the Orisa, see if you can really have that Bob placed towards the back line and really split up Nightmare. Then there's also the Terra Surge. But Nightmare playing so smart around the corner, TSM are forced to peek around this.
Bob comes in. Nice counter bash actually coming through from Admiral. Ends up popping the rally as well. Both Terra Surges coming out, but Vision and Squid are already dead. These fights from Nightmare, just so precise. They're just going first here on what seemed to be a good Bob coming through from Vision. A counter bash from Admiral stops the Bob entering the Nightmare backline. And these fights for TSM are just not going in their way at all. They gain 2 meters off of that push, and there's only 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, Nightmare are good at playing passive enough and frustrating to play against when they can just contest the bot, and they don't give up space easily. You have to take it away from Nightmare by force, and now Zera has a Blade. Liar needs to build rally in time to just try and suppress this as much as possible. But Nightmare are insane. They're gonna also have the Orbital Ray before Squid.
They can just hold here for as long as possible, yeah? Hold this high ground. Just Such a horrible angle to actually fight into. King's found his way underneath the team. Liar is trying for something cheeky, actually going for a big flank, but King's already dead. They need support in the front line. They need it now. Seeker doing a cartwheel off of the map as the blade has been pulled by Zera. O'Reilly's going to come in, but the Bob just absolutely destroys Liar, turns him into a slice of Swiss cheese as Nightmare clean up TSM on their side of the map as OT ticks through. And Nightmare now one map away from getting that rematch against Toronto Defiant.
The past repeats itself. Like, this is very reminiscent of how the quarterfinal went between these two, except TSM not being able to win control really hurts them. That's their strongest game type. That's how they can get a leg up in the series. But to drop that and to go to a different map, this is a map Esperanza is not a map that we've seen from either teams. TSM tried to surprise them, not really compositionally, but based on their understanding of the map. TSM had good power positions holding the top bridge. TSM had the initial lead, had vision with the first Bob, first ultimate almost in the whole game. TSM had the first couple of plans executed, and Nightmare were able to stabilize, kind of realizing, okay, we may be uncomfortable on this map, but we have our fundamentals, and Nightmare stuck to that, and really stuck to Zero delivering on those big blades and taking the initiative, something that TSM really couldn't handle or couldn't survive through to even react or counter with their own ultimates. TSM never were allowed to counter with their own ultimates. King would die with blade, and then weren't able to take the subsequent fights. Nightmare were rolling them over.
One more map to go. It was just domination from Nightmare off the get-go. Yeah, like you said, very early lead from TSM. They had a bit of a game plan coming in, get the checkpoint early. You got a lot of confidence too if you get it that soon, right? Off the back of 2 fights like that. And then yeah, just the very end, these very proactive plays coming through from Nightmare. Just the orbital rays just perfectly positioned, just making better use of them. The target calling there too. Although to be fair, in orbital rays, like, do you really need that much target calling? Like, maybe if you take down the Orisa, sure, but everybody's like dead almost instantly anyway, right? And yeah, the Genji's coming through. I mean, Zera, at the end of the day, we've kind of spoke enough about how good his Genji is, but we've also talked up King too. Just these blades from Zera just getting a lot more value. What can TSM do to come back? Can they maybe sub in Rocket again? Maybe they go to a Tracer map?
It's tough. I don't think you bring Rocket back in. No offense to Rocket. I'm a huge fan of his Tracer, but that's really the main thing he brings to the table. I think Vision brings a lot more consistency on the hit scan, and you need someone to contest Seeker if this is going to be a Widow or a Cassidy map. And I don't know where TSM go that are going to surprise Nightmare or that could beat Nightmare. This is a Nightmare team that took Toronto Defiant to a Game 5. This is a TSM, though, that have punched up to some seriously good teams. Like, they took a very good win against Fluffy Dreamland yesterday. Maybe some would have expected Fluffy Dreamland to be the ones who moved on based on their upset against NRG Shock. So for TSM to get this far, they have Grand Finals capable players, but it's the team chemistry that I'm not seeing out of TSM. When the fights really break down, there's 2 orbital rays, TSM scatter. They'll have a Dragon Blade. Liar will have a rally to try and contest this, but he won't even be in range of the Genji. He won't be able to kind of bring everyone together. TSM need to really play together.
Yeah, Liar was on a hell of an off angle too in that last fight. Saw the vision, I did, not the player. I saw what was happening in Liar's mind. Here's the maps on your screen. There you go. New Drunk City is the selection for TSM. Going to Flashpoint now. No Suravasa. No Zenyatta, probably. Can't imagine that's going to be a thing. Although I do love how aggressive you can be with that comp. Zenyatta, you know, just terrifying if you give them time. But yeah, with how quick Nightmare are playing, probably not seeing that one come out anytime soon.
This is just going to be the straight mirror, I think. Cassidy, Genji, Orisa play, nothing crazy. It's just your understanding of the map and especially macro plays where TSM, they're a funny team to watch because they take fights at sometimes unconventional places with a lot of upside, a lot of risk, but a lot of reward. Think about how TSM will push, for example, Bridge on Lijiang Gardens. Like, you're like, oh, you could really get concussed off the map, and that would happen. But they drop teams also into stupid places that they end up winning at. So TSM are play the unexpected route sometimes, and we'll see if that'll surprise Nightmare.
All right, yep, straight mirror. Not wrong. The Genji's reflecting the same shurikens back like 17 different ways. All good. I want to see that happen to an Orisa Spear. That's like you're playing a very dangerous game. That ends up happening. Whoever blinks first ends up getting a spear through the face. All right, NTMR just counter-rotating TSM right now. Both Genjis just dueling on the point. Very classic, very standard. They call this the Genji opening.
Big duel between the two Genjis to see who can control first.
It's like CXX down there. It's just a 1v1 simulator. All right, King dead, gets whip-shotted into the stratosphere. Invicta does end up falling down on the front line, but it's all good. Got the DPS to finish off. Nice resets from Zera. There you go, there's the team fight already won by NTMR. Pretty quick.
Yeah, the two Genjis just barking at each other, decided to give it up to go back for heals, but Zero is in a healthier position, and he was able to redirect his focus to brawl against the tank and bringing down Riker. All the pins in the bowling arena fall, and King a little too close for comfort. Admiral has been so good at locking down King, and you're not seeing the same from Liar to Zero with Love. So this is going to allow this Genji of Zero to have a lot more freedom and, of course, more DPS in the fight.
All right, Orbital Ray available, though, from Squid. CJ's going to have it on in a couple of minutes anyway, and NTMR are just going to play for that, so if they need to counter-rotate a little bit more, they will. Both Genjis now on the point again. These spears have been very accurate from Infected. Would expect nothing less. Bash forward from Lyra, a bit of a problem, though. As Seeker just full force, just running forward, flash, fan the hammer. Blades are going to get popped as well by Zera. Looking for the break first to stop all that overhealth building up. Couple of slashes into the break, doesn't bring it down, but it will be Admiral that falls first. Terror Surge on the points, as both Orisas now trying to run after as many squishy targets as humanly possible. Riker Vision King on the points. Zera gets a reset off the Genji, and Riker also finishes his 1v1. CJ not exactly making that one fair, standing outside the arena while the Gladiators were going at each other, healing them all up. TSM end up losing that first fight now as we rotate to second.
NTMR just going with the game plan, Terror Surge into Deadeye, but there was natural cover from the map that made it so Seeker couldn't actually connect much with the Deadeye, so they had to invest more with the Dragon Blade and of course the rally. The same issue arises though from TSM. Liar rallied but got isolated. Who are you rallying besides yourself, the most selfish player on the field? You really got to stick with Squid, support each other, and see if you can find the team again. TSM keep going in all types of directions when the chaos happens. Chaos is usually their playground. It's up to Vision to buy space though with the Deadeye.
High Noon, Infected pushback, Spear spin used. Oh, the skull up there was available for a fraction of a second. I think even if the shot went off, probably would have got in cover before it happened. Blade pulled, Admiral already dead. Not sure you're going to survive this one, unfortunately, Zera. Oh, even the spear connects with King, but there's Vision for the cleanup. All right, TSM, you got legs. Let's see you run with them.
Yeah, being able to play off of that real estate that you have, TSM, I'm seeing them find their stride, that confidence, and especially setting up King for success ahead. And they need to now hold this. Orbital Ray exchange may happen. Deadeye from Seeker, how they approach. Is TSM going to want to brawl against that? There's always the option of trying to throw a spear, a deflect, a javelin spin. There's things that can counter the Deadeye, but our NTMR going to want to take, or a TSM going to want to take that risk.
Orbital Ray, Seeker looking for somebody, maybe looking for King. Terror Surge comes in, and that's a whole heap of damage. Everybody from NTMR now split up, trying to get away from Riker's ult. Vision does end up going down the late Blade. Everybody is so low. No CDs available left for TSM. Even that speed ring is not enough to get Riker out of the flurry of metal that Zera was sending towards him. NTMR end up capping that point, 98%. Might as well be a full cap or close to, as King and Squid end up going down. A very late death from Liar here. It's going to cost them a little bit of time. They're really, okay, they're pushing it, and they do end up getting it with the Shurikens in the end. Small stagger. Not sure how much it's going to cost them, but NTMR in control. It's going to be all good for them.
Yeah, I like that TSM did try to contest that Deadeye that I just spoke about. They just ran him down and made it so Seeker couldn't really unleash that. NTMR were all grouped up, but as everyone was brawling around, TSM got so low that the Dragon Blade from Zera, he's been outstanding on the Genji, and he continues to help NTMR really succeed, and they want to bring it to TSM.
I knew coming in. Oh, nice spear onto Vision. Seeker already falls. Admiral deploying the flash screen. Unfortunately, that shield all but gone, and same with that rally, so it looks like NTMR trying to just live as long as possible on this point. They're just going to get run over, though. Seeker going down that early. It's not good. You just lose so much damage and so much like reset potential as well from your Genji. And that's going to be the first point going over to TSM.
Huge Genji carries again. It's about which Genji is going to live on further and further in that fight, and for King to conserve the blade, or at least to build up to it. Now for the next point, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Nightmare, though, they really are good at disengaging as a team, sticking together. And King, how can he really peel them apart? How can you make Nightmare uncomfortable enough that they could split up? How can TSM force those mistakes? Now with this high ground position, TSM have to go through a choke. You see King at the bottom. If Nightmare get low, they may drop right into King's lap, where he could execute them with the blade.
King's skulking right now. Both Genjis once again just trying to juggle this point. Looks like Zera's kind of standing up to him as the Terror Surge comes in. In fact, he needs some serious help though. The Orbital Ray is going to deploy. That Terror Surge coming through from Leica gets absolutely nobody. Just in the front line. Blade's been pulled as well by Zera. Just dashes through 3 people, but can't quite get more than King can. King up on that high ground. You see Zera just dash through, then drop to low. It was King that was doing the main source of the damage there from TSM. There's a very quick flip. There's only a 28% was gained by Nightmare.
Great timing on the Orbital Ray from Squid when Riker was so low. I was worried about how much he was hesitating on pushing through that choke. The Orbital Ray brought him right back on his feet, and then King and Zera, King just getting a few more kills than Zera to finish off the fight in TSM's favor, but that was still dangerously close. TSM barely hold. Now they're on the high ground. Seeker may even stop them.
Oh, good shot.
Kind of help them take back that real estate with the Deadeye.
She's low. High Noon. Nice block actually on that spear. Almost had that one deflected back at him, but Seeker's good. Here's the High Noon now from Vision. They're looking at Infected. Spear spin to run away, or Fortify to boot. Flip almost comes through from Zera. These healing torpedoes coming in as TSM are just waylaying all this damage from Nightmare currently. Looks like the game plan now for Nightmare, just getting on this high ground. They know Riker's down low, and Squid just gets isolated. The Magnate kill for Seeker comes in, and now he's ignoring most of TSM, just focusing on the 1v1 versus Vision on the other side of it. Even bashed. Maybe Seeker now needs to pay attention to the Orisa that's looking straight at his face, but it don't matter in the end as TSM end up losing at the point. Although Riker's still being alive. Can be a bit of a nuisance to Nightmare, but with little support, he's not going to survive for too long.
Gosh, it's the same problem for TSM being so split. Liar and Squid, like, not even one of them is playing with Vision. Like, the off angle's okay if you are grouped up, I guess, but then the rally doesn't save Squid. He's first picked. He's not getting packed immediately. It's just these small lapses. Nightmare are not going to give you any forgiveness. They're going to punish you every single time, and this is now the fight for the lead.
Seeker going pretty low, actually, off the high ground there too, on what was probably a spear. Admiral's already killed Vision. King looking around. Where did everybody go? Where's my team? Terror Surge coming in. Infected not too scared, just standing directly in it. I mean, that fight was just like orange juice after toothpaste. That was painful. Nightmare end up getting that flip in the end, and 99% ticks over to 100. They are now on match point, game point, map point, whatever you want to call it. They are 1 point away from seeing Toronto Defiant once again in that finals.
That's so rough for TSM when they had control. They looked much better on that point than ever before. And just these small slip-ups are going to cost them, especially how important that last fight was. At least you got Dragon Blade Orbital Ray if you're TSM, and they already are watching Nightmare walk in. They could have even attacked at that point. TSM are almost a little too passive, and they've really winded back their aggression so much more, depending on Vision to get these picks, but it's not happening. Orbital Ray, Dragon Blade has to be the answer.
High Noon, all Riker trying to get a little cheeky, a little bit too cheeky, I think. Here's his head blown off by Seeker. They bought a bit of time there. Maybe this blade's going to be a... Oh, King! Absolutely schooled by Seeker. Loses the blade. Will they end up losing the fight? The Orbital Ray was good for a couple, but Infected, yeah, he's not one to mess around. Sayonara Vision. The point is ours.
Yeah, TSM are depending too much on being able to survive the initial wave of ultimates and then being able to counter with their own. Thinking about how TSM were hiding sort of from the Deadeye when they had Orbital Ray, they could have just tried to counter it. TSM have done a good job of shutting down Seeker's Deadeyes by sheer aggression, but to not pop the Orbital Ray, to not even try to save Rykard, is costing your whole front line, is costing the initial cap of the point. Now Nightmare get to conserve all these ults, Dragon Blade at the ready. TSM have a rally, but it all depends. Can TSM group up to shut down Zera?
Blade and Ray coming up soon. TSM with only this rally right now is going to be a tough fight. See if Nightmare, how quickly they want to go. Of course, they're in control. They can really make this hurt for TSM. Looks like they're going to press the go button now as the rally comes in and the Orbital Ray. Probably don't even need the ultimate here from Xerath, I'm going to be honest. They do end up splitting TSM as Lyra also pops the rally, but King is alone. One dasher should be enough, yeah. One dash and then the spear spin. King's already dead. Blade pop from the high ground. Vision trying to roll away. Deflect's good enough. Vision had all those bullets deflected straight back into him, and Xerath's going to clean up Nightmare. Oh, just decapitate TSM. Not a close series by any stretch of the imagination. Truly, the second seed in North America coming up strong. A 3-0 as they see themselves now in the finals versus Toronto Defiant.
It's just another 9-to-5 office day for Nightmare. Like this, they didn't even look like they broke a sweat, and I think this was a very unfortunate day. A really rough showing from TSM, especially backline-wise. A lot of DPS from TSM side waiting for heals, sitting at half health. Of course, it's going to make a Genji like Xera look great. He's so good at identifying the field and sort of what are the weaknesses, what are the points that Xera can really put salt to the wound. Sees all these low HP targets, sees Vision tumble away to save himself waiting for heals, and by getting to these safe positions, TSM isolate themselves. Squid and Lyre can't find anybody. I don't know, really, is it the DPS fault for isolating themselves? Is it Lyre and Squid not paying enough attention? But TSM being so low, they can't fight. And then Xera gets dash resets. He looks amazing. King can't take the initiative because he's always missing health. TSM just didn't play together, and it's a really unfortunate ending for them here.
It's turning like a classic Overwatch finals day at this point. Very quick. A lot of 4-0s, 3-0s. I hope the finals for North America a little bit closer. Of course, Toronto Defiant and Nightmare the other day went all the way to a 5-map series. We'll see if it can go to 7 maps in the first of 4 format in a bit. But first, the desk can wrap up that match and send us on to the next one.
Well, we're going to keep it as quick as they did in their 3-0 series. Nightmare, nice warm-up for them. For TSM, obviously a bit of a heartbreaker that they going out like this. Although I do have to repeat what Jen already said, TSM for their squad as a whole and for that organization, it is the deepest run they've made in any of the stages, and there's definitely nothing to scoff at because there's a lot of great competition out there.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the pieces, they made it to the grand final of stage 1, but for people who were part of Luminosity, like Squid, for example, Vision, they never quite find that success with that Luminosity core, right? So then coming together here, as TSM, of course, it's a good effort from these guys. It's a shame they barely fell short of Stockholm, but nevertheless, I mean, these are very talented individuals. Looking forward to 2025 from now on.
Yeah, let's talk about some individuals. Obviously, with Genji being so prevalent in the current meta, we will be having our eyes on those Genji mirror matchups when we get them. King had his work cut out for himself, though, going up against Zeru.
Yeah, King had his work cut out for him in this one. It was, part of the puzzle. I think it was a bit of a Genji diff in this scenario. King just couldn't secure the value on his Genji, whereas I think Zeru was rock solid and just had a great understanding of when to utilize the Dragon Blade instead. I feel like King, at some points, popped it a little bit too early. Sometimes we like to see it combined with the Terra Surge because it set up, following up on those Dragon Blade kills. Or when fights have all really broken down, when people have used their abilities, then you as a Genji, you can clean up, you can capitalize on other people not having their defensive abilities ready. I feel like King, he popped it early sometimes, got shut down multiple times. We saw on both Esperanza, he pulled a blade in the backline, got shut down immediately. Here on New Junk City as well, King just couldn't get it going with the Genji. It's just one part of the puzzle here. Obviously not at all, only the Genji is a team effort, but that was one part that stood out to me, Caleb.
Yeah, not only the Dragon Blades, I think Xera just had a better understanding of how to get value in the neutral. He was using his deflect with his Orisa to reflect damage onto the other team, and then he would 5-man dash through everybody, hit the whole team, and King felt more like he was going aggressive onto the backline, and I think Nightmare's backline just ended up swallowing him up a lot of those situations.
I mean, you guys were raving about him. I think Xera is going to be the player of the match. I mean, well deserved. his Genji, I agree with you guys, was way better than King's was. Also, I think Nightmare just in general was just playing as a whole team. Like they were just a better team overall compared to TSM.
That's something Jen touched at as well during the cast, of course. They looked more disconnected on TSM sides, whereas Nightmare. Lots of cohesion, lots of synergy on full display in their match today.
Yeah, I think one thing we don't talk about as much either is, I think on Esperanza it was quite notable how Nightmare, they got a lot of orbital ray value. Often Infected puts them in a position where they have a lot of room to walk with the orbital ray and get the maximum amount of value on that. And I feel like Squid at times was either using it to push around chokes to get through the chokes, but they didn't quite have the positioning, or use it reactively to Nightmare in positions where Nightmare were really comfortable getting the max value out of the orbital ray. So I think one part when we look at this Nightmare roster, they're so good at putting themselves in a position to get the maximum amount of their ultimate value. And that comes from trading with the Risa, trading the spam, the abilities there to set them up in the begin with, but also an understanding of like, how do we get the most out of our orbital ray and rally?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our brackets to see where we're at with this victory. This is, of course, the lower bracket we're taking a look at first. Nightmare just faced off against TSM. Clean sweep from their side to make it through into the upper bracket, where they will now go up against the NA Juggernaut in Toronto Defiant. Hey, they played them close once. Can they do it again? That's what we will be finding out very soon. First, of course, we're going to give the team some time to get ready and set up for that grand final. We're heading into a very quick break, so make sure to hydrate, get comfy, because we're hopefully in for a long series again between Toronto Defiant and Nightmare. All of this after the break. Don't go anywhere.
bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Oh, welcome back one more time to the OWCS. Are you okay, Danny?
Yeah, I'm okay. I had my foot on the chair and just slipped. It's fine, it's fine. Carry on. Sorry, guys.
You're okay. This
I'm
was a
good,
scary
I'm good.
moment.
I know it
but we
is.
got through it together. If you want to hold my hand for the rest
here
of
for
the
you.
segment, there we go.
Thanks,
I'll hold
guys.
his
Thank
hand.
you.
I commit.
All right.
I commit.
Here for you.
Right, roster?
Welcome back. Welcome back. OWCS Stage 4 main event. I'm joined by Danny the Fearless, McGravy. We're apparently not on first name basis anymore. And my good old friend Johnny, who's also a co-worker. And we will bring you all there is to know about...
That's a big thing, you know.
It's a big
Don't
thing
worry
you
about
don't
it. There's a
even
lot of
understand.
context.
Yeah, we'll talk about our grand finals in the NA region in just a little bit. But first, we're gonna, buy the players some more time. So we play another episode of Who Dat?
Who dat?
Who that? Still don't have a name for this. I don't know if I
literally
like Who
just named
that.
it.
Well,
You just named it.
Who dat?
Chad, if you have a name for this, please.
How about who's this player?
tweet at
Who's
me.
this player?
Guess this player. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So I picked five.
I feel like there is a
five
game
players.
called exactly that already.
5 plays from NA.
Okay.
And we'll run it back. If you're just tuning in chat for the NA portion, you miss out on EMEA. But we're taking a look at 5 plays without the UI, and you need to guess which player it is. So we're starting out with an obvious one, okay? We're starting out with an easy one, just to kind of warm everyone up.
Okay.
We're gonna take a look here. So we're on Sombra.
I see what this is.
We're on Sombra, on Ilios, and we're doing a bit of a rollout. Can we head in game right? Just I want the first person kind of like
This was...
falling down.
Ooh, who could this
falling
be?
down the well here. It's I mean the game just started. We
have been instructed to not just yell the
Please, feel
answers,
free
by
to,
the way.
feel free to.
We want to give the audience
Seeker.
Did you just raise
Is
your
it
hand?
Seeker?
Yeah.
McRaven?
Seeker.
Oh, you missed out yesterday, Danny. It's indeed Seeker on the
They
rollout
won.
on Ilios.
They
There's
won
no
the
way.
map as well.
Oh, they won?
Yeah, after
So it was,
They won this
it was a strategic throw then.
Seeker went like 0-5, just died off cooldown, and then won the map.
Yeah. The comments were pretty funny
El
because it was
Clasico.
like, oh, I'm going to do a huge rollout and get the honor, and then that happened. All right, that was warm-up for you.
Okay.
Okay, McGravy's going to know this one because I saw it yesterday. But we're playing Orisa on Legion Tower. We're about to roll out. You know, the round has just started.
Verified
And,
Overwatch League player? Okay.
Verified Overwatch League player.
Okay.
Actually, let's not talk about it. We're rolling out. We don't know what's ahead of us. Whoa! Oh, we got booped. It happens
nice
on
boop.
Legion Tower. You get booped, but don't worry about it. It happened so early that we can get back into the fight, before they're able to cap the points. So here we go again.
They're ready to fight now, right here.
Oh, wow.
Back to back.
Second time. Okay.
Back to back.
Skill issue.
That is a rough one. Who do we think it is? Guess that player. Who do we think this is?
Locking in my answer, it's Riker from TSM.
It is
Yeah.
indeed Riker. McGravy, you're too good at this because we kind of like freak out in the green room when this happens.
I do
So-
love that you just spend all your night, your evening at looking at failed plays from our players. What a fantastic
I don't
use
know
of
whether
your
that's
time.
really tragic for me to just, go home after the show to browse replay codes by myself, or maybe I'm living the best life ever. So,
Maybe
I think
it's
it's the
a little
latter.
bit of both.
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
think
it could always be that.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Orisa has 45 as well. All right, third play. We're playing Farah on Kings Row. We're flanking. We're on the attack. We're flanking.
I know what is up.
All right.
Oh, no, I know this.
Wait. So, okay, we're going back. Okay, we're going back.
Oh, man.
Wait, we're going back to the team.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we
Wait a
don't.
minute.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Guess that player. Who do you think this is?
I actually don't know
Energy.
this one.
Energy.
Was it Energy?
Energy.
Kind of lost in the sauce here. We're a little bit lost in the sauce. We can't decide. Are we going for the back line or are we heading back to the team? Are we going for the back line?
What's the weapon charm? I'm trying to like.
The weapon charm?
Analyze.
It's a World Cup one, I
Shaking,
think.
it's
World
shaking.
Cup Mexico.
Okay, Mexican
never mind.
World Cup. Who do we have?
Danny said
This is
Energy.
great.
No, was this from
All right,
groups?
the answer.
Is?
Scissors.
Oh, okay.
Scissors from Energy in group stage.
Yeah.
Danny
See,
got
I knew
the
it.
team right, but
I couldn't remember his name. I did Scissors. Yeah.
All right.
Because I remember we had an interview about this too.
Oh, did you?
We got more Farah for you. Let's head over to the fourth play we'll be taking a look at. This is my personal favorite of all the 10 I
We
got
did
today.
so much better
Analyze.
in EMEA.
Got it.
We're playing Farah. We won the fight. Let's just poke the team.
Jade's gonna see where
See what happens.
Okay, nice two tap.
Kill,
nice two
okay,
tap.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, ouch.
I feel like that's. Oh.
Okay.
Camera shake.
Yeah, a little angry.
So who's a
after that
tilter?
one.
Like, let's analyze. Who's a tilter? Who's a tilter?
Who tilts?
Who's a tilter?
Could literally be everyone.
I mean, this one is brutal.
I'd be tilted too, honestly.
Literally just shot the balcony
Oh, I
when
didn't
you
see
were
what skin
dropping
that
down.
was.
That was a Porsche skin, no?
Was it a Porsche skin? Porsche?
I think it was Porsche. No?
Yeah, it looks like a Porsche skin. I'm not a far player.
slick.
What do I know?
I'm not a fire player.
I don't know either.
All right, guess that player. Who do you think this is?
I'm gonna go sugar free. I don't know.
Sugar.
I have
The real player is
nothing for you.
I got nothing.
Sunjun. It's Sunjun.
Oh, Songjun.
Oh, we're getting some older
That was
games.
pretty brutal.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he went deep in the
That's
archives.
a trash one.
That's in like 2 days.
Johnny's going deep in his bag right now.
All right, this one's for Danny only. This one's for Danny only because it was
If the
the
answer is
funniest
Hadi.
moment of yesterday. We're playing Cassidy on Rialto. Whoa, main wall. Whoa. We're in the back line and we just give up. We literally just give up. That is just the most frustrating moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Whoop.
Gets walled. Okay. Oh, just
Like, okay.
Just Merman.
stands
Whoop.
there. Oh, I mean, he probably thought. I mean, he knew that he was gonna die anyways.
Yeah, that was not what he think was going to happen. All right, guess that player. Who do you think it is?
I'm
That
gonna
is
lock in my
really
answer.
hard.
Vision from TSM.
Wow, Caleb, you're right. It was Vision. Wow, good job, Caleb. Great job.
Yeah, thanks, Caleb.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those are my 5 plays of guess that player. You're welcome. Hopefully, we built enough time for the players at this
I
point.
think that,
Again,
You
I'm
know
not
what my
trying to hold
biggest
the players
takeaway
up.
is?
you know what the funny thing is though? You see on that screen, all the other teams are just standing
They're
there,
like,
and then just Cass just hits and he just stops.
They're like, I guess I'll shoot this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's there, but I'll
Started
shoot him.
feeling like an honorable duel. It's like, are we wanting this? Like,
Do we let him live or do we kill him? Just kill him.
Good stagger.
us a bet.
I think we bought them enough time. Also, my big takeaway is that apparently I paid no attention to the NA matches because EMEA.
We did so much better in the
It's always just like, who even played? Oh well, maybe that's not my fault. Maybe they were just not memorable enough. There, I said
True.
it. That's rough.
True.
You know what's always memorable? Any Toronto Defiant game because
Let's
they
go.
are not playing around. But neither did Nightmare. This is going to be hopefully a closer match than what we're used to from NA finals. Nightmare played it close yesterday already in that upper bracket final. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's dissect it. Let's run it back. Let's talk about what happened in their first meeting and who was, standing out to you. Looking at Toronto Defiant, I mean, yeah, they're the team to beat. We know exactly what we can get from them. We know that they can be versatile as a team. But in the straight-up mirror match yesterday, they didn't look as hot as we would have expected them to be.
Yeah, they didn't look phenomenal in the mirror. I think Nightmare actually had their number a little bit, but I think going into this match, Toronto's actually going to shy away from it. And I don't think that's a show of weakness. I think that's a show of strength because this Toronto roster is the core of the Florida Mayhem, who won Season 6. Just saying.
Okay. We get the point. We get the point.
This is how they've been drilled. This is how they've been trained. If you aren't confident, you can win 100% in these mirror metas. It is not showing a weakness playing off of your flexibility. So I really want to highlight RuPaul and Vega. They really have the flexibility in the supports. They pulled it out yesterday playing the Winston, the Kiriko on Vega. That's what I would highlight for Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, Nightmare, they've been all out dominant today, and in their match yesterday, they pulled out some unorthodox strats, but as we just said, they took the mirror and they won it. Do you want them to switch something out, or are we actually in that moment in time, in a timeline somehow, where it is Toronto Defiant that has to stray away from the current meta?
Yeah, I think Nightmare should stick with what we consider the meta because honestly, they've looked really clean in it, and I think that is the biggest advantage they have. And unlike the EMEA finals we saw earlier today, Nightmare's already seen kind of what Toronto Defiant can do, right? They're going to bring out the Brig and Ana on some maps where they can't do that, of course. They're going to flex over to the Zenyatta and the Sugar-Free Tracer if that allows them to, because that could be a local, like we saw in Sarabasa yesterday. But Nightmare, they've had a day to really sit on that and think about it and like, what do we want to do to respond to that? So not only are you feeling really good about the mirror, now you can also cook up some counter strats if you'd like to as well, which could be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear from them, from both of these teams, how they dealt with the loss yesterday or with the victory, respectively. We do, in fact, have a dual coach interview standing by. Kosaurus and SNR should be joining us for this one, so we can pick their brains and potentially get absolutely zero insight, because, of course, they don't want to show us anything for their upcoming match, but let's try anyway. Starting with you, Kosaurus. This was the first time we actually saw you guys breaking a bit of a sweat there what were your key takeaways? Why was that match so close, you think?
So the key takeaways are that Nightmare is pretty good at the one comp, right? But once they see anything that is not the meta comp, once they get a little surprised, they seem to be caught off guard. So we're looking to bring a lot more of that today.
All right, I'm going to take the other side. SNR, your team was so close to beating Toronto, and not a lot of teams could do that. How are you and your players feeling going into the grand finals for NA?
Bro, we're just happy to be here. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is just a great experience. I think everyone's like very excited that we made it this far. It's our first time we're in a grand finals. I think last stage we were like Toronto dropped to lower brackets. We felt like we were kind of robbed of a grand final spot. So I think we're really happy to run it back. I mean, we played it close yesterday. I would disagree. I think we're also pretty good at Ryan, not just the rest of the comp. So we got that going for ourselves.
The Reinhardt is big. Yeah. SNR, what is kind of like the weakness, you think? What is kind of the weakness of Toronto?
I think it has to be the mirror comp, right? I mean, that's just has to be it. I mean, like, I don't think they're bad at it. I just think we're better. So that's what I'd say.
Yeah, I think you guys have set pretty clear boundaries here. Nightmare's going to try and play the mirror. Toronto's going to try and potentially counter a little bit. I was highlighting the supports there. How do you feel about your backline's flexibility? I'm sure you feel it plays a big part as to why you're able to play this match so confident, correct, Kasaurus?
Yeah, we showed it in Saudi at the Esports World Cup. We've been showing it all this year. I think we've been able to play every single comp and every single meta, and that's why we're the back, and we're looking to add one more back to that today.
Well, can I ask one more question as well? Did I just hear like Avast or someone in the background, Kasaurus? What is going on there? I heard screaming in the back. Is that the players?
Yeah, we've got Avast locked in the basement. He's somewhere here.
Is that a lucky charm of some sort, or like a blood offering? What are we looking at?
That depends on the result today, whether it's a blood offering or not.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. We're willing to do it. Thank you both so much, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, boys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Kasaurus and SNR joining us for a quick chat heading into this match.
Lock in the basement.
Pray for Avast.
Pray for Avast.
Pray for Avast.
Are you okay?
Send some F's in chat. And blink twice if you need some help on your co-stream, because people of course are watching. He's our featured co-streamer of the day, live from the Toronto basement, as we just learned. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I'm gonna get dragged for this one, but you know, say one thing about me, say I commit. Toronto, they got this in the bag, 4-0. They're a team that comes back more scary than ever once they get tested. I feel like they poked the bear yesterday, and the bear is angry. This is gonna be another W on the board. We're gonna go home early. We're gonna have some drinks, Danny. I haven't seen you in a while, so thanks, Toronto. Cheers to that.
Yeah, hope that works. I mean, I am also going for Toronto. I am giving a Nightmare one map. I do feel like
wow,
one map.
So nice.
No, for them, if they do for their map choices, I think Nightmare do have the power to at least get one map win. But I mean, they are going up against Toronto. They're, like Kasaurus said, back-to-back champion. They came a second in EWC. They are probably one of the strongest teams that we have in OWC. Yes.
Yep, 100%. I'm not going to get too crazy. I'm going to stick with the script. I am going Toronto, but I am going to go 4-2.
Ooh, okay, what's the 2 for?
I do think with so many map selections, I do think Nightmare is going to essentially not hard force Toronto onto this meta composition, but they're going to make them deviate in a way where they kind of have to, stay close to that meta. Maybe you'll see the Zen and the Tracer, but I think Nightmare will have a better answer for that this time around.
I'm going 4-1. I can't wait to see Nightmare win and prove us all wrong.
Wait, what?
That's not what that says.
No, but I'm saying prove us wrong. Like, we'll all be wrong, yeah.
Got me for a second.
You know what? If that happens, I'm down for it.
I love being wrong.
Absolute
if it leads
cinema.
to surprises.
I've been wrong a lot.
We got the sign ready for
I'll eat
action
fish.
as well.
If I'm wrong, I'll eat fish.
You like the fish.
Yeah,
No one
bring
gains
it back.
anything.
I'll eat meat.
There, wait.
Well,
There we go. Here.
I'll eat protein.
There you go. That's for you, Dan.
What is that?
That's for you.
Here, have one.
Oh, is this the thing that you guys ate yesterday?
Yeah.
Why are there so many? You guys didn't.
Oh, we've got more.
We really like kippers.
Have more.
And you should too if you would join us in Stockholm for the DreamHack. So make sure to grab your tickets now. For now, though, we're heading into our grand final to find out who's coming on top of the NA region with that first seed. Really something that you want heading into the World Finals. Jack, Jen, Take it away.
Thank you very much. No, Danny, I don't want the kippers. No, I'm good. Maybe I have some later.
You're so good, though.
Crack them open later.
They are good.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll ship some to you, Jen. We'll ship, you know.
No, I'm good. You know
We'll
what? That's
open
all
them
you, man.
and then ship them to you. They won't go bad. Probably not. Probably not. Toronto Defiant versus Nightmare. Finals here. Stage 4. It's the last game of the regular season before we head to Stockholm next month. Can Toronto just continue their streak from the entire year? The most dominant team in North America that we've ever seen versus Nightmare, a team that took them to 5 maps yesterday. Finally, potentially, maybe we'll see taking down the gods of North America. Is it possible, Jen?
I don't know. Nightmare has certainly gone to a lot of Game 5s against Toronto Defiant, not only in this bracket, of course, but in Stage 3, where Nightmare got 3rd place, all thanks to Toronto Defiant. But kind of like what the Nightmare coach said has been reflected by the players online. It's just a dream come true to them to be able to go to Stockholm. And I'm sure there's going to be a rematch against Toronto Defiant there. Toronto fully expected to see Nightmare rematch against them in the grand final. A lot of respect between these two teams. And lower stakes, quote unquote, because they both have enough points to go to Stockholm. But who's going to get that #1 seed from North America, which is going to be higher than the point system, which is something Toronto very much want. Of course, Nightmare as well, but Toronto are the team to beat.
And the extra moolah as well, of course. Don't forget that. Point and moolah. Don't mind me. All right. Toronto Defiant end up picking Ilios. Now, in their series yesterday, Jen, this was a 2-0 to Nightmare.
Yeah, the really fun prepped comps from Nightmare, thinking about the Rhine Sim May on Lighthouse to even the double flanker Winston with the Sombra and the Tracer. But now Toronto know what to expect. So I don't know if Nightmare can bring out the shenanigans. They certainly didn't do that coming out on Ilios against their last opponent, TSM. And, you know, Toronto know they can beat them in the mirror, and they're only good at one comp, quote unquote. We'll see how Nightmare do with this one.
Sad we're not seeing. Oh, no, we are. Okay, Seeker on the Widowmaker. Ooh. That's exactly what I wanted to see. There's one guy you can always rely on. It is definitely Seeker. That's a filthy angle. Oh, no.
You hear Sugar Free. You already hear him stomping around, or a Genji. I don't know. Or it's just Sugar Free. But
As
there
soon
to
as
maybe
that
keep
Widow
him down.
comes in, you're like, okay, I know exactly where you're going to be posted up. Seeing the way that Mega Pack as well. Sugar Free not really a factor in this fight currently, but same could be said for Sugar Free, Seeker in a way. Peg's taking a lot of harassment here in the front line. Seeker just unable to find a headshot at all at this current moment in time. It's Toronto Defiant. They claim the point first. This Widowmaker comp, if you find a pick, it's go button. But the problem is if you don't, I mean, Sugar Free's just putting out way more damage than you.
Good spacing from Infected. Like, he had his armor popped and still managed to maintain a position in this map, because dying would have costed even more time, and Nightmare can now re-engage, while Sugar Free is still hunting for Seekers, so not being able to brawl against Infected. But despite that, Merit, Vega still very threatening. Now the Orbital Ray first from Nightmare.
He had one shot at taking down that Tracer. That headshot went a little bit wide, but Merit is actually going to go down as Nightmare end up pushing on with their Juno ult. They go 10% behind. Normally the Juno's, you know, roughly getting with at the same time, but Nightmare making the proactive play there, using theirs first.
Yeah, Terra Surge from Nightmare just to get the ball rolling. This is two teams who have tempoed so well against each other. Seeker misses the grapple. Oh, okay, that was a little scary. Still getting harassed. And
there you go, Sugar Free does take down Seeker, but Merit is also going to fall. The Terror Surges are going to be on top of those Juno ults, those orbital rays, making Infected pay for pushing up that far. As Nightmare, they are losing the point currently as RuPaul and someone just kind of run over the rest. And as soon as Seeker is eliminated on the Widowmaker, the rest of the team are just so free to use the space they're normally confined to. You know, those pillars, the small rooms. And now Seeker, yeah, deciding to go over to Casti, wants to front load the damage some more.
And when I say high tempo for Toronto Defiant, that means taking early fights, taking very quick fights. Speed, ring, execution. They're just such an aggressive team. And I think Nightmare know exactly what they're up against. They've been able to tempo against them. That's how they're able to 2-0 them on a map like Control in their previous encounter. Now Nightmare have 0 with Blade, but you need people to get low enough, and using that Terror Surge, that's not going to be an option.
Recall coming in for Sugar Free. Almost to the perfect point as well. Blade has been popped by Zera. to use that orbital ray to get a lot of damage in, but a lot of that was actually being soaked up by that spear spin. Gets one final tickling of damage on the Cassidy. It is someone to fall first. We'll see if Toronto Defiant can turn this one around. With RuPaul dead, seems very unlikely. Still though, Toronto with 80% in building, they're still managing to stall this one out. Is Sugar Free throughout the pulse bomb and is staggering the point somewhat fierce. Okay, Toronto still with 90% or thereabouts. Those Nightmare, they do get the cap in the end.
Yeah, for Zero to go for that blade, I was really worried because all of Toronto Defiant were very, very healthy. But like you said, the orbital raid, the extra damage, take down someone. This is the pillar to Toronto Defiant. If you kill someone, that team falls apart. They still try to flip a 4v5, but it's really tough to go up against an Orisa when you don't have one of your own. But you have your own orbital raid now, this time from Vega. But you got to be close enough to Nightmare.
It's going to be so hard. They're going to use this high noon to try and get them to disengage. The Terror Surge comes in. Oh, the shots hit. There's no initial kills, but Seeker does the damage for the rest of the team to finish this fight up. Nightmare, they've got a lot of time to play with still, 70%. So Toronto are going to get another attack, but now the pendulum swinging in Nightmare's favor, surviving that orbital ray push from Toronto Defiant. Now they've got one of their own for this final fight, and they can mix it with the blade.
Yeah, that was huge. The rally and the Terra Surge just to punish Toronto, following up with their own orbital ray. But the same thing can be done on the other side. Orbital ray from Nightmare. Guess what? Terra Surge from someone. This is not a tank you want to mess with. But the Orisa, this is a more even matchup. He may be just the best Winston on Earth, but man, Orisa, this could be anyone's game.
It's a miracle right now if you win this if you're Toronto. Oh, the triple Shuriken headshot straight into the blade. Oh, that's over. No coming back from that one. Rubbing salt in the wounds there. Seeker taking out Sugar Free in the skies. Does Nightmare take the first round?
Yeah, just so much damage from Nightmare to force someone to pull the trigger on the Terra Surge early so you don't get as much damage from it, and Toronto couldn't suppress Nightmare off from the orbital ray push, so very good aggression from Nightmare to take the first round. And despite revisiting Ilios, despite Toronto maybe feeling so confident in the mirror, they fall exactly to that. But a lot of respect from both sides. We're gonna go to, well, we're expecting the double flanker. Great deflect. Zero pulls out the blade, knowing the break is executable. You get the dash reset, and he just doesn't stop finding the Genji in the air too. So expect now the Tracer Sombra from Nightmare with the Lucio Kiri. They are so fast with this comp.
But this is exactly what Kusoras was saying. Especially with swapping up comps here, this might be a bit of a problem for Nightmare. Not running the true meta comp, right? The Orisa, the Juno, etc. Hard dive for Nightmare, and Seeker on the Sombra. Didn't fall in the well this time. All good. You've reviewed that one. Got the path in,
Different
right?
look out of Toronto too. Sugar Free is not on the Tracer. Last time it was the Sugar Free Tracer and Merit on Ashe. So Toronto switching things up.
It's good engage. Oh, Seeker with a very short Transicator. Might not even matter, to be fair. Admiral Vega trades, Seeker super low, Transicates back to his Kiriko. Nightmare in control of the point as well. These dives can be very deadly if Seeker gets a manual hack. Even better if he lands the virus too. Zera spots the dive coming in, wants to join the rest of his team. Rinfei to go super low, but someone's already dead. End up trading Winston, so it's all in the support and DPS now to try and turn this fight around. But Zera in the right place at the right time, just harassing Sugar Free, so Sugar Free can't go for an aggressive engage. Speaking of which, RuPaul survives that one. A hack and a virus coming through, but an anti-nade and a break pack is enough to heal him up.
Sugar Free's a pretty good echo, and this is going to allow him to have more escapability compared to the Tracer Ashe setup that Toronto had last time. But now you still need to connect on the sticky bombs, the focusing beam, and you're still a very shootable target, and you do not want to be close to a Sombra Tracer.
All right, well, they're going to go for this anyway, despite Merit being dead before the fight even begins. Nano boost on the Echo. I mean, that fight's over. See you later, RuPaul. Taking a quick ice bath there off of the map.
And Toronto's primary Tracer is Sugar Free. He's one of the best ones in North America, and Merit more known for his long-range hit scan, definitely a serviceable tracer, but you may see the edge go to Zera in that regard, especially, you know, having a Lucio, having a Kiri, just the amount of speed and amount of relentlessness you'll see out of Nightmare to support Zera on these pushes. And now Seeker can also give them info where the push is coming from.
RuPaul is in the spawn. They're playing so far back, fearing this EMP. Seeker dodges out of the way of those sticky bombs as overtime's coming in just a moment. And with Nightmare in control, they're looking good to finish this round out. They got EMP. Prime Rage is going to get popped first from someone. Has to get out of that rush, and the EMP lands. Rally comes in from Toronto Defiant. Seeker's EMP, I'm not sure it even hit anybody, to be fair. I didn't see any hack targets in the little UI up top. That rally's good for Vega too. Keeps someone in the fight, keeps everybody topped up. The duplication going on to the Lucio, Sugar-Free. A little bit of additional healing here from the Echo. Doesn't end up getting a sound barrier, but he's done enough damage, I think. Toronto have one person capping as well this whole time, so they have no fear of OT running out and the map being over as they find a team kill.
Just an absolute maze back there. Not surprised you sometimes can't connect on that EMP. Just any kind of block of LOS will stop that. And the sound barrier was such a good initiation from Nightmare, but just couldn't find those targets in time. Toronto scattered and Nightmare couldn't lock down a good targets. And that's the comp change that Toronto needed to escape from that very speedy dive that Nightmare had brought out. Zera, though, can get a good pulse. He's trying to find his way into the back here with Seeker.
Zera and Seeker there looking to collapse on Merit with a manual hack. Didn't end up happening. Pulse bomb available. Oh, stick on the brick shield. What perfect reactions there from Vega. One ult down. Nano boost comes in. Seeker, no Translocator available. Now someone could just run amok in the back line. Maybe even Infected Force too. He's pretty low. Same with Zera. Zera just ends up throwing himself on the map, thinking that he just needs to get a quick reset. That was all on Vega, that fight. If you died to Pulse Bomb there, the round's pretty much over, I would have thought.
To lose the previous fight when you had Barrier, Kitsune Rush, EMP, that might be just the map killer for Nightmare. They can build up towards that again. It's going to be up to this Kitsune Rush Sound Barrier once again up for Nightmare. And Infected be aggro with the Primal, but he's taking the initiative.
CJ, still got the Swift Step. Swift Step's instantly there to Infected. Doesn't want to get booped off the map, but Seeker's already down. 75% in building now for Toronto Defiant, and Nightmare are down a player, meaning they have to regroup or find a pick. And it doesn't look like they're going to find one because Sugar-Free is in their spawn, copying the Tracer, chasing around Admiral, trying to force this sound barrier from the team. He's not going to force it. It's actually Nightmare just slinging themselves forward. A stick onto Infected. There's a whole lot of damage in that small room, but look at how healthy he is. Just standing in that rush the entire time, and Nightmare just overwhelmed Toronto Defiant, and Vegas not even able to get that rally off. A post-on connection onto someone who tries to trigger OT, but Nightmare, just like yesterday, a clean 2-0 on Ilios to start the series off.
Ooh, Winston from Infected starting to be able to mirror or counter someone to just play at his level. Infected solo killed both supports with the Primal. That's what turned around the fight when Toronto took the initiative with someone primaling, starting to kill Seeker, go after the DPS. Toronto understood they just needed to out-tempo with Sombra, because Sombra needs time to set up. She needs time to go invisible, to find a position, to come out of stealth, and maybe play off of the Tracer. Toronto knew they needed to be proactive, so they did. But Nightmare still found a way to break out of their own spawn, to deal with someone, force them back, and then Infected popped the Primal to kill both supports, and that let Zera kind of finish the job. So great on Nightmare to take kind of a tidal wave and kind of spit it right back at Toronto. What a fun map.
Hey, you take them to the map. They beat you on yesterday. I love the confidence there, the gumption from Toronto Defiant, thinking, hey, we can just beat you on it. It's fine. We've done the review. We've looked at the maps. We looked at your match as well, your series earlier on. We know how to beat you, but I guess apparently not. Toronto Defiant up a map. Sorry, Nightmare up a map already. And yesterday, Toronto, after losing Ilios, they did go straight to Watch Point Gibraltar. So more dive for the team. We'll see if the same can be said for this next map, unless we go to somewhere else. But I've got a good feeling we're going to be sticking to the same sort of script the script writers wrote yesterday here. Lemon.
It's going to be different when you have Sugar Free back on his primary heroes like a Tracer or a Genji. Of course, Merit just has less time on it compared to his compatriot there, so I think Zero is going to not be diffing as much going up against Sugar Free. This is going to be a closer affair. And Nightmare, they get brought back to Ilios, and Toronto bring up the different strats, but it still wasn't enough. Toronto did do a good job of out-positioning some of the ultimates they expected, you know, being able to zone themselves away from an EMP, for Toronto to win a Lucio barrier, Kitsune Rush, and EMP fight out of Nightmare. Toronto can deal with that aggression pretty well, but where did Toronto want to bring us now? It's going to be up, well, the stats are pretty even, and this whole matchup has been pretty even. I could easily expect another Game 5
Yeah,
here.
I hope so. Well, longer than that. I mean, it's first to 4, so maybe even a Game 7?
Oh, yeah, true.
Maybe even a Game 7?
All the way to 7.
Exactly. Finals here, of course. We play the extra map. Just want to squeeze as much time as possible. Just make sure we know definitively who is the best team in North America for Stage 4. Now, yeah, I think Watch Gibraltar makes the most sense to me. Of course, yeah, look at that long bracket, just like Overwatch of old. Speaking of Overwatch of old, way back. Like some, I feel like before some of you were even born at this point, but Apex, when we were playing the best of 3, best of 7, you play 3 best of 7s and see who can win out of those ones. Just like a horribly long day of Overwatch. But yeah, fond memories from back then. But bringing it back to the present, Toronto Defiant, their map selection now, and they are going to pick, wow, New Queen Street.
Wow.
Okay, the complete opposite of what I've said. We're not going to watch Point Gibraltar, not Escort. We're going to push New Queen Street, which has not been a map selection we've seen in a hot minute. It has been Esperanza, Runasapi throughout both regions. In fact, most regions at this moment in time. So clearly, Toronto are picking up something spicy here. Hometown advantage, not entirely sure. You don't get the damage buff, I'm sorry. But they've clearly got something spicy in their back pocket that they want to unleash here.
Yeah, the back room of Toronto Defiant. I mean, Kasora is one of the smartest coaches you can have, and so glad he's on this team because they have prepared something special for Nightmare. And this is, again, an Orisa matchup. Kind of surprised they didn't want to try to Winston Mirror, but maybe shifting things away, giving a chance for Sugar Free to shine now on the Tracer, going up against maybe Zera in a second.
I like this comp. Zera Tracer. Okay, sticking with that one. Zen versus Zen. We're so back. Zen Brig versus Zen Juno. Toronto Defiant, their small twist on the meta comp currently. No Brig, more of an aggressive backline. But they are against the ball and the Widowmaker. So the Zen's life, although nice, you know, against the ball sometimes, that can happen right there. Seeker can just blow your brains out, and that is exactly what's just happened. A little bit annoying now, and much easier for the Wrecking Ball too at this point.
Wow, yeah, Seeker's just front and center at the top of this. Not the easiest position to access, but both Merit on the Ashe and Seeker are going to want to have a slower playstyle. They're not as mobile, and Seeker could be chased down by Sugar Free, of course. And I think RuPaul and CJ have to keep themselves hidden from any potential fire and see if they can provide an important Discord orb to dismantle these Orisas.
Seekers are almost up to sight. Merit on the Sombra, spots the Widow, sees her grappling away. Maybe going for a manual hack on Zera. It does get it. Virus misses. Orb of Harmony, though, luckily applied pretty early, and a good whip shot from Abril. Merit not quite throwing that Translocator far enough to escape. A Seeker now on a rather nasty angle to deal with if you're Toronto Defiant, especially with sights up and RuPaul's dead. Toronto Defiant are just getting run over right now by Nightmare.
Uh-oh. Someone is sticking around too, and okay, he's got his Tracer there of Sugar Free, so it's a bit more of a comfortable position. Nightmare could go for stagger kills to extend this, but Merit, I wouldn't say Sombra is in his top 3 best heroes. You know, missing that Translocator is going to hurt the tempo of Toronto. He's already back though, and it's an Orbital Ray from Vega that's available. Gets the Transcendence of CJ to help stabilize Nightmare. All about time.
It cancelled! Vega's ultimate cancelled by Infected! Oh, that is absolutely tragic. I've seen enough. Get Avast out of the dungeon, sacrifice him. Someone needs help, Toronto Defiant right now. RuPaul, Vega, they're going to change up the comp as well. Same with someone. They're going to go to Ana Brig and the Diva. They are just getting bowled over. Nightmare not giving up a single meter, have the checkpoint, and then some now.
And this is Toronto's pick, so I'm hoping plan B and plan C we're playing in advance, but man, Zera's out of control.
I mean, the backline, they do end up trading, but look at the ults from Nightmare here. They can push on with the rally. If there's a hard engage here from Toronto Defiant, they might just want to pop it, although with Seeker dead, maybe not. Yeah, Admiral goes down. Yeah, smart to not use that ultimate there. You don't want to go for any sort of hero play. All right, some semblance of control now from Toronto Defiant. Merritt's got EMP, Seeker switches off of the Widowmaker, so no fear of the super long-range hit scan anymore, any of those one-shots. See if they can claw this one back.
And at least the DPS from Toronto are starting to understand, they're not starting to understand, but they really accomplished their roles in that last fight. Merit assassinating Seeker, now he's off the Widow, he doesn't want to deal with that. Sugar Free pulses a support. That's what you need to see out of Toronto. Now the execution of EMP, this is a pretty open area depending on if Nightmares don't play inside these small rooms. You can see a lot of value out of Merit.
Good EMP, follow-ups there too. You see Admiral kind of shield bashing towards Infected. Get down, Mr. President. Oh, okay. EMP's AoE, right, my bad. Nice nice stuff there from Vega too. Seeker going further than I thought you could live. The kill box killing him eventually. All right, okay. Here we go. Toronto Defiant. One big ultimate use. They've got 4 coming up for this next fight. And it's going to be the checkpoint fight as well on top of that.
The Diva from someone also allows you to have a bit more chaseability, if that's even a word, to maybe run after Infected. If he misses any grapple, if he's awkward, you need to pounce on Infected as soon as possible. And he pounces in with, of course, some mines.
Yeah, some mines laid on the point. Very high usage of the mines too, so no one caught off immediately. Rally comes in from Admiral, a shield bash into the front line, but a pulse bomb is going to get dropped on the floor. A nano boost onto someone, a fearsome foe at the best of times, and with the nano boost, I wouldn't test a whole 100 players against him, to be honest with you. Admiral does end up falling. Zero with the pulse bomb, ends up trying to ego pulse Sugar Free and ends up missing it completely. Infected is super low with someone on the point holding down the fort for now. With only 3 meters to go, this checkpoint is right around the corner for Toronto Defiant. Now Nightmare with this comp swap they're dealing with. I don't really know how to play around it by the looks of it. They're just getting pushed all the way back. A true pendulum swing of a map once again.
Yeah, Toronto did lose some people, so it's okay to get the forward spawn and just recollect yourselves. Infected's done a really good job on the Hammond, getting a pile drive target almost every single time and catching a Tracer, forcing out a recall, a blink. Merritt's now off the summer because he's just been such a glass cannon. He wants something a bit more stable, even a hinder grenade to stop the Hammond, because Infected's just been such a nuisance. Look at this again.
More orbital ray coming in. Heals needs to get applied to Merritt ASAP. He's out of the window and out of harm's way for the time being. Someone does end up using that self-destruct to try and remake, but gets shield bashed by Admiral. Whole lot of damage that. Shield bashed in the... Do you know what? Eventually it killed. A couple of meters were gained as well by Sugar Free, but that was about it. Looks like they're going to retreat.
Still a lead for Nightmare with 4 minutes. You got mines too to just hold space even longer, but could you actually get it in the middle of the fight? Infected was a bit early last time, just kept Toronto trapped in rooms. But then, of course, you have a nano from RuPaul. Sugar Free, if the Tracer's in a prime position, it's not a bad call to give it to Sugar Free either.
Good reposition there from Toronto Defiant. Infected was trying to get the mines kill on Merit, but the entirety of Toronto ended up moving through the big mega health pack route. He's going to try the same thing again by the looks of it. High noon spot.
Someone needs nano.
On high ground. Ooh. Another overeager post-bomb by Zera there. As their nano boost is applied, and it's applied to someone once more. Bot moving in Toronto Defiant's favor right now is Nightmare. Hugging coast. Not exactly where they want to be very honest with you. Same with Infected. A good sleep and a bash as well. There's no way Nightmare survived this one. Oh, a good stick onto the high ground. A whole lot of damage and easy follow-up for the rest of Defiance. These stagger kills could be quite deadly here, Lemon, because look at where the body's currently. Toronto Defiant are moving it as Nightmare are slowly getting cleaned up.
Yeah, this is going to give Toronto Defiant the lead here in a second, and Nightmare are going to swap to the Orisa. And Nightmare got so many targets low, but Toronto's spacing is just out of this world. They're able to recollect themselves, nano someone for the retaliation, and the lead goes to Toronto's favor.
Their lead melting away like an ice cream on a hot summer's day. Nightmare, they've got the rally. They can come back into this fight. They can potentially win here with just that single ultimate, but Toronto Defiant, they're standing tall. They have this high ground advantage. They're playing so far back. A comp swap here as well. Of course, Orisa being a little bit better against the Diva. But Zera is just Getting kind of rolled by Sugarfree on the left-hand side, and no way he's going for this. Someone just lobs the self-destruct in, not even using it for an extra life. Eventually, Nightmare trying to get it going with this rally, but they can't afford to use anything extra here, especially with 2 minutes to go. They want to just chase Toronto Defiant away from the bot and save the Juno ult for a next clean engagement.
I like that window of engage from Nightmare. You saw someone throw the bomb, knew he was out of position. Nightmare went for it. They zoned them off, and the Deadeye to keep Toronto away, coming through the window.
Oh, Vega didn't see him. He was moving like an F1 car. Straight through the window, easy shot in the back. Nightmare and out up 1, and without a DPS, Toronto Defiant's chances of win this fight slim to none. CJ going pretty low though, as someone manages to score him out with a couple of pellets. Sugarfree that entire time was just peppering the backline with his pulse pistols, and RuPaul gets a nade kill on Seeker. Sugarfree hitting the recall, and Nightmare not sure what's going on. Head hit the pavement, concussion, confused, dazed, as Nightmare end up losing this fight, and gonna lose maybe this map. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, 130 meters to 77 now.
That was a must-win fight for Nightmare, especially at the neutral position. That was their chance to take back the lead, to fight back for it. And now you have to go get it. You have to win consecutive ones just to even reach the end destination. 113 to 77, and the proactive rally from Vega.
Rally, Terror Surge. Oh, Vega. Yeah, there's no way. The Terror Surge with the blade, even with the rally, no shot, you're surviving that. Quick deaths here for Toronto Defiant all around, or reset. Nightmare, they end up winning this fight, but they're going to be finishing near OT now, Lemon, with only 44 seconds to go.
You don't have any ults for this neutral point fight. It's going to be really tough. Someone's going to have a second life with the bomb. He did use it to be cheeky and spawn. I don't expect that to happen again. If he does, Nightmare need to immediately engage, hide away from the bomb, and run right after. Someone's at an off angle. Toronto's DPS exposed, even backline, but it's too far for Nightmare to reach.
I mean, rotation from Nightmare, looking like they want to go coast. Of course, they still have to check the bots. You at least want one person on an off angle here if you are Nightmare. But here comes the nano boost on someone yet again. Straight to the back line. Just pitting Seeker up against the wall, demanding the lunch money. Does end up falling over as Toronto Defiant now have just got a split Nightmare. The rally does end up coming in, but a counter bash is coming through. Oh, the self-destruct right on top of him. The pulse bomb too. Just a big bang explosion. Admiral torn to smithereens. The raid does end up coming through for CJ. But Nightmare, you're not winning on the home map. Toronto Defiance with a 15-player kill streak on top of that for someone. They comp swap, deal with the Wrecking Ball, deal with the Widow, and they're going to tie the series one apiece now.
Such a good understanding of how to play D.Va when it comes out of someone knowing you don't have to care about the Orisa, kill everybody else. There was no stopping someone, especially when he would just get these nano engages, when he synced up so well with Sugarfree's Tracer. If it wasn't going to be one bomb that killed Admiral, it's going to be the other. Such an explosive day out of Toronto Defiant, who knew how to adapt against the Hammond composition, the double flankers, to get merit just to different heroes and eventually being able to find their stride. That's what makes Toronto such a fearsome team. It's not just their execution on one comp, but their ability to adapt and to overcome, to know their counters and know how to execute on those counters. So great job for Toronto to flip around a map that originally Nightmare had the lead on.
And Toronto bringing us to this map too. I mean, again, not something we usually see. Let's be real with ourselves. I love the comps they ended up rolling out with Lemon, but yeah, Infected Ball and then Seeker's ever so dependable Widowmaker. It's hard to play against. Obviously, with the compositional swaps like you were mentioning, and Merit specifically, you said, like swapping from the hit scan straight to the Sombra, trying to stop Infected, like slamming the backline permanently, and then again, eventually rotating to hit scan once Nightmare ended up going back to the meta comp. Yeah, it looked good. And Nano Boost as well onto someone. I mean, D.Va is just Big Tracer for a reason, and someone makes it like that and more, right? It's just like a Big Tracer with infinite blinks. It's a little ridiculous. This is, yeah, we're probably used to the speed up now with the Cassidy High Noon, but with the speed ring as well, sometimes, sometimes a little tough for you to escape that one. That's just cruel. That is just Geneva Convention level stuff.
Just,
there,
yeah. the spacing from Toronto playing as far back as they did, but the routes that someone would take to gap close to not be, because D.Va doesn't like being out in the open, so we'd take the top tunnel and find his way to those supports, and just Toronto did a good job of, okay, Nightmare are really good at brawling. They have the Orisa. It's going to be slower than the D.Va, and just play as far away as you can. And Merit, once he had space, he didn't have a Hammond on top of him at all times. That's where you got to see Merit really shine. And then the sugar-free Tracer is just pure cinema.
Pure cinema. That's what we like to see. Hey, EU, classic Mitch Uber Leslie moment where he gets the clean sweep of the finals. We're luckily, Lemon here, you know, graced with at least a 1-1 for now, as we do go to New Junk City, picked by Nightmare.
New Junk City, a strong one for them. They did lose this to Fluffy Dreamland 3-1, but it's still something they don't mind going to. It's going to be about that Orisa matchup, maybe even the appearance of the Genji, Sugar-Free versus Zera, versus Zera, which Zera had an amazing performance against TSM, but this was a very disjointed TSM, one that lacked healing, one that Zera was able to quickly pounce on, but this is a whole different beast. You're talking about you're going up against the #1 team in North America of Toronto Defiance. So, and especially Merit, who once he swapped to the Cassidy on New Queen Street, you could not play Hammond. You could not just play any flanker and get on him. He was very good at suppressing any dives coming his way. So excited to see who will take the lead in the series from here.
I mean, Nightmare, when they last faced against each other on Flashpoint, they did go to Suravasa. And that was Toronto's pick, and Toronto 3-0'd them. So kind of adding on to what you were saying, definitely a reason maybe why they want to go here. All right, Junkerton City, let's go. It's Nightmare and Defiant. Metacomps, mirror on either side. Nothing crazy here. Just standard, stock standard play.
Nightmare just won this against TSM, so they're warmed up and they come with a lot of momentum from that win, of course. While Toronto cold, quote unquote, but yeah. Nice warm up.
Yeah. Thanks to the warm-up scrim, guys. We'll take the finals now. Thank you. All right, TXCXX in motion. Although saying that, someone's cheating a little bit there, actually trying to get Zera off the point as well. There you go, eventually. Okay, now we can commence the Genji versus Genji. Nice deflect. Ooh. Need to get healed, though. Sugar-free heal. Zera with a nice right-click. Eventually, someone's going to die, guys. Don't worry. I foresee it. Ah, someone's joined the fights, finally. All right, Zera's out of there. Can't mess with that one, but you know what you can mess with? Seeker's Peacekeeper. Merit dead. RuPaul 2. Seeker with a nice little two-tap there. You see someone trying to get Zera off of the points. Oh, both are. Orbital Race popped. Very over-eager from Toronto. And you need some insane resets from the Genji to make this one work. There you go, Nightmare wins the first fight.
Important macro game there. So Sugar-Free versus Zera, just the duel that never ends. Someone got impatient, said, I'm gonna not respect this 1v1. But with someone out of the ring, or in the ring, it let Infected and Seeker get free shots on the rest of Toronto. That's what tilted the scales in Nightmare's favor. And Toronto never even capped. 2v1, Zera played his life so well, and Sugar-Free had to wait for heals, but Toronto will have a blade to work with. No orbital ray to support that, though.
Oh, here comes the Terror Surge. Oh, Infected. Yeah. The Terror Blade, or whatever you want to call it. A terrifying blade, even if you want to super play on words. There's a Nightmare just kind of evaporate Toronto Defiant there. Put him in a stir-fry wok and served him up in a to-go box. 3 ultimates from Toronto, though, moving into the next fight with the rally coming online, too. Seeker something for rather Chica in the backline. Oh, a Cassidy of the old play, you call that. Jump back to 2016 real quick. Flash, fan that hammer. Merit dead. 4v5 as the point is being captured now by Toronto Defiant. Someone pretty low. Terror Surge activated. Zera stunned too. So had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Seeker settles the score though as Sugar-Free also falls. Does take a bash in the face. Babron and CJ are there with the heals required. A double headshot sends Vega reeling too, so Vega has to play safe. And Infected is going to take that opportunity now to try and isolate the healers, and even a good spear too, as Merit eventually gets back to the action, but now has to deal with Zera, who's also found himself off of the respawn, but slowly but surely, unfortunately for Merit, the rest of his team just getting liquefied by that Juno ult. The Orbital Ray secures Nightmare the first points.
Seeker, my Team Canada GOAT. First, you remove Merit from the fight. You Deadeye to remove Sugar Free. You got no Dragon Blade. You got no WinCon. You got no hope to win the point. Nightmare just out-tempoing them too. Just the Terra Surge into the Blade in the previous fight when Toronto Defiant could have done the same thing. Nightmare will not hesitate. They are not scared of this team. Nightmare know they have the potential to be the first team to beat Toronto Defiant in a final. We'll see if the Deadeye can catch someone off guard. Seeker's done it before.
Super hard point to High Noon, but honestly, if anybody can do it, Seeker can. Oh, whoa. Whew. My heart leapt there. I think Merits did as well. There's the High Noon. Orbital Ray on the point. Can Toronto make good use of it? I don't think they can. Look at that. It's already walked away from them, and they've lost the point. A warm-up scrim indeed, Lemon. Nightmare look clean on this map so far. Terra Surge comes in. Blade for Sugar Freeze doing damage, but I mean, the entirety of Toronto Defiant were grabbed in on that Terra Surge, so it was easy AoE damage. There's the team kill. A Blade array available for the next fight for Nightmare. And Toronto, they're going to have to hope this rally sees them through it, because that ult combo is nothing to scoff at.
And to use the Deadeye when the point unlocks, to know when and where you needed to zone the other team. That's what allowed Nightmare to cap. Toronto tried to dance. They get caught out in the open. Nightmare knew Sugar Free had Blade. All the focus, all eyes are on him, and Sugar Free gets nothing done.
Oh, they're just going to pop the Blade. Does end up getting bashed. Zera pretty low, but he'll quickly up. Terra Surge 2 to bring him into the center of the Orisa. Still ends up killing RuPaul, and overtime's quickly approaching. Nightmare swapping sides with them right now as Toronto Defiant put themselves on the point, but Merit's going to go down. A deflection here to save Sugar Free's life, and now he's in the 1v1 versus Infected, and Infected is just getting completely ignored by Toronto Defiant. The Orisas can still do damage, and Infected is proving that right here, right now. Still pretty low, but backup has arrived. Just CJ and Avril are on the case now. Another deflection from Sugar Free, so he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, and Zera knows it. Straight into the backline is Zera now, just hunting down the Genji. A small little shield isn't going to help someone either, as RuPaul and Sugar Free had to back off as someone tried to get the final touch. Nightmare now up 2 points on New Junk City.
And the big difference between this and Suravasa, why Toronto Defiant are so good at Suravasa and why they 3-0 Nightmare, is there's a lot more natural cover when things get heated. Toronto Defiant are so good at finding that safety, but now not so much. A lot more open areas, and Nightmare take the fight in those open areas, and they will not relent. They chase down everyone from Toronto Defiant. Now you got a Sugar Free Blade coming up, Orbital Ray. This is a big fight for Toronto to set the pace for the third point.
On the high ground right now. Nightmare with this rally is going to make it hard for Toronto to approach. There's the Orbital Ray. Terra Surge comes in. Blades popped at the very end as well. Sugar Free ends up taking down Seeker, looking for the break too, but a quick stun bash from Admiral will send him careening back to the spawn as Nightmare. They're going to win this fight. They're going to be able to cap this point. And they're going to put a lot of pressure on Toronto to try and come back into this one. Someone is still in the fight, of course. Has only got the brick for healing, though, so can't stay around for too much longer.
There's another Sugar Free Blade that gets muted. It's not winning Toronto Defiant fights. It's also where the fight took place. Toronto Defiant have to push through a choke. It's just not a favorable spot. Now Nightmare have Orbital Ray. And oh yeah, Toronto Defiant also used Orbital Ray and lost the fight. Not good for them.
High Noon scatters Nightmare. As soon as that's drawn, though, Seeker responds with his. Actually gets dragged in. He's going to look. Oh, the bash. It was perfect from RuPaul, stunning him out of the ultimate as soon as he clicked the trigger to try and get a double kill. Nightmare still in control. However, Toronto Defiant are going to win this fight. So only Infected left now on the point as they are cleaned up.
Intelligent rotation from Toronto Defiant, not wanting to fight through the choke, wrapping around and having more space and more high ground, low ground for Sugar Free to find his way around, but also making the smart decision of fighting through the Deadeye. You don't always have to hide away from it. You got a lot of cooldowns to, well, not only cancel it, but also negate it. And Toronto finding their confidence and their stride, now hoping to force Nightmare into a choke point. You got the Zera Blade and an Orbital Ray. They could just use that to force Toronto out of the choke. They may be aware of this. They're already spacing back.
Yeah, play for Zeri, setting up for this one, trying to get a good angle. Orbital Ray from Toronto Defiance, so Zera thinks second there for I don't want to go in and get insta-killed. 1 HP, Sugar Free gets taken down, and here comes the Blades. Isolated is the Brig. A nice little deflect actually onto RuPaul as he got out of range. A good kill for Nightmare. And now Toronto Defiant and their last limbs on this map. We've only got one more fight to try and turn this one around.
Just a chess match with those orbital rays, but even kind of when you're dueling up against Merit, Zero so dips to the low ground, almost expecting when the Hinder grenade comes out. So mind games also happening, but can Nightmare close it out here?
Nice, Seeker being the person that someone wants to kill real quick. Blade ends up coming through. Look at that. Everybody trying to escape from the Terror Surge around that pillar. And Sugar Free's waiting, lurking with them with the Blade. Nightmare get team killed, Lemon, but there's still a chance for them to come back. They're going to have this high noon, but that's about it. So it's going to be a pretty dry fight from both sides.
Can Nightmare actually even get there in time? It might be better to just go for the next point. It's Toronto Defiant desperately needed that. Nightmare seem to think that they can touch in time. Yeah, Zera gets the dash at the last second, and now Toronto have no idea where Zera is. Deadeye from Seeker, while Toronto are out in the open.
High Noon, they're going to get a free point flip here. That speed ring dash onto the point, and the High Noon's going to garner them the point. And now someone from Toronto has to sit on it. So it's going to be an awkward fight for them. You can see Seeker trying to just hunt for the backline. Rally's been popped, so he has to play back. Although still in the face of danger, is trying to eye up RuPaul, but he's quickly met with the shield. A broken shield from the Brig isn't normally a good sign, but RuPaul, zero fear in his system right now. This Nightmare are going to lose their first point on this map. As Toronto, they're not out of the woods just yet. Still need a couple more to claim this one.
Might be good that Nightmare decided to force another fight because they built up towards some ultimates they can use for the next one. And I like the chaos that Seeker was able to produce with the Deadeye. Toronto scattered and Nightmare tried to make the most out of those isolated positions out of Toronto, but Toronto regrouped very fast, and off the rally of RuPaul had the extra health to Tango in.
Orbital Ray coming through for Vega and CJ. Vega's going to use his first, then CJ the next. These little micro missiles are going to do so much damage. The torpedo's so good with damage amped, but here comes the Blade. That's what you want to be looking for. Sugar Free already claiming 2, 3 kills, 4 in fact. Sugar Free cleaning up. They don't want to go to a map number 5, or sorry, map number 7 even. They want to make this decisive. They want to claim another title in North America in Stage 4.
And Toronto didn't even have to set up the Terror Surge for Sugar Free, so he can even use that to get them low, or even to pull Zera and make him uncomfortable, as he has the Blade, he is the playmaker, and he has the Surge from Infected. And Nightmare's going to try to play on the point, so everyone's grouped up. The Deadeye's going to force Nightmare back.
Super fast to the speed ring. Oh, they didn't fall for it. A lot of space and time bought though.
Now that's gone. Nightmare are still going to play on the point. Terror Surge Blade is the winning combo. RuPaul may have a rally in time. Depends how quick Nightmare are.
Oh, there's the Terror Surge coming through from someone. Terror Surge made available from Nightmare, like you said. Same with that rally. Deadeye's going to get used first. Rally ends up coming out. A nice deflected High Noon there. Doesn't end up getting any kills. Maybe a little bit of damage while infected, but that's about it. Nightmare in amongst the chaos, who managed to find that point flip as well. So both, although both ultimates from Toronto Defiant, they're not really finding too much purchase. Blade has been popped by Zera. A nice Hinder grenade stops him in his tracks though, so can't get much damage in. Swinging at the Cassidy now. Gets a couple of slashes, but where's the initial kill? Merit surviving for so long, meaning Toronto Defiant can pick up Admiral. Zera in trouble, 59 HP, tries to find another angle. Oh, and combos out RuPaul as well. There's another flip. Toronto Defiant managed to, again, just small flips in amongst the fight. They're almost going to get, well, 99%. You take that any day of the week with Nightmare. Sneaking it away and then Toronto sneaking it back. And Nightmare now building up towards, hopefully for them, a final fight for this map.
Zera is just incredible. What he was able to do with the Blade, even while hindered, brought down to 14 HP, danced around the natural cover, still got the kills. Even when he didn't get the dash resets, Zera maintained his composure. Now, how did they handle this Deadeye from Merit?
Nice spear there, isolating Merit. I mean, he's trying to get kills. Seeker just can't find anything. Nice deflection kill from Sugar Free. He's just absolutely dominating, just on fire. Admiral does eventually extinguish him. But now in OT, I mean, Toronto Defiant are going to claim this one. We're going all the way to a 0.5 on New Junk City.
New reverse sweep on a map. That would be cheeky. The same way Toronto Defiant stole away the lead from Nightmare on New Queen Street. You cannot be happy until the map has ended. And Toronto have found their stride. They're syncing up and they got a Terra Surge rally. And they could just initiate off of that while Nightmare are still coming through the choke. Now, middle position, trying to see where Nightmare are coming from and hoping to force them in narrow passageways.
Got point priority as well. Here comes the push. Rally, Terra Surge. Everybody's been bashed. Everybody's stunned. A long Terra Surge coming through from Infected. But as soon as everybody gets out of it from Toronto, you're just a non-factor in that fight if you're just holding that ultimate. Team kill for Toronto and the point.
I wasn't sure if Toronto were going to want to push that small room, but a great call. A very healthy someone aided by the rally to go for a very charged up Terra Surge. And Admiral with the rally, or has a rally coming up now. And this needs to help Zera. They need to set him up for a 5K if possible and not let Toronto Defiant get back on their feet. Nightmare don't have a Terra Surge to worry about. Zera's looking for an opening.
Start the ults off again. Someone juggling the point. Point does go over to Nightmare. Both Genji's in the sewers right now. Sugar Free, okay. Ends up falling over to Seeker. Zera onto the high grounds. Ideally here for Nightmare, they enter this fight and don't use too many ults. They've still got Blade, they've still got Rally going into next. And they capped halfway through the fight too. Someone's gonna die.
We'll stagger on someone, that's nice. And Merit using Deadeye is unfortunate because that's always a nice tool to walk into a point or an area with. Not like a game-breaking ult, but something nice to cause a lot of chaos and isolation. And Zero is able to conserve the blade, so good neutral fights, or good fight for Nightmare to play off the orbital ray there. Tail of two Dragon Blades though, Sugar Free versus Zera. Infected closer to the Terra Surge. They're not playing a forward position though. Nightmare's gonna do their best to weaken those targets for Zera. This could be what helps Nightmare win the map.
Yeah, they've got Terra Blade, they've got the rally. So hard for Toronto to come back because, you know, Nightmare probably going to take us a little bit slowly until the last couple of seconds. There's one person touching right now on the point for Toronto, and that is Sugar Free. Blade's been popped and Blardy has been broken. That shield going down, and Zera just turning the backline into sashimi. There's a point capture for Toronto Defiant, and Sugar Free's going to try and tie this one up. Avril ends up going down to the Blade, but Seeker's there with a final shot in the back of Sugar Free. The point's going to get flipped again at 98%. There's no one to touch for Toronto. Vega ends up going over to the Lucio to try and get back. Someone with the Terra Surge drags a couple of people into the pit, but it is too little too late. Nightmare going to be rounding this one out with a 3-2 victory on New Junk City to take a lead in the series.
Zera getting the Genji diff on Sugar Free. I was here, chat. We were here. Zera just taking the initiative. Every time they both had blades, Zera's always the one popping it first. Always able to access Vega and RuPaul. Killing that break first. That's always been his target. And maybe Sugar Free just realizing, oh, shoot, this is last fight. I need to make something happen. And Sugar Free is the guy that if he's half health, he's not afraid to take a fight or a duel at a disadvantage, but too little too late for Sugar Free to turn that around for Toronto Defiant, as they almost did turn the entire map around. This was a 2-0 start for Nightmare. It was almost a reverse sweep, but Zera MVP-like performance for Nightmare.
I mean, look, they went to Surabasa last time they met, and it was a 3-0 as well for Toronto Defiant. New Junk City, a slightly different look as well for Nightmare. This series is getting close. They're 2 maps up already. Can they continue their streak? We're going to jump over the desk, and they can see us through to the next few maps, because this is turning out to be a little bit of a banger.
Indeed, it does look like a little bit of a banger, just like the first time those two teams met. Now, the big question is, can Toronto, bring it back, download them in a few minutes of a break time as we are discussing what is happening on the server. We talked about how good Nightmare looked in that mirror match. They stuck with it here as well, and they seem to have the upper hand on New Junk City until Toronto started to string plays together, but just a little too late here, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how we predicted it to go. Nightmare's going to take him to the meta composition every single time, and Toronto's going to try and find counters. But here, on this map, there's essentially nothing you can do unless you want to try and play the Mei, but that's not what SugarFree's known for. He's happy to stay on the Genji. So they went mono here. They went back and forth, but here on the first map, Ilios, Zera put on an absolute masterclass with the Genji. He was just all over the place. And again, they played this meta composition. SugarFree tried to play the Tracer, didn't work out, lost that map, and we have seen this map before. This is the exact same. This played out the exact same way they did last time. They played the Ana Brig Winston into the Sombra, and they weren't able to deal with it again. This is something we've seen before, and Toronto was not able to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, something we've talked about throughout the year really is also Merit's flexibility when it comes to flexing over to their Tracer. Like, that is a matchup that I think Nightmare really wants to expose, and they ended up winning that round. And we also saw here, for example, on New Queen Street, which is a map we haven't seen so far this weekend. Double bomb, love to see that, first of all. But it's making Toronto Defiant uncomfortable. And I also want to say, I love the playmaking we're seeing from Nightmare, especially from Seeker, not only setting up the team on the Sombra when it came to Ilios playing the well round, of course, but also we're seeing here in the first round of New Junk City, we don't have any ultimates, so we're pushing through. Seeker takes an aggressive flank and catches Merit, instantly get a man advantage. On this round in particular, right here, we're seeing them fight on ducts. We're going to pressure point, and we're going to wait for Toronto to contest. That's when we trigger the high noon, and we can force the enemy movement. We also have an orbital ray on Refinery as well. You play around the objective, and so I feel like consistently we're seeing Nightmare take really smart fights considering the objective. This final fight right here, we are 99 with 2 points already. We can win the map. We're going to push aggro. The other team, they have to care about the point. We're going to go for the backline instead. So Nightmare are taking really smart fights considering the objective and forcing the enemy to care about the objective, which puts them in an awkward spot.
Yeah, and I mean, now being on the back foot here, that's a position that Toronto Defiant, it's not really, they haven't really known that, you know, throughout the season. And a lot of the players, looking at someone here, for example, like, they've been on top for such a long time. Does he have the mental fortitude, Danny, to just, you know, rally the troops and like, forget about the past and just focus on the next game?
Toronto, I
think
this
going to get to him?
I mean, I don't think this is going to get to him. They've been in this situation before, and, you know, and these guys have been playing with each other for a very long time, and they do have the capability. Like, we've been talking about how versatile this team is, so I don't think just them sort of on the back foot right now is going to sort of put them down, but I do feel like it's going to get close, because I also want to highlight how Nightmare has been. I feel like they were like very confident. They weren't scared to take fights to Toronto, and it just seems like Nightmare doesn't care that Toronto was back-to-back-to-back champion. Yep. They were confident in their plays, and I think that really paid out huge currently in this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, SNR, he said it in his interview, they have nothing to lose. And that kind of mentality when you're playing these fast pushing compositions is exactly how you want to think. Even if you do have stuff on the line, you want to be pushing first. You want your Rift to be taking space. You want your Genji to be deflecting and dashing into the enemy team. Because when you set the tempo like that, you get some good support to help follow you, good combos. So this mindset where they have nothing to lose and there is no risks, it's what's helping them win these maps.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're just happy to be here, as he said in the interview. They're playing with house money at this point. They're also already qualified for Sweden. I don't think they particularly care as much about the seeding as, for example, Toronto Defiant would care about it. Now, from a coaching perspective, what is going on in the comms there? How many adjustments would you make? What's too extreme? Where do you find the balance here, Caleb?
I think you don't have to make any sweeping adjustments. I actually think on that back half of the flashpoint that Toronto was onto something. They were pushing a little more aggressively. Like they were playing up the objective. They had half the KD on that map compared, but it was very close. So when they were taking fights, they were winning in crucial moments. So I don't want to shy too far away from this quote-unquote meta composition, because they do have strengths there. They have Merit on the hit scan. They have SugarFree on the Genji. They have stuff they can play around.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you then, because we saw the map pool graphic was up just there. I was going to say Gibraltar, and we're also heading to Gibraltar.
And you're a genius, so...
Yeah, well, you said that, you know, sticking to the meta, but I feel like this is the one map where you could put RuPaul on the Ana, and those Bionates we've seen before, they are so lethal. He is so good on that hero, and it puts Nightmare in an uncomfortable position where, yes, they kind of like force this meta composition, but Toronto Defiant, they've shown before they can play around this composition on this map.
Yeah, 100%. You have multiple options as well. You can play kind of the SugarFree and the Echo. We don't really see Echo as much on the Gibraltar. We'll probably see Merit playing the Widow, if I had to guess. The Ana Brig backline, like you said, and then someone on probably his best character, Winston, as well.
Right on, we're heading to Gibraltar. Currently, the score is 2-1 for, that's right, Nightmare. I hope Avast is doing okay in that basement right now. It looks more like he's going to be a ritualistic offering than a lucky charm.
Oh no.
So Toronto Defiant, do it for Avast, do it for your fans, do it for all of us. Let's see if they can bring it back, or Nightmare is going to pull full steam ahead with this one. Jen, Jack, take us through it.
Thank you very much. Zoe in the desk. Yeah, I hope we sacrifice Avast, honestly. That might give Toronto Defiant enough power to come back here, because that was a very like leveled up play from Nightmare on that flashpoint. But here it is. I mean, just dive for Toronto. They're so quick and clean with it. Can Seeker disrupt the flow on the Widowmaker, though?
He's one of the better Widows in North America. Surprising that Merritt doesn't even want to try that. I think he's sticking to his guns, literally. And also the Hinder Grenade, which has really ruined Zero's life on the Genji in the previous map and may keep Infected in his place.
See how Sugar Free ends up dealing with this Widowmaker as well. See if he kind of sticks to him like butter on bread. Slowly but surely, Seeker trying to peek. Knows Merritt's there. Yeah, Merritt is acutely aware as well of the positioning.
Toronto is such like a passive defense too. They won't engage unless they see a quality opportunity. And that's what, you know, caused Toronto Defiant to full hold Nightmare on Midtown. That's what made Toronto Defiant full hold Shikigami on Gibraltar especially. Like, Toronto may be known as an aggressive, relentless team, but they know when and where to do that.
Seeker making a small rotation and then back up to the high ground. A very low and slow map so far. Headshot onto someone, nade onto Vega. Sleep missing. Slowly but surely, Zera is moving the point right now, but it will be Sugar Free there to test him. Nano Boost coming up now for Toronto Defiant. They're going to want to go aggro here. Look at that, Nano Boost straight onto the corner. Both supports kind of cowering now as the nade comes through, and Sugar Free with the additional damage required for the kills. Infected trades one. Only Zera on the point. Trying to make Toronto Defiant play back now. A good push from the Tracer.
Fantastic push. Nightmare now are within one fight territory of capping. I question CJ and Admiral feeling comfortable and safe enough to go up that staircase as an Ana player. You are just trying to be as far away from that Winston and really just not be even in dive range. So to be in a position to be accessible by someone, you've got to be sure when and where you move. As CJ, of course, your babysitter Brigitte is going to help a lot. That headshot helps a lot too.
What a shot from Seeker. Pulse bomb though. Hail Mary sleep dart to try and sleep somebody. Primal Rage pop for Infected. No more supports for Toronto Defiant, at least for now. And Infected is making sure they are aware. Seeker also takes down someone, and that one fight territory is really paying off for them now. Is that a stick? Oh! I think Zera just stuck Sugar Free, and Sugar Free hit the recall. I heard the stick sound. I could be wrong. It could be a floor pulse, but I don't think May has deceived me there.
At least it zoned him off from trying to touch. I think Sugar Free could have bought Toronto Defiant another fight, and Zero makes sure that they were uncomfortable enough that the payload slipped by. Now, can Nightmare keep it going, though? This is a difficult point to push with all the choke points and nano engage from Infected. You love that Nightmare were able to build up towards that.
What a sleep. Oh, boops him forward, too. Uh-oh. Yep, someone's got Primal. Facing through on this high ground, you know there's no sleep as it was used a couple of seconds ago. Under half HP though, decides better of staying around. Still wants the high ground control though, so we'll jump back on the small little boxes.
If someone keeps tunneling too much on Seeker, you could see Nightmare taking advantage of this, and you know, you sacrifice Seeker like you sacrifice a Avast and just take the 4v5. As Nightmare now nano engage.
Nano engage, yeah. Bubble's gone down. Leap forward, sleep misses. Infected now trying to mess with an entire army in that spaceship. Both Tracers hitting the recall at the same time as well. Infected now, wishing he had Primal Rage, that is for sure. So tough against the Brigand cast, like that is so annoying to deal with, but there's the first pick. Seeker eventually turning the tides in their favor. Riley's been popped though. Goes Toronto Defiant. Now trying to make sure Infected doesn't execute the backline because both their DPS are dead. Someone's gonna just try and take down Seeker, but with no Primal, yeah, you're just gonna die.
Well, the Widow got a lot of help too. You got sights, and they see the end of point B.
Oh, the nano applied to Vega, but what a nade from CJ. Stopped the healing coming through. That could have really been the hold there. Maybe someone gets back, same with Sugar Free and Merritt. They end up just jumping off the map. 3 and a bit minutes. That's a very quick time bank considering how kind of slow this map's been already. Not too many like fights, right? There's maybe been like 3, if that.
Yeah, and for Nightmare to nano engage and not even bring out the rally, I thought Toronto had found stabilization, then they rallied, and Infected is okay disengaging and sacrificing that, and a lot of posturing as Nightmare eventually broke through Toronto, made them uncomfortable, made them drop out of those safe positions. Now Nightmare have a ton of time for points, and they're already halfway pushed. Zero's done such a good job of having payload presence.
Spots Merit? Yeah, don't want to hang around. Even the Tracer at this level, don't want to mess with the Widows. Oh, that was close as well.
Bridge, if you can set up Seeker there, would be nice. And someone's in a position where he could access someone like Admiral and CJ. They cannot let someone stay up there.
Zera's 13 HP. Good defense here from Toronto to fight. Seeker's 1. Ends up going down. Sugar Free hits the recall 2 to get out.
Someone executed on his dive, being in that high ground position, bubbled off Admiral and CJ and got Seeker low. Someone has a big impact as that Winston that could see him take that same position. He's close to Nano, and as long as Toronto Defiant keep taking the initiative, they're gonna execute their dives faster than Nightmare can get to Vega and RuPaul.
Just relying on this Seeker pick on the Widow. Calm before the storm. This Merit, as we can see in the X-ray there, just inching around the corner. Doesn't want to slow peek. The fight to end all fights.
They dislodged someone from being able to dive your backline. That's nice from Infected.
It's better than the watching two Arises going at each other, I'll tell you that.
Oh, he's back.
They traded places. Mad Hatter moment.
He's waiting. So this is Nightmare trying to nano engage and making the most.
Yeah, look at this.
Someone's taking too long.
CJ is like looking around. He has to look forward, then look back. He has to heal his Winston, who's sleeping right now. Seeker down. Infected Primal ran out. It's a good nade. Vega not going to fall though, as RuPaul's right is back. These engages from Infected are good. There is a touch coming in. When the backline calls for aid, Vega answers.
I can't believe Toronto held that. You're lucky that they were able to get back this spawn because someone, went to get a snack or something. Maybe was hoping Sugar Free was going to join him. It took Infected and Zero to get someone off the high ground. He went back, and good kind of awareness from CJ of like, okay, I'm safe for now. I can pull Nano, but we need to hurry. And that's exactly what Nightmare did. They're within 2 meters of capping. Toronto can still burn this last minute.
See that Mero was kind of hiding around the corner, waiting for the enemy Widow to shoot first. Seeker grapples up onto a height, but now has to deal with this Primal Rage without a grapple, but someone doesn't care about the Widowmaker right now. Looking more towards the Ana. Don't think CJ got knocked off the edge. No, he did not. It's actually Seeker that comes up with the goods. Vega down, headshot connects. Is now with these sights, bit easier shot onto Merit. Same with the rest of the team, to be fair, but someone with the nano boost is going to just destroy the backline. One of the best to ever do it on the Winston. He's kind of proven it here. A true one-man army. Zera does kill Sugar Free, but these spawns are good. These spawns are too good, Lemon. Toronto Defiant are going to take this down to overtime now as Nightmare trying to regroup as 5.
Wonder if Seeker swaps. It's last fight. Zero Infected are still alive, and they'll be able to touch the cart. It'll be up to this Primal to buy some time from Infected. Seeker's on Sombra.
What a nade from RuPaul. They got Rally. There's no way you win that now. Yeah, you see Admiral kind of skating around the high ground to try and get another touch, but that nade from RuPaul was crucial. Infected was so close to Primal Rage. If he stays alive there, gets Primal, you can extend the fight maybe another like 20 seconds or so. Hope Seeker comes back and gets a pick. That's where the payload's journey will end on this round, as Toronto now get the chance to attack.
And a second wind out of Toronto, because Nightmare came in with, 3 minutes to point C. It was getting... Nightmare just found a tempo. They were just initiating. Same thing from New Junk City. And Toronto, though, able to stop at the 2 meter part, being able to utilize their nano. Someone always is going to be such a threat on the field when he is nanoed. And he will always convert 2 or 3 kills from these engagements. And the only thing Nightmare could really do is Seeker hitting a critical headshot, maybe getting a pick to trade. Would have been the only saving grace for Nightmare. But maybe the Widow swap didn't come quick enough because Nightmare have been funny. They brought out some Reaper in the past to deal with some annoying Winstons, but Nightmare still did a good job through most of this map. It's still a winnable position where the cart is at. Toronto not able to fool them like they usually do to their opponents. But how will Seeker versus Merit match up now? Will it be the Widow or not from Merit? That's my question.
Little Sonic. Little information. Probably going to switch to Widow. There it is. Yeah, Merit versus Seeker now. This is going to be an incredible matchup.
Sniper, be careful.
Yeah, I could have seen Merit go for the Cassidy just to help push the team to the high ground, but Nightmare are also contesting very early. There is no free pushing for Toronto to find. This could just be brawling to see if you can build up towards Nano, which so far RuPaul is a little bit ahead of CJ by 10%. Now Toronto are getting some pushing Zera off and maybe even forcing out the recall, but Zera's gone from the cart.
Seeker's still trying to hunt Merit. See, he's down lower left right now, or lower right to them. High ground control, still teased by someone as well. Does end up getting slept, but he is like half in bubble. Nade, jump, he's free. Oh, tantalizingly close that shot there.
Toronto's still trying to get some push going. Quick recall out of Sugar Free. That was dangerous. The Nano is what's gonna dictate whether Toronto can cap quickly or not. They're pretty even in Nano charge, and Merit opens things up too. That helps.
Oh, what a sleep in midair. Sharp stuff from RuPaul. Wouldn't expect anything less. Merit's going to get healed up too. Oh, does he get the boot? No, he does not. Gets the mega health back, and yeah, card's being pushed right now. You want to jump on someone? You really want to play with this? You really want to play with this? Nano boost? Okay. Ooh. Now he wants to rumble. All right, he's looking for the tracer. Uh-oh, wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. Oh, the brig, though. 180 bash gets the stun. Nano fades away. Oh, and of course, Merit just cleans up. That's 5 kills for Merit in that team fight. Absolute beast.
And that was with Infected hunting Barrett for the longest time. Infected not being in this fight caused Toronto to just be able to cap, and we'll get a replay of what Merit was able to do. First Infected has slept. Easy cleanup there in hunting season.
You love it. I must say, Lemon, Infected's just getting bullied right now. It's been really tough for him this series so far, or this map at least.
Sugarfree's able to zone Zero to get some progress going, and Mary gets a big diff, and Toronto can build a lot of momentum off of this, and someone Primal but woken up from the sleep.
All right, Primal Rage. No headshots for you, Merit. They're all my kills. Nice little bonk. There's the nano boost. Now you can just sit here, put the bubble down, chill on the stairs, AFK. My favorite kind of strategy. All right, Infected is touching.
Could have body blocked Infected, though.
No, Primal Rage, yeah, and the body block's pretty big. Merit needs some big headshot kills here. Seeker switching over to Sombra to try and join the fight as quick as possible. Shouldn't be any extra kills, you would think.
Pretty huge of Nightmare to take that just initial assault and be able to stop the cart where it is. You could always have Sugar Free sneak by and get Zera's attention, so Zera needs to be close by just in case. Toronto will be allowed to dive ship again.
Yeah, importantly here that... Oh, I was about to mention the Primal Rage, but I guess Sugar Free's got a pulse bomb. And the backline's dead. Okay, scratch my point. Let's talk about that. There's a little nano boost you're missing now, unfortunately, Nightmare. They're going to have to come back and Infected try and buy enough time. With this Primal Rage, Sierra's dead to nade. I mean, that's just it. That's this next point. I mean, maybe you pop the nano, but it'll be a hard fight to win. You're probably just going to want to save it. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. A dive from Toronto Defiant, looking pristine. Gem Mint 10. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go as Toronto Defiant now pushing around this final point.
RuPaul and Vega doing such an amazing job dealing with Infected. Infected is counter diving. You don't see him because he's busy diving the supports and he can't kill him even with Primal. And Infected not having an impact in this fight is gonna kill Nightmare. Toronto come into point C with pretty much the same time bank, but a lot more ults.
Okay, how many things did they throw at Merit there to try and kill him? Support's too good though. Pulse Bomb whiffed from Zera. EMP for Seeker. This is the big bang that Nightmare really want to open this one up with. Everybody's very split though. You can see the supports all hanging in the back. RuPaul is a light year away right now. Nano boost for the save
Nightmare
too.
trying to space out. They don't want to be Nano Dove. And someone's getting positioned out on the top bridge. He could access anyone he wants. And Nightmare may have to just be close to spawn. He sees shields up from Admiral. Here we go.
EMP, Nano deployed, and it's on Merit. There's the stun, there's the kill. Nano Widow. Always against the Nano Winston. I think I'll take the Winston on that one. Merit's still going to go to the high ground, though, as CJ fells to a pulse bomb. Merit now eventually dying as that Nano fades away. Infected Swan. It's a little bit later, so it lasted a little bit longer, but Admiral's still dead. Trying to define Arn out of this fight, and they're going to be able to maintain position. Oh, and Seeker's pocket pick. Bastion, and make it a Lego one. One of the best skins in the game for certain. I think Seeker's probably going to change again. Yeah, it was just for the potential forced push here by Toronto Defiant. Swaps to the Widow, needs kills as someone jumps away. Oh, Merit. Straight up into the high ground too.
Don't ever repeat
the
Widow.
Get another son. Hits a body shot onto CJ. Someone is super low, pops the sights anyway. Primal Rage popped by Infected. These sights aren't going to last too long, I'm afraid. Seeker's going to have a bit of an easier time now as Infected has managed to clutch this fight out by the look of things. Still need to deal with the backline, but Zera is there with the backup.
Good heals out of RuPaul. See if Infected can get some stagger. I don't think he pushed past this point. Maybe actually Zero was there, but recalled. This will force Infected back. And Nightmare find a point of stabilization after a wave of ultimates. But guess what? Toronto has built up towards another set. And you have RuPaul with the Nano. Be careful for Infected in that top right side. He's close to having a Nano. Someone's going to zone him back to the opposite bridge. And Toronto are taking this one step at a time. Oh my God.
Merit again. Seeker's got to sit down. Probably going to switch to Bastion if I had to guess. Only a minute to go with Nano Primal push. Potentially, as someone's got Primal, there's the Seeker Bastion, but Zera's already dead. Someone's going to have to do something. Seeker's already super low. The pulse bomb. Oh, Sugarfree wasn't even aiming at him. Sugarfree finds two, maybe even a third. Seeker has been deconstructed as Toronto Defiant find that golden box of victory and tie the series.
Ooh, what a close one too, man. Oh my God. Sugarfree just got let loose. And when he has the space to work off of someone, it was beautiful. You'll have to see that the Nightmare supports are not afraid of a Winston like someone. He saw that someone had to force himself out of fights a lot. As soon as his bubble would burst, see Admiral and CJ walk up looking for sleeps, looking for bashes, and someone respected that backline. And Infected also found more value on point C, being able to come back and help Nightmare get back on their legs when Toronto looked like they were going to cap much earlier than they did. But whew, Merit also just the critical headshots. Those first bloods in those fights is going to be really rough.
It was different a little bit there. Not often can you say that against someone like Seeker. You get those first pick on the Widowmaker. It's easy for the supports to play aggressive, peak really aggressively around that first corner, or that last corner, sorry, on Watch Point Gibraltar. The 5k SMG got at the very start as well. I mean, yeah, Toronto, they look good. They look good on dive maps. Here you go, here's a few clips from the last map. Now it's Nightmare's chance to choose. Now you don't want to go to a Winston map. They're probably going to try and take him to the mirror. It's exactly what Gravy said on the desk. Confidence as well.
Oh, you called the recall too.
Yeah, did he stick him? I wasn't actually, yeah, I was looking at the,
yeah, you stuck him and he recalled, but they still were able to cap off of that, so value acquired.
Oh my God, that was a dirty shot too. Oh, I'm assuming this was the 5k as well. I mean, this was, yeah, body shot bandit. Hey, you take those though. Popping off onto Widowmaker. Ooh. Yeah, RuPaul also did a fantastic job on the Ana. Infected a very, very tough Winston to play against, even with the Ana toolkit. But they still managed to get it done. In OT, Nightmare really pushing Toronto Defiant to the limit, and we are waiting for a team to do exactly that, and it looks like Nightmare are going to be the one in a grand finals, no less.
Now, where do Nightmare want to take us to is the question. We're in a 2-2 spot now, and
big numbers.
Damage going the way of Toronto, less deaths, but for how the map ended up, I'm kind of surprised by these stats.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the stats especially, like, stats definitely aren't everything in Overwatch. They don't paint the full picture whatsoever. They can do on, like, when you're getting crushed. But with Widowmakers on the field too, it skews the stats very heavily on the dominant Widows. And you'll see a lot more deaths as well, because the Widowmakers are kind of picking each other off. But yeah, good stats all around from Toronto to find. Well, Nightmare's choice is going to be King's Row. Okay, so can play dive for sure here, but I want to see Seeker Bastion, I really do. It was a pocket pick they picked up for Circuit Royale of all maps, like quite some time ago. Circuit Royale obviously not in the pool right now, but everybody was like, what? Seeker, Bastion, Circuit Royale, very different kind of rush style with it, and it worked out super well. We do see Toronto's comp on the defense and kind of stock standard and what you expect. No Ana, no Alari, no Zen, but Toronto just running with a default backline with Merit on at the hit scan.
And it was close between NRG Shock and Toronto when it came to that Kings Row map. I think Merit has a lot of options. He could have been, obviously Ashe is, he's a DPS that leans more Ashe than usual, and of course very strong on this map. To be able to sit back on that back window, keep everyone down, get the dynamites going, Bob presence to keep the objective occupied. He could have also contested the Widow. But Seeker's gonna match him on that, and Zero's on the far. This could be a lot of suppression on someone like, well, someone.
I think one of the funniest names in Overwatch is someone. there is a story behind that. That's for another time. Zera Farah really want to force the high ground. Just get someone off height, wrap around. Give Merit like one angle to look down, make sure he is checked at least a little bit.
So much focus on Infected, so he can't anchor and get a first tick going. And that means Toronto don't have to contest the point if Infected's just gonna step off, but yeah, all going Toronto's way.
Oh, Toronto's way. A slow, painful death as the Orisa. They will die eventually, or maybe you won't. Maybe it's someone that dies. Okay. Didn't really expect Infected to last that long. I think Toronto Defiant thinking they can pick up that kill pretty easily. That's not a good pick, and that's definitely just going to be point there.
Yeah, Nightmare just needed to play for any trades at all, and they're a team that will keep their composure. They lost Infected, their spawns are closer, and they could regroup faster too. Now an orbital ray exchange, where Toronto look like they're holding that back library corner. Merit has Bob much faster than Seeker, and that could just be what tilts the scales for Toronto Defiant to keep Nightmare from building up kind of any pace.
Such a hard choke point to take over though. Orbital Ray is almost perfectly designed for these streets as well. And RuPaul going down first, an unlikely death at the hands of Seeker. So Toronto, they don't even want to commit a Juno ultimate. We've seen a lot of teams in the past commit that just to see if they can turn the fight when they have one down, but deciding against it completely, just throwing in the Bob instead. That's a lot of free ult charge actually for Avril. Should be able to get rally pretty quick now.
Yeah, Ashe hits like a truck, and Seeker just not allowing his team to not have to use any ults to get halfway to B. Now they can dump all of this just to cap B, and a great fortify from Infected to not let Merit's Bob get any value, to not let it cross into his backline. Now an important fight for point B.
Well, here comes the Bob, and it's in the Ray as well. Oh, and it got dragged in. Blade popped in the backline. Sugar Free takes down Seeker high in the sky. Where are you running, Sarah? Not to that mega health bag, I hope. There's a fight for Toronto Defiant. Big ultimates pop too. So good that RuPaul here as well has managed to save, well, not save onto, he didn't even earn it, but they've got rally for the next fight is what I'm saying. Also, don't get too close to Infected towards the edge. Yeah, don't want to get dragged off, and there we go. Nice stagger. Took him a long time to die there.
And doing it himself means no little bit of ult charge for someone like Toronto Defiant. And that difference of 10% of Sugar Free getting the blade before Zera meant that Toronto Defiant could dictate that fight and also just out DPS Nightmare. And a crucial part to where they left that cart. Nightmare have a lot to travel, and Toronto are even going to poke them down. Nightmare, though, have built up towards that Terra Surge blade, and Toronto, they want to split up to not get pulled into that.
Ooh. Yep, blade, rally. Infected's got the ult too. Both rally spots. Toronto Defiant running for the heals as the blade is pulled. Straight to the back line, a nice little bash, a nice little whip shot to send him away, but Sugar Free's already dead. A slash on to Merritt, doesn't bring him down just yet, but someone's pretty low and needs desperate help. Looks like a RuPaul wanted to get a little bit spicy against Seeker there, but decides against it in the end. Bob is going to get deployed as the Ray's going to come in from Toronto Defiant, thinking they can win this fight. 0.59 meters to go, and Vega just standing proud on the point. But unfortunately, takes a spear and a bit of damage to the face, so has to back off.
Bit of a hairy fight there for Nightmare. I was worried about Zera disengaging so fast. He had Merritt low, didn't finish off that kill. He did get stunned by a rally brig, and Zera kept on trucking, but could have finished off a lot more kills, but was trying to survive, which is sometimes more important than getting all the kills and giving up your life afterwards. But Nightmare still pulled through, even with the orbital ray in their face. And now CJ can bring that to Toronto Defiant, and Nightmare could push all the way to the end with a pretty good time bank.
Zen. Bob deployed by Seeker. Everybody from Toronto Defiant right now kind of scattering. High ground control as well is going to be important. Such a good angle. It's going to be tough for Merritt to really influence this fight, especially with Seeker up here, but Sugar Free makes it a little bit easier. Zera just chunks down the back line with trying to keep RuPaul in the spawn. That's kind of frustrating for the Zen. Oh.
There's the orbital ray.
Wow, Sugar Free just explodes. I think everybody shot him in there at once. Riley's going to come in for Admiral too. I mean, how did Toronto Defiant stand up to this aggression? It's not even possible. RuPaul's on 98% towards the Transcendence. Nightmare just overload them with ults. The rally, the ray, there's nothing, like, unless you have the Transcendence there, and even then, you can get one-tapped.
Yeah, Toronto tried to explore kind of these individual lanes, just sending solo DPS to get these 1v1 duels, which could have helped Toronto start to surround Nightmare, who were just sitting on the card getting free progress. You're happy Toronto Defiant got back to spawn before an earlier orbital ray could have come out of Nightmare's side. And Nightmare conserved that. And as soon as Sugar Free went down, 5v4, Nightmare knew this was the time to push the envelope, and they push in with 2.5 minutes. Very good time bank for Nightmare to have, considering they only needed one fight to retake point B. That's usually where a lot of teams will succumb, to that point B final push. And Nightmare not only did that against an orbital ray fight that they didn't have an orbital ray for, Nightmare able to take fights that they have an ult disadvantage at. So a lot of weight being pulled by the DPS here of Nightmare.
First to four format, it's worth reminding everybody. That's a gnome. I would make the obvious joke, but I think everybody's made it.
I can't do the laugh. I tried.
What laugh are you talking about? What?
I'm not the gnome.
Oh. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah,
Okay.
I've not thought about that meme.
I'll educate you on
I have
the
not thought
meme.
about that for 10 years. Thankfully, you brought it back to me. You know what? It was a good meme. It was a good meme. It lived a long and healthy life, honestly. All right, quick rotation for Toronto Defiant. 3 mega health back. Oh, the headshot's too for Sugar Free. ASMR Overwatch. Genji throwing shurikens into Orissa's head.
I like that sound.
Yeah, Zen too, but
it's a lot of posturing.
Feels good. A lot of posturing, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you just want Infective off this high ground, but so that's cooldown, so that's fortify, so that's spear spin, just chilling. Unfortunately there for Toronto, they didn't actually get a tick. They had to back off. There was like 1 pixel in it, I think. All right, Sugar Free tries again. Sarah's going to be there. Dynamite comes in, so Sugar Free has to back off.
Yeah, Seeker and Zero working in tandem to force off Sugar Free. That was an important duel. That could have given Toronto Defiant the first tick But because Zero got the dynamite advantage, Sugar Free dashed out first. Zero contested at the last second too. And Toronto will waste a minute trying to get that. Again, posturing, but now it's Orbital Ray time.
The ults we've all been waiting for. All right, someone maybe gets a tick. Orbital Ray available. It's a really nice one for CJ. If you just lay it across the point like diagonally, really tough to kind of deal with. Oh, Sugar Free with a deflect kill onto Zera. Are you going to commit Orbital Ray now if you're Nightmare is the question. I don't think so. It looks like Infected is just trying to get trade kills. Might be able to get out of there as well, but Infected is so low. He's only got the break heals. Yeah, there you go. Counter bash is good. There's the kill for Sugar Free. Oh, make it another.
You love this fight if you're Toronto Defiant. Obviously you can, but you also build up towards 5 ultimates. King's Row is such a snowball map, and you saw what Nightmare just did, and now we got some deflect. Oh yeah,
deflect.
That's pretty nasty.
Shuriken just straight back at you.
So yeah, snowball time for Toronto and Nightmare, because Toronto capped and won the fight. Now Nightmare is so far away, so won't be able to contest that library spot.
This is absurd. RuPaul, okay, they know. Surely everybody turns around. Rally's pop, Terror Surge comes in. Oh, Seeker didn't have a chance to react, but neither did Merit and RuPaul, apparently. Bob in the Ray. Blades pulled from Sugar Free. Terror Surge popped out for Infective. Sugar Free dodging out of it for the time being. He's just cleaning up. Sketchy's looking as clean as ever. It's rare to have a player that can play pretty much everything. Sugar Free is definitely one of them. Almost a true hyperflex.
It was almost a fumbled fight, though. The overcook there for RuPaul had me worried. He was so close to dying, and Toronto said, all right, 3-2-1 strategy time. Let's into with him. Let's bring out the blade. And that kind of split focus from Nightmare went the way of Toronto Defiant. But all those 5 ults now gone. You don't have that to push the end of point B. They could lose a lot of time if this neutral fight does not go their way. Toronto got to shut down Zera and hope to survive an Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray Blade, I mean, this is really tough at this point in the map. Seeker just trying to take care of Zera, or at least check him on the sidelines. Could obviously just dash over the roofs as well as an escape method. Here comes the Orbital Ray, though. Here come the little torpedoes as the blade has been pulled. You are not escaping this one. Someone is just locked against the dartboard there. I think Infected was body blocking him as well, so there was no chance to kind of escape. They're still trying to.
Yeah, you saw the attempt from Toronto to disengage and for someone to try and grab the Mega Pack and try to see if they can re-engage into it. But yeah, Nightmare just winning off Blade, Orbital Ray as intended. 2.5 minutes, and Toronto just need to build up towards some ultimates. Here's how
Orbital Ray. Terraso is going to bring everybody closer together as the bash comes out from that rally, stunning the Genji, but he still slips through space to get out of there. Merit ends up falling, and here comes Bob. I mean, there's no play for Sugar Free, so how much impact is he going to have on this fight? His entire team has just been surrounded. A Terror Surge in the bar as Admiral swiftly kicked out. RuPaul eventually goes down, and a very scrappy fight is going to end with Toronto Defiant just kind of resetting to the point, and Nightmare on their choke as well.
I don't think Nightmare have everyone up, though. Spawns are closer for the defense.
Has been ripped. Oh, Zera. What a dash from Sugar Free. That was right on the edge of where the damage stops. Oh, and here it is. Okay, this should guarantee the point, and then something crazy happens. Nice spear spin from an Infective, but he's done so much. He's invested so many cooldowns, so can't get back to the point in time. It's going to be a lesser time bank, you'd imagine. 240 and counting down versus 229 in the bank for Nightmare.
Smart for Toronto to tempo up in that 5v4, knowing that Nightmare could have re-engaged because their spawns were closer. Now Nightmare have an Orbital Ray coming up versus CJ, but initiative from the defense.
Yeah, RuPaul's now on the Zen, so he's going to hit super hard now, but there's very little healing to try and get the backline sorted. Nice deflights coming through from Zera as Nightmare end up making Toronto Defiant reset. These Juno ult fights, Nightmare has been winning them more often than not.
That's good for them to exchange ults and win it. Toronto are going to have to invest a lot more, and they only have a Terra Surge, but all depends. Can you get a charge enough? Can you keep someone healthy enough that he can charge up the Terror Surge to a significant damage value so that Sugar Free could maybe get some dash resets, but he's already half health.
Just got Orb applied to Infect. Look how low he's going. Still takes one with him. Someone dragging that Brig into the line of sight of the rest of the Toronto Defiant. As now they move around this final corner. Minute and 40. A lot of ult to Nightmare, though. This isn't going to be exactly an easy fight, however, as RuPaul's got Transcendence.
Nightmare should take a long fight if they can. You want to burn this clock as much as possible. Try to conserve your ultimates if you can. But Nightmare, I've been winning a lot from taking the initiative. Here's a Bob with
Good
his
angle
backline.
from Seeker, but Sugarfree was there to catch him. And yeah, Bob's just going to die. Someone pops Fortify. Sugarfree might just claim another as well. Yeah, he does. Well, the Merit Dynamite will do it. Here comes a rally from Admiral. Going to keep everybody alive and well through this Juno ult. Blade in top of the Juno ults, and Toronto Defiant just ult dumping now with the final few moments. Zera swinging, missing unfortunately, as Vega deals with him. That's a team kill, and that's a completion for Toronto. A minute in the bank for them, as Nightmare's time bank is equaling 239. That Transcendence really helped him out of that last fight, but those initial picks from Toronto, Seeker had the idea, you know, like go for the flank, hit the Bob in the back, maybe one-tap somebody, but Sugarfree was right on top of him.
Yeah, Nightmare should have just taken this slow fight. Like, what's given Nightmare so much success has been taking earlier fights to be higher tempo than Toronto Defiant, which is somehow possible. But Nightmare tempoing up when they just needed to play back. Because worst case scenario, you could go to your spot room doors and you could maybe just give up that space and hope to fight it back with a Bob. But then you sacrifice the Bob. Someone, you know, good awareness for him to turn around, spear the Bob, deal with it, so it didn't affect Toronto too much. But Seeker not marking where Sugarfree was, being assassinated there, opened up the 5v4 for Toronto to avalanche down into the Nightmare spawn room doors and to fully cap. Nightmare should have really taken their time with that, see if they could burn down the clock. But nonetheless, minute 39, maybe a 2-fight difference. A big goal here is for Toronto to cap the point. That's, you know, 1 minute is not a lot of time to do that with, and then they'll probably have to go to overtime and how far they can get with that. So Toronto need to maximize their push.
Quick Widow spot. Straight over to Ash. Mirror comps almost with RuPaul on the Zen. Love the aggression. You can take a hotel here if you're RuPaul. Oh, there's a Genji right there. Oh, deflect used already. Okay, so Admiral will end up just dropping to try and help Zera in the 2v2. But they've actually forgone high ground now, so they're more in like a default spot in this archway. Pushing Hotel, they can't overextend too much. They have to go quick because the Zen is just gonna rip you apart with this Discord Orb. Nice backup from Vega as well. RuPaul going so low, but it's actually Zera that's on the retreat. Oh, someone's won! Oh, that's not good. My expert opinion, that's not good. Someone dead, OT in 5 seconds with Vega falling too. Someone's gonna have to touch, and I mean, it's probably have to be Sugarfree. He does trigger OT, but look at the amount of firepower that Nightmare have. A full hold on point A of King's Row. 239 for Nightmare to get 33%.
Just came down to that one fight for 1 minute. Like I said, the goal is to cap the point, do anything at all, and it was all about posturing the Zens. Both teams trying to bully each other. Zens sending their Genjis, sending the house, but both Zens really also, well, not only countering with their positioning, playing also closer to their Juno, but also Zen is, you can't bully him as much as you could in Overwatch 1. He's got a kick now that does space out a Genji getting to them, and both Zens living on. RuPaul is so deadly. Same thing on the other side for Nightmare. And then someone, as soon as Vega had to tend to RuPaul, who was getting pushed, someone was left out the dry. RuPaul and Vega went to the right room. Someone out in the open couldn't get to the health pack and hotel in time. And that small disconnect, although you kept your backline alive, you sacrificed someone in the process. And that's one of the main anchors you need to be on the point, besides Sugarfree. And then when it was all up to Sugarfree, he had to use deflag, he was below half health. It was GG from there. really good resilience out of Nightmare in that case. Now, 2.5 minutes. This is not a guarantee fight win. They only need 33%. It's only one fight.
Yeah, the Zen Gambit not paying off, and you can see RuPaul on the brig. That one fight, like you said, all that you need. We'll see how they want to approach this. Hotel control and point presence. I mean, that is definitely how Infect is thinking of playing, because you only need 33%, so the drops from Toronto are going to have to come really quick. It is Sugar Free right now on the point, has to back off, got dynamited, and now is someone's chance to touch. He does get there, but now Nightmare can take the high ground. I think Infect is doing exactly that. Same with Zero, who's now looking over the entirety of Toronto Defiant, or apart from someone that's right next to him. I think that's Vega.
And good cycling from Toronto when Sugar Free got dynamite, used deflex, someone drops, but someone is low.
Super low, needs help. Sugar Free just trying to make a hero play right now, trying to kill Seeker, but is receiving those healing torpedoes. Oh, Vega's also, it's one shot. Seeker just clicks his head, and Nightmare just kind of out-rotate Toronto Defiant there, knock him off the high ground and knock him down to match point. Nightmare in such a good spot. Can a team finally do it? Can they take down Toronto Defiant in the grand finals in one of these stages? Nightmare now one map away from doing so. A very slow, clean, decisive play from Nightmare there. Not too many kills. Only needed 33% and had 2 minutes to do it. Lemon, they can be rewrite history here. Toronto was seen as the best team coming into the North American OWCS, and they've proven that time and time again, every single stage.
Yeah.
Is now the time?
MED's been the only other team. Yeah, MED's been the only team that have been able to take a map from Toronto in a final, and now Nightmare have taken 3. It's just insane coordination for Zero and Seeker. You hit the dynamite on Sugar Free, you force him out, you get someone at quarter health. Nightmare, go sign pedal to the metal, march on in. Zero trusted Infected to keep someone's attention locked in, tunneled on the point. Zero went through a hotel, started to wrap all the way around, and despite being in the middle of like 10 people, Zero lived on and was able to force another fight for Nightmare. No, not a second wasted. Nightmare forced Zero, by doing this crazy flank, forced Toronto in such these uncomfortable positions accessible by Nightmare, and all they needed to do was overwhelm someone. That chaos that Zero caused meant someone did not get the healing attention he needed to be the pivotal anchor for Toronto Defiant. This is 33%. You step off for a few extra seconds, the map is over. Nightmare were so good at dictating the map, manipulating Toronto Defiant to play their game, and not a single other team has been able to do that other than Nightmare. This could be a new stage winner that we're looking at.
And that is an insane thing to say. A new stage winner, Nightmare one map away. Just happy to be here. That's what the coach was saying. Hey, you'd be even happy if you get the win. Both teams, of course, locked in for Stockholm. Extra prize money and seeding points as well coming on the line for both teams. All right, we'll see where we want to go to. Toronto Defiant looked crazy good on the dive. Always will, of course, with someone on Winston. One of the best Winstons in the world, if not the best.
Well, we did get a game 5. We got the 3-2.
Right, yeah, that's true.
that we wanted, but this is a best of 7.
Maybe.
That's bags. But Toronto have not been pushed to the distance, but they also have very special maps prepared for Nightmare. Right. Think about the new Queen Street. We haven't seen new Queen Street at all. I don't know if they expected for the series to get this long. Toronto definitely knew that thought that they were the better team here in the mirror and every other composition. They knew Nightmare were good at the one comp, maybe Orisa, I don't know. But Nightmare are not only good at that, they're starting to beat Toronto in all the mirrors.
The teams need a couple more minutes here just to get into the next map and decide what they're going to do. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Potential final map here and maybe even a new king of North American Overwatch. Nightmare versus Toronto Defiant are going to continue after this.
When I was a girl, I had a passion for the peculiar. As my magical studies deepened, my powers grew stronger, and the results became curious. This magic is mine, and soon you will be too. The witching hour has begun.
Do not underestimate me.
My future's bright! Mercy on call.
It is fine now. Why? Because I am here!
I always have the upper hand.
All right, game face on.
It's looking like a revolution.
Welcome back. Here we are going to, yes, another map. We're going to map number 6. Esperanza in this first of 4 with Nightmare now on match point. Will we crown a new king of North American Overwatch? It's looking like it so far. Nightmare have really stepped up that game. Exactly the same what happened in their series before, right? Back and forth. They take one map, we take one map. They take one map, we take one map. Esperanza is the push map of choice now as we go on to this game number 6.
Yeah, Toronto, though, they rob everyone from a lead. Like, Nightmare had a series lead against them in the upper bracket final. Look how that ended up. And same thing could happen here. You saw the map set, purple, red, purple, red. If the trend stays, Toronto Defiance should win this map, right? But I would give the edge to Nightmare because they this is Esperanza, and they rolled TSM on this 123 to 62. And look how Nightmare played when they went to New Jung City, a map they warmed up against TSM. Same thing. When they are confident, when they're warmed up on a map, there may no be stopping Nightmare. But Toronto are just the comeback kings when it comes to a series.
Oh, we're going to roll out. Toronto Defiant on dive. Someone with the Winston, RuPaul Arna. Not as aggressive as the Zen Juno backline, but pretty aggressive regardless. No defensive ultimate, really. I guess Juno ult is half defensive, half offensive.
And now Nightmare just going to understand that they don't want to push too close to that bridge. You're going to get dynamited by Merit. Ash, one of his specialties, how he was able, well, just as his can overall, how he took over New Queen Street to give Toronto Defiant the win there. But NTMR, if they make their way up the bridge, that's going to be scary business, especially with an Orisa. But someone's keeping Infected in check. And Nightmare supports are playing extremely far back, not in diveable range, but someone dances around the pillar, could go unnoticed.
Oh, Sugarfear ran really low there. Seeker almost got the kill. It's looking like Colosseo out here. How long it's taken to win these fights and find a pick. Probably just building up at this point towards a nano and /or the Juno orbital ray.
That too, and if Mara gets a really good dynamite, maybe body shot, gets someone low, someone could jump on that too, because, well, the dive can get close a lot faster than an Orisa can. Oh, yeah, Nano first.
Rest in peace, Dynamite. And rest in peace, Seeker. Is he going to go down with that one? And you can see the differential in ultimate charge. Look at Admiral's ult charge right now. 42%. The Brig in these long extended fights with this open range and the way Toronto Defiant are playing so far back, the Brig can't step up. She cannot really heal. She can pack the Tracer, she can pack the Ashe, sure, but she's not doing nearly as much healing as RuPaul and Vega are, so just a support ultimate advantage there, winning them the fight.
But the anti-grenades from RuPaul, I'm worried about how Nightmare's gonna deal with that, especially coming out of this choke. Like, they can't defend against it. And it'll be tough for them. See, someone's gonna go past that Orisa.
Yeah, Nate does go in. Luckily for someone, but that Primal already. Although he's trapped in that room for a brief moment, leaps away. Now the support ultimates are going to be online for Nightmare. They got Gino and they're close to rally. High ground control wanted by Infected. He's actually just going to look at the backline right now. Solo pushing. He's going to have to be careful. The Bob comes through from either side, kind of trading places. That Bob on the high ground is kind of dominating Infected in the 1v1 currently. Really nicely placed. There will be the bots being stolen by Zera, though, so it's going to force Toronto to reset in the mid.
Yeah, for Nightmare to break out of that when they could have been naded. They dealt with someone's Primal. Now the lead not escaping them too much. Seeker, Big Bob to buy some space. Zera needs to get RuPaul uncomfortable, though.
Both orbital rays coming in. Well, one of them at least is Vega not choosing to use his. Very quick kills from the Seeker and Zera. RuPaul just went down. It's like disappeared like smoke in the air. Whereas Nightmare aren't going to be able to claim the lead now.
Seeker's having just a really good series, and to go up against Merit, who's known as just one of the most fearsome hit scans in the world, you wouldn't think a Seeker being able to match up against that just on paper, but it's how you perform on the day, and those headshots to kill RuPaul early is huge.
Oh, that nade was almost insane. Almost hit Seeker and Admiral there on that high ground. Oh, here comes the orbital ray. Infected is in the window currently, so has to rejoin the team in a moment. Ends up going golden to try and close the gap between him and the backline. Pulse bomb in the hands of Sugarfree as the bot is now slowly moving in favor of Toronto Defiant, although Nightmare are just going to try and force the issue here as RuPaul's caught out alone. Terra Surge to drag him away from the health pack, still ends up picking it up though. He's going to fully charge it, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for RuPaul. Actually deploys the nano onto someone to make sure he can stay alive in the fight, but has to leap away. The fully charged up Terra Surge is nothing to scoff at, and that will be Nightmare getting the early checkpoint. 5.5 minutes. As Nightmare now reset to high ground.
Yeah, and RuPaul, I mean, when you're about to die, you don't have the time to decide, is this a good nano or not? It's let's try to turn this, let's do something. And unfortunately, that is wasted. Vega's on the Alari now, so it could do a bit more multitasking there. They're holding more static positions, so this pylon can heal multiple targets, can't be shot as easily around this corner, especially if Nightmare keep taking these bridge fights. Now Vega can maybe help add to the DPS count that Toronto desperately needs to get some fights going.
There's an orbital ray from CJ here. I mean, you look at this on paper and you're like, yeah, Nightmare win this. They win this fight easily. Oh, RuPaul is so aggro. Bob coming in. RuPaul dodges out the way, drops to low ground on the point, holding that corner where that pylon is. Still has to be fearful, as Zera's got the pulse bomb. Random Winston appeared in his face and someone's out of there. My word. Pulse in the hand still of Zera. Oh, and he sticks the Tracer. Oh my goodness. Sugarfree ends up going down. And it will be eventually Toronto Defiant finding success in that fight.
Salutations.
Especially with the dive. Finally, Toronto finding confidence to push that bridge side. Now they'll have a nano. Lariat, a lot for Toronto to go through, and forward spawns coming up. And if Toronto win this fight, they could very well take the lead. But with Infected close to Terra Surge, they'll hold this corner. Obviously, hope to deny this lead. You see the yellow line is past the forward
what a
spawn,
shot.
so Nightmare have time to work with.
That's the checkpoint too. Yeah, this Captive Sun. It's going to be hard for Seeker and like CJ Admiral, that trio, to hold in any one kind of position. They have to split up, and Seeker's dead as well. Toronto Defiant going to take the lead. Just off of picks, no ults required.
That's a really tough fight for Nightmare to lose. Like, you could just play out of sight, playing around this corner, not let the hit scan from Toronto shoot at you from the bridge. So that's a very terrible fumble for Nightmare. And the lead now for Toronto with ults to spare. And Nano engage.
Captive Sun lands on the Juno, and there's the detonations. Seeker and CJ exploding. Damage from Toronto Defiant, especially with the dive, Someone and Sugar Free. It's so easy to capitalize on that ultimate when it connects with supports. Now they're really letting the lead slip. Those Nightmare down 40 meters or so.
Yeah, this is a must-win fight for Nightmare. They may just get full capped on. It's not an insurmountable lead, but it is difficult. 2.5 minutes. And Toronto are just playing that far back because it's so hard for an Orisa to approach with all the poke that Toronto have. Like, Infected is having a tough time holding space.
Yeah, and well, look. Oh, that was almost a one clip. All good. The right click from the Alara is going to heal the Ashe. And you can hold the high ground now, right? If you're Toronto. Oh, the bomb in the room. Oh, see ya, Seeker. Sorry, mate.
Oh my God.
Nothing personal. Quick push here from Toronto to find another pick would be perfect. I mean, look where Infected is. He's got gold. Terror Surge actually going to get used. A little outburst there, and Zera's there with the follow-up. Orbital Ray deployed from CJ, but Sugar Free is still making this fight a little bit painful. That's a big ultimate used by Nightmare. Not exactly something they wanted to invest in this fight. 1 minute and 45 to go, and they're in an unbelievable deficit.
And Nightmare don't have all their players alive, so whoever is being able to be reinforced first, Nightmare have to be careful about their numbers here, especially with RuPaul having a nano. I thought he was going to pop it there, actually. Nightmare to stabilize, though, was huge. I'm okay with taking a risk of overusing ults, because if you lost there, Toronto would have extended the lead. You can't afford that.
High grounds with the rally popped. Someone's got the Primal Rage. They're probably just going to wait for this to... Oh, wow, okay. I was gonna say, wait for it to wear out, but Seeker, Sugar Free, sorry, just wins the 1v1 against Zera. There's a Primal Rage for someone too. I'm not sure Seeker was expecting this one. Yeah, goodbye, Seeker. Yeah, you can shoot all you want. You're not killing someone. Here's Admiral, a little bit late to the party. Didn't get the invitation on time. Stick onto someone, 19 HP, and again taken out, but it's okay, because we killed Infected too. And with 45 seconds to go, you're making 0 progress on the bot right now.
Good stat. I like the primal use from someone. It sounds stupid just going for a 1v1 there against the Ashe. It's not even an ego play. It's rather you're forcing stackers out of Nightmare so they can't get on the right foot. And they got a lot of work to do, 22 seconds, and they got to double their score. And Seeker can't even get up into the window without getting someone in his face. Zera's having a tough time getting these one clips, and that's a lot to ask from Zera.
I mean, this flank is disrespectful. A disrespectful Captive Sun as well, knowing you had Spear Spin up, but it was worth the attempt. There's the Ray on the point, pushes Toronto Defiant back. Vegas still in the backline, mind you. Worth keeping that in mind. But Seeker's already down with the nano boosts and high ground control for someone. Terror Surge may have found merit, but I think this might just be over. 2 players on the point for Nightmare right now, but someone is alive and well. He's got the backup required to survive. You'd think he ends up falling, but it's all Infected. Trying to push that bot, and now Zera in a 1v3. 2 supports and a Tracer to deal with, forces the recall, even the pylon as well. Absolutely no chance for the Tracer, no matter how good you are. Overtime ticks through, and that is going to be a Toronto Defiant win on Esperanza, sending us to a map number 7.
Well, this region's a lot more entertaining after our 4-0 sweep in EMEA. Ooh, we are sat ready to go. If Toronto keep forcing these maps where they get to play the dive and Nightmare could be more comfortable on the Orisa, just like on New Queen Street, Toronto dictates so much based on spacing. They play as far back as possible and then let kind of Nightmare sit out in the open. Toronto trusts their DPS. They trust Mare to land every dynamite on Infected. He can't hold any space, and as soon as that window of Infected stepping into cover, Zero, Toronto focused down Seeker and Zera. Seeker can't take an off angle on Ashe. He's got a Winston in his face of all people. So, and Zera then has to solo while the rest of his team are tempoing back, and Tracer really needs like a team effort to kind of help things. Zera can't do it all. So yeah, really good understanding. And Toronto, they keep forcing these maps of dive the Orisa. It's gonna work out for them. But it is Nightmare's choice now for our final one.
The scriptwriters couldn't have written this any better, honestly. A rematch of a back and forth series in that upper bracket. It was literally, you win one, we win one. You win one, it's exactly the same as you can see down there. A final map heading our way in just a moment. Map number 7. We're gonna jump to the desk, get their final thoughts before we round it out.
Thank you so much, Jen and Jack. Desk back in action. We have some stuff to unpack. I feel like we are repeating ourselves because it always comes down to exactly the same talking points. If we're looking at all the maps that we've seen so far from both of these teams, I do feel though Toronto Defiant, they changed the tempo a little bit in this very map.
Yeah, it's a battle of concepts, as we've been saying. But this map really shifted once Vega pulled out that Alari, which is comfort pick of his. They strayed away from the Juno, and yeah. Toronto wants to put someone and RuPaul on more of a higher skill expression characters. They like the Winston, they like the Ana. It doesn't feel good having a player of RuPaul's caliber playing Brig the entire time. That's not utilizing his skill set to his fullest potential. So whenever they can put him on this Ana or the Baptiste that he's known for, whatever character it is, but here in this meta, the Ana to counter the Orisa compositions, that's something they're more comfortable with.
Or someone on the Orisa.
So yeah.
That's the same
Maybe
problem,
not.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, him playing the Winston is also the same kind of argument. Is you want him to play something a little more.
And it's also, I mean, not the exactly same way, but one of the ways they turned it around yesterday was that they were letting Nightmare, push aggressive, and then we can get into the backline and work around it. And it's a similar kind of thing here. We're going to let Infected, he will be a presence on the bot, of course, because of Orisa, there's no one to contest him on that bot, right? But instead, we're going to look for anti-nades, we're going to look for dives, and we'll find the picks that way. And that is really when Toronto Defiant are the most effective. So, like Jack pointed out, loser map pick here, it's so strong because you get to play the game your style, right? And so now we're heading to map 7 after a fantastic series so far.
Yeah, but that also means that Nightmare, they're obviously going to pick something now where dive is probably not as viable, Danny.
I feel like now, because this is loser's pick, and throughout now we're at 3-3, but it was the team that had to choose the map was the team that won, right? So if we're following that rule, it's Nightmare's pick. And if Nightmare picks a map that they're more favorable on, it should be Nightmare getting the win.
Okay, I overcooked a little bit going into this break. But we're gonna hate this.
All right, let's hear it.
What if you overcooked and went to like Hanaoka?
I don't hate it. You can't really play dive on these maps. With how fast-paced they are, you can't play this slow, methodical style of like the Ana Alari, which they just shown. They literally can't play like that. As you can see,
so scared to go to Clash Map 7 when it's your pick.
It is very.
I feel like it does.
It's a gamble, and if you have nothing to lose, if SNR is really preaching his words and said there's nothing to lose here, we're not playing for anything. There's no egos here. Why not?
Exactly. Also, as you just saw in the graphic, like the map types are unlocked again. Now you can't repeat the same map that we've seen before, but you can go back to a map type that may be favoring your style.
Yeah, and going into this map, it's been unveiled to us.
Clash.
It's going to be Legion and Tower. I gotta say, Caleb, obviously, you can play meta on some points, but I feel like this pick also gives opportunity for Toronto Defiant to force different kinds of looks, whether it's Night Market, putting RuPaul on Ana high ground and Sugar Free on the Pharah, or change things up on Garden, for example, put Sugar Free on the Pharah there. So this is going to be really interesting.
It'll be real interesting to see if Toronto goes to the meta. I highly doubt it, but this is traditionally known as a rush map. So
it is, yeah.
they will have to play Orisa or some sort of brawl tank at some point. You can't just force Winston.
Yeah, but different points allow for different looks to be displayed and taken advantage of. Let's see if Nightmare can close this one out and take the crown away from Toronto Defiant, or if our defending champion can do it back to back to back to back. Let's find out as we're sending it over to Jen and Jack.
Well, we'll see if it's back to back to back to back. So Nightmare and Toronto Defiant, 3-3 in this series. A final map here. We're gonna end it on Lijiang Tower. Ilios, You know, they'd love to go there again. Trust me. They want to play dive. They want to go fast. And like Caleb said, Toronto Defiant don't want to play rush. They want to play dive. And they're going to play an aggressive style at that with the Alari coming out from Vega.
NTMR always pick Lijiang Tower as their first map, usually being the #1 seed, and they've won it almost every single time except once they lost to TSM, and they're just a weird team to play against sometimes, very unconventional. You have Zera on the Pharah. Merit, though, that Ashe hits very hard, so Zera's got to be careful.
Oh,
goodbye, RuPaul.
That's going to be good for a first cap. Vega went down too early. Seeker, a couple of nice shots. This Alari is very, well, can be deadly, right? If you set up with the Alari, the poke is a little insane, and crossing that gap with the Alari, shooting at you, the Ashe shooting at you could be tough, but actually getting into a position where you can do that is exceptionally hard now. Looks like a white room rotation here for Toronto. Or they're actually going to split with someone on the bridge. Vega being more of a solo operator.
Not a lot of teams like to run the Winston here. If there's going to be any dive, it's usually a Hammond that has a lot more health and kind of want to displace the other teams. Someone's going to have a really tough time brawling. He's going to be accessible, but
Malibu's coming in, but here comes the orbital ray from CJ on the point too. So even if someone wanted to stick around, he probably shouldn't. A damage amplification, no good against the orbital ray with 4 people standing inside of it. The bridge firmly in control of Infected right now. He's being a good bouncer. Not letting anybody in without any ID. Here comes the bomb.
Just the nano engage not working out, but bomb makes its way through.
It does, but is this really going to create the space that they need? It looks like NTMR do end up walking back towards White Room. High Noon is going to force someone away, but a pick at least comes through. Captive Sun coming in. Oh, what a shot onto Sugar Free. Infected takes down Merit, but Vega is still alive. With his Primal Rage, I mean, Toronto Defiant need to win this fight. It's 75% as Vega used the outburst to take care of Seeker.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right comp for Toronto. They may win here, but it took 80+% to get this
Vega dies. Seeker just props himself up, double jumps, glides through the window, and just gats down Vega with the Glock. Toronto Defiant now having to face up against this rally. Oh no! Oh, Zera! And Nano Winston off the edge with RuPaul to boot. NTMR have just won the round. Zera single-handedly stopping Toronto Defiant in their tracks, booping me off the bridge.
Launching satellite vector.
That just someone could not hold any space with the nano both times, pushed off the map, and Toronto had to take the bridge fight. You can't push White Room with a Winston, and then Zera hits a concussive blast to knock one of the supports off, and as soon as Toronto got any footing on a decent enough dive to be in the open area, then NTMR just retreat to the point behind the other half of the point. And even when someone bubbled off Infected, he's not worried. He knows he could bully Winston out of a bubble. This comp gap only worked in Toronto's favor when you had a large enough map. That was just not the right comp, but now they're going to the Orisa mirror on Control Center. It's going to be a lot better.
Mirror comps. Not what Toronto really want to play. They want to play that dive. They know they're strong. They know they're better than NTMR on it. The NTMR in this mirror, it just looks clean. And Zera, we kind of spoke to death about Seeker. We do most often. But Lemon, you as well have been just singing the praises of Zera this entire time. Every single time we see NTMR on the screen. Very forward position, confident position from NTMR, taking the server control.
No kills, though. This is not comfortable for NTMR. They may cap, but Toronto are there to contest.
On a nice little off angle. Hard to hit people when they're going through that little speed ring, but spots a low health brick. Oh, what a spear! And a headshot too from Seeker. That's first fight done.
Wow. What a spear. Infected popping off, and now they can hold close. And that was after orbital rays are exchanged, so Deadeyes could help Toronto walk in. NTMR have always been good with spacing. They're okay with letting Toronto walk in. These DPS really got to stand out. This is game 7, and Toronto already on a back foot at a round disadvantage.
Rallies for both sides. RuPaul 3% away. Nightmare slowly just baiting Toronto in. High Noon's popped as well. Here comes the push. Deflect comes in. Nice bash coming through from RuPaul. Killing Seeker. Here comes the Terror Surge. The damage to follow. What a bash. That's what you want to see out of your Brig. Both rallies expended as Toronto get the team kill.
Big risk for Nightmare to, if you have two choices during a Deadeye, you hide or you fight, and they decided to fight through it, but Toronto protected Merit, the Golden Goose, to pull Toronto through that fight. And now you got Dragon Blades. Is Toronto gonna respect that space? Be careful of who has server side or who decides to go through coast, because the Genjis don't want to just front faces. They want to try and surprise the backline and ignore this Orisa if they can.
No Terror Surge for Toronto Defiant here, so they're gonna start off the fight with an orbital ray. A blade's gonna get popped as well. That's a big flashbang, stops everybody from moving. A reset from Sugar Free does find two. Looks like Nightmare also throwing in their Terror Surge, thinking they can grasp hold of this fight. Sugar Free down for Toronto, but they're still marching on. A split up backline for Nightmare, as we see CJ chase off onto a different angle.
Nightmare feeling the pressure, not wanting to respond with their own orbital ray. Zero pops the blade, gets nothing for it. Toronto love being able to win that fight, but CJ, this has to be a big ray to help. Deadeye from Merit. Nightmare not gonna make the same mistake they're hiding.
Down, Spear Spin absorbs that High Noon, and here comes the push. Nightmare in the orbital ray, too much damage. And that'll have to suffice for Toronto Defiant, 62%.
Smart for them to just hide away from the Deadeye. Javelin spin, orbital ray, run it down, bulldoze Toronto Defiant. Terror Surge, though, available for Toronto. While a Seeker Deadeye. Toronto have the same decision. Do you want to fight? Can you get your Orisa close enough for a Terror Surge? Punishing these Cassidys is everything.
High Noon for Seeker too, so if they do want to back up, they can. As long as he doesn't get dragged into the Terror Surge, he's all good. Toronto Defiant stepping up. They've got the orbital ray, but can they get the point for free? Doesn't look like it as the Terror Surge ends up coming in. A good spear onto Seeker cancels the ultimate, but Zera's already down. Seeker does take an off angle, but the overwhelming amount of damage is going to annihilate Infected. Nightmare with 85 and a bit percent. We'll call it 87. As Toronto Defiant now push up to the doors. They've got ults, but can they live up to Nightmare's double support ult coming up soon?
Toronto are so good at protecting Merit. He's just going to stack on top of his team. He doesn't have to take an off angle. And even when he does, Merit knows when he can go unnoticed on server side. That's how Toronto won the first fight. A lot of big ults. Deadeye first.
High Noon pushing people back, making it last fight. You cannot go down to this, and you cannot overstep if you're Merit. Spear goes a little bit wide, and they're going to make a push. There's the Terror Surge. The bash is good. Merit ends up going pretty low, but the overhealth is decent for the Cassidy. Sugar Free pops the blade, gets bashed. Someone has to touch here for Nightmare, and they're going to be doing it. They are slowly capping the point, but eventually your teammates are just going to fall. Zera's got the blade solo on the last point here, but Toronto Defiant, they got a three-man squad now rocking up. No blade for the Genji, as the flip is going to come through from Toronto Defiant. Seeker jumps over to the Sim, but it's not going to be enough to push in. As a 5v3 now, as a TP bomb for the Sim doesn't end up working out. And Toronto Defiant now just have to get away from this blade. They're going to keep this fight going for a moment longer, but there's no backup left. Nightmare, they're going to get taken to a third round. We're going the distance.
Jesus, round 3, game 7 for the returning champs or for a new crown for Nightmare. And it's Sugar Free stepping up big against the Rally Brig in his face. Sugar Free lives on. Critical kills for Toronto Defiant. And getting back and being okay with ignoring the point. Keep the fight focused. It all comes down to Night Market. And who? Is it going to be Merit Seeker on the Widow, or are they going to stick to something safe like the Cassidy? Merit's been just so well protected by Toronto Defiant. And now you got the Genji matchup where they could climb over the walls. They could access that back line. Yep, Widow from Seeker, Merit with the Ashe.
Seeker's gone just absolutely insane on this Widowmaker. As of late.
Oh my God.
Well, that is one way to start off the map. with a heater like that. My
Oh my
goodness,
god, Seeker looking like Merit out here, and that's a big risk to go Widow on this map with a Sugar Free, one of the best gadgets we have in North America on the field, and he's gonna sit back, and Sugar Free may explore these corridors to sneak up on Seeker. You cannot let Seeker go for free, or Toronto need to pull the fight towards the point.
There's on the Casty now. Doesn't want to play too far away. Just playing with the rest of the team. It's going to be good for their squad. They know if they don't give Seeker a line of sight, oh, they're just, okay, they're just running him to spawn. Another good option. Maybe Seeker swaps here. No, doesn't look like it. At least not for the time. 4v5 on the point. Trying to find with a man advantage now. Going to try and push into the back line. Looks like NTMR are doing a good job of waylaying the damage for the time being, but CJ does end up going down first. Seeker now in the line of sight in a good spot, but doesn't look like Toronto Defiant are going to give him a chance to land a clutch headshot. As the point will eventually get flipped, but it's taken a fair bit of time, to be fair. All right, Seeker popping the sights there. I would say probably a bit of a mistake because you do get the 15% or so ult charge when you do swap, but it might not be that consequential. There it is, there it is. The Cassidy's going to come through.
Yeah, it was just how fast these teams are playing. I like the Cassidy picks better. Even Merit swapped to that too. A Hinder grenade could be another option to shut down a Genji. It's Toronto. Now out in the open towards the point. NTMR going through the corridors, trying to go unnoticed. Now you got the orbital raise, but Vega up first by 10%. Toronto are okay wasting time. They have the point, and they're encroaching on that lead soon.
High Noon around the side. Spear spin, rallies, Terror Surge is brought in. Everybody's in the line of sight of Merit. He's going to charge forward with reckless abandon, but he's going to get dealt with. Zera pops the blade in amongst the Ray, and Toronto Defiant, they just can't stand up to the damage, not without the rally. As RuPaul at 99% before he got that ult online, they end up losing the fight and the point.
Jesus, NTMR with the later ults, the Terra Surge, Zera Blade in the heat of the moment, but the added rally, like you said, the extra health, the survivability NTMR needed to pull through. Now at 60+%, the longer this goes, NTMR may just be close to their last fight.
Someone's going to notice him finally. They do! Oh, a mistake! Those are best left unavoided. A good corner check there from Toronto Defiant to kill the Cassidy straight up, but they've easily made it even as Infected takes down Merit's. RuPaul swinging away at the front line with the rally. A couple of stuns here and there. The pack's thrown out too. The sustain is good and the counter bash as well on Admiral. They need to kill this brig. No more kills can be afforded here for Toronto Defiant. They're going to clean up. NTMR in one fight scenario as they get 89%.
Yeah, spotting Seeker. You cannot get away with that cheese again, not like you did on New Junk City. Toronto Defiant in the driver's seat and able to make it back after a huge ult fight previously favored NTMR. But an earlier orbital ray from CJ, maybe expecting an exchange from Vega, Terra Surge earlier from someone, as NTMR can't afford to waste any time, but Toronto are holding it down, bunkering down on the point. This is the final fight for Lijiang Tower.
Orbital Ray in a rally advantage here for Admiral. Looks like Toronto want to go first. High Noon's coming out. What a deflect from Sugar Free though. Seeker's already down. The blade has been popped. RuPaul falls and Sugar Free just carving them asunder. NTMR are going to fall as Toronto Defiant. They're going to defend their throne against NTMR. A 7-map series going all the way to 3 rounds as they manage to do it. Toronto Defiant win it all. Stage after stage, they will not be deposed.
And just like their previous matchup, you can go toe-to-toe with Toronto Defiant, but they'll always take the lead back. All roads lead to Toronto Defiant, your stage winners once again. But the competition catching up to go to Game 7, Round 3 for Toronto to beat NTMR on their best control map. Lijiang Tower, Sugar Free going absolutely sicko mode at the end through all of the chaos that was that fight. All Sugar Free saw was red. But Nightmare, the best showing we've seen. You got to commend them, especially Seeker, one of the best Canadian talents we have, to go up against Toronto Defiant, to put someone like Merritt in his place throughout that series. I've been nothing but entertained. Big congratulations.
This
to
is
Toronto.
really just the biggest rivalry, I think, at this point in North American Overwatch. Toronto Defiant versus Nightmare. Kind of like Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons over in the East. Just two Goliaths of the game going at each other. A 7-map series going all the way to 3 rounds. We've even got the final comms as well from those last few moments. We'll take a listen.
Gas. Bring one. Genjo. Sorter. Heal. 트레이서, 언니 트레이서. Can you go trade? Not over. Wait, 언니 트레이서.
And they did it once again, back to back. But quite frankly,
wow,
they were sweating for this one.
I'm sweating.
My hand is
I have
sweating.
goosebumps.
Oh
like,
my God.
This was an out-of-body experience.
That
for all of us.
sugar-free deflect at the end, we were like holding in screams. We were like, oh!
It was like we
so clutch.
Oh my God.
This was incredible. Like absolutely incredible. Yes, Nightmare, a heartbreaking defeat here, but so much to be proud of.
Oh yeah.
They played this so close. So yesterday was not a fluke. It wasn't a, well, Toronto, no. This is Nightmare punching up. In fact, this is not even Nightmare punching up. They just punched straight. Like that's what we saw right there over a 7-map series.
Yeah, there was so much conversation going into this tournament about who's the second best team in North America right now. Is it Energy Shock or is it Nightmare? I think there's a firm, solid answer right now. This is as close as Toronto's ever been pushed. I think Nightmare is currently in the second seed right now.
We're so back. NA is so back. After Korea, we have Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, EMEA, we have Space Station and ENCE. And now it seems like in NA, we have Toronto Defiant and Nightmare really giving them a run for their money here. Just an incredible series all around. And really, like, oh my God, this map 7 as well to close things out. I think one thing we have to really talk about here is it looks towards the end like Seeker is hiding on the Cassidy, but he has to go for that play because they don't have any ultimates, and it really was something they had to do, and it didn't work out their favor. I don't think that Nightmare threw away this series. I honestly believe the last 2 fights that Toronto, they really clutched it up, Caleb.
Yeah. Nightmare was playing to win, and when you're playing against a powerhouse like Toronto, having the confidence and the understanding to know, hey, we're down in ultimate, they have the rally, we have nothing, we need to make a play, and actually trying to execute it, that is commendable. That is not something that should be shied away from. I think Seeker and Nightmare, they made the right play there. It just didn't work out in their favor. Incredibly close, man. Yeah. But here we see it, and the counterpart, Merritt, he was incredible.
He's always incredible.
The Cassidy on Control Center, he had high noon seemingly every fight. Every fight he seemed to have it. And then obviously he pulled up the Sombra, capable of being flexible to counter the
Widow on the Gibraltar.
This Widowmaker play on Gibraltar was incredible. There was pixel headshots against the other Widow. He was getting 5Ks left and right. I mean, he absolutely took over this map. This was his map.
Oh my God.
And we were saying in the green room that Gibraltar was Merritt's map, period. That's it. And also towards the end, of course, just the things that this guy pulls off, it's just amazing. That's why he's, in Toronto Defiant along with his teammates, such a great head scan player.
Wow.
I'm just so happy. The series went all the way. Almost every player on both of these rosters had their moment in the sun. They all had their moments to come in clutch and do a lot of work for their teams. So we have so many talented players to highlight here on both of these squads. Couldn't have asked for a better grand finals in our NA region.
Just an amazing grand final, and really
really
got a feel for Nightmare coming up short, but that is some kind of motivation because Nightmare is a team that has heavily invested in the scene. They've been trying to build up this reputation of challenging globally, right? Taking it to EMEA, taking it to Korea. And I think this match, this run in stage 4, really proves that Nightmare, they're one step closer now to being, the kings of North America. They just couldn't close it up.
That's so exciting. If you're looking at those top 2 slots for all the regions, then everything will be competitive. It's not like you have one throwaway team. Before it was like Toronto and then NA sends another team, I guess. Now it's no, both NA spots are actually held from a team that can compete seriously with both EMEA and the Asian region as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to the Nightmare as an org as a whole. They've been super invested into Overwatch and OWCS, and I want to give a special shout out to Seeker. This year, it started with the M80 fiasco. He lost his job. He was on some of the worst teams in OWCS, and him and Zara, they teamed up and they slowly built a roster, and they've just gotten better and better and better. And they were one team fight away from winning a grand finals. That has to feel, even if it feels horrible right now, but looking back on it, I hope Seeker, you get some perspective. Incredible, man. I'm also super proud of Nightmare.
Also, Nightmare had to play, what, 10 maps?
Yes.
That's a lot of
Had to have been exhausting.
And you guys still pulled it off until the very end. I think that is something that you guys should be very proud of. And I'm very excited for Stockholm.
That's right. I'm also very happy that we have a winner interview ready for you. And we, thanks to Danny, have an opportunity now to talk to Merritt and someone. Congratulations, you guys. Welcome to the show.
여러분, 다시 이렇게 봐서 너무 좋고요. 일단 축하드립니다. All right, I think I'm going to start off with an easy question, the low-hanging fruit. That is always my question. You guys are the back-to-back champions, 4 stages. I mean, what do you guys have to say to that? How are you guys feeling? 자, 제가 쉬운 질문부터 하겠습니다. 두 분께. 일단 스테이지 1부터 4까지 전체 전 우승을 하시면서 4번의 챔피언이 되셨는데 어떻게 일단 소감 한 말씀씩 부탁드릴게요. 메리 선수부터 갈까요?
메리트다. 그냥 기분 좋고요. 그냥 해야 되는 걸 한 것 같아서 그냥 그저 그렇습니다.
Mary says that it just feels good. It just feels like it's something that we had to do anyways, but we got it done. All right, someone, how about you? someone 선수는요?
저는 당연히 저희가 이겨낸다고 생각했는데 이렇게 4대3까지 몰랐고 근데 4대3에서 이기니까 생각보다 기분이 많이 좋네요.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like this was, of course, us getting the win, but we really didn't expect that it was going to be this close. Getting the 4-3 win against a Nightmare, we really didn't expect it, but I think that's why it feels extra good, I guess, because it was so close.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had to work for that victory. This is the second time in 2 days that you have to play against Nightmare. Both matches felt close. Did you feel like the match yesterday, that was just a fluke? Was that just... Did you just ignore that happened and then you got surprised today that it was close again?
이번이 이제 두 번째로 어떻게 보면 나이트메어 어제와 오늘 연속으로 지금 똑같은 팀과 이렇게 다시 붙게 됐는데 이렇게 계속 가깝게 접전이었던 게 좀 나이트메어 쪽에서 좀 운이었다고 생각을 하시는지 아니면은 좀 개인적인 의견으로 좀 어떠신가요? 메리트 선수.
일단 상대가 생각보다 잘한 것도 있고 이제 저희가 실수한 게 많아서 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah. Of course, Nightmare is a really good team, but at the same time, I think we also made a lot of mistakes in game today as well. All right, and next, someone?
일단 나이트메어가 이번에 메타를 굉장히 잘 파악한 것 같고 그리고 솔직히 말해서 저희가 오늘 졌어도 이상하지 않은 그건데 이상하지 않은 이제 경기 흐름이 진행이 됐었는데 그래도 뭐 저희가 잘해서 이긴 것 같습니다.
Nightmare, I honestly believe that Nightmare had a really good read on the current meta that we were playing. And also, so because of that, it wouldn't have been weird if they got the win against us today. But at the same time, we did beat them. We were the better, and that's how we got the win.
So I can talk a little more openly and freely, as you guys are my ex-players. Hi, fellas. Congratulations. You guys have your DPS on Comfort Heroes, the Cassidy and the Genji for Sugar Free and for Merit. For the other roles, what took you guys so long to kind of understand and play this meta to a high level?
일단 뭐 예전에 같이 일했기 때문에 좀 이렇게 편하게 얘기한다고 하네요. 우리 또 맥그레이비 님께서 일단 축하드리면서 당연히 이제 딜러 쪽은 계속 잘하는 예전부터 계속 보여준 어떻게 보면은 영웅들로 계속 플레이를 했지만은 좀 어떻게 다른 롤들 다른 뭐 탱커나 아니 서포트 쪽에서 좀 어떤 게 지금까지 이렇게 오기까지 좀 이렇게 제일 힘들었는지 이 조합을 계속 짜면서. I'm guessing that's only for someone then, or
for either.
For either? 뭐 둘 중에 한 분.
일단은 이게 조합이 사실상 피지컬도 피지컬인데 팀적 합이 좀 중요시되는 메타라고 생각하거든요.
선수 잠시만요. 다시 시작할 수 있을까요? Sorry guys, I couldn't hear someone. Can you? Yeah, sorry. One more time.
이번 메타는 개인적인 피지컬이 아니라 팀 합이 필요한 조합이라고 생각해서 조금 이제 궁극기를 쓰더라도 같이 아니면은 팀원의 도움을 받아서 이렇게 쓰거나 그냥 각자의 플레이가 아닌 팀합을 좀 중요시해서 좀 한 것 같아요.
I think the best way to describe this current meta or the composition that a lot of teams are playing right now, it's not really about individual skill sets, so it's a lot about teamwork. It's not using solo ulting or like using your ult for yourself. It's really in cohesion with your team when you sort of engage in a fight with your teammates to utilize those ults together is what makes a really big difference.
Looking ahead, you're not qualified #1 seed for the World Finals, and both of you, if you count Overwatch League last year, you are the reigning world champion. What will you have to do to protect your title in Stockholm in about a month's time? Starting with you, Merit.
자, 메리 선수부터 일단 이제 한 달 후에 이제 스톡홈의 드림맥으로 이제 가시게 될 텐데 1위 시드도 지금 이제 우리 북미 쪽에서 럭키는 했고 어떻게 하면 이거를 계속 이 좋은 이거 어떻게 해야 되지? 어떻게 설명해야 되지? 어떻게 하면 계속 이렇게 1위로 계속 좋은 기운을 가지고 들어갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단 이제 저희가 이제 휴가를 받는데 이제 충분히 쉬고 이제 또 연습 몰두하면은 그렇게 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah. Definitely, we are going to take a big break, and after that, I think the most important part, another important part, is really getting those practices. Yeah, and someone?
일단은 저희가 북미에서는 왕이긴 하지만 사우디 컵이나 아니면 이제 댈러스에서 성적이 이제 그닥 좋다고 그냥 우승을 못했기 때문에 그닥 좋다고 생각 안 하기 때문에 도전자의 마음으로 이제 한국팀 그리고 유럽팀들 잡으러 가겠습니다.
Yeah. We are definitely the king of NA, but that's not the case for any other region. In the Saudi Cup or even in DreamHack Dallas, we weren't really happy with our outcome. So I think I am going to go into this, Stockholm with a challenger mentality and try to beat both EU and Asia as well.
Love to hear it. Thank you both so much. Once again, congratulations on the victory, and we can't wait to see you again in Stockholm. Goodbye, guys.
Congrats, you guys.
Thank you.
GG indeed, but what a hard-fought victory that was. Toronto Defiant remain on top. They are your OWCS Stage 4 main event champions. As we can see in their upper bracket run, they weren't really being tested up until that finals against Nightmare, and then that rematch. Once more, a close series. Scriptwriters off the goop today. Like
fantastic job.
Yeah, they were working overtime.
Also, the fact that they, like me and McRae, we were sitting here just chatting as well when we were watching the last map, and the fact that we're able to win Control Center and then later on Night Market, playing the meta composition as well, that it just wasn't like, they play their Ana, Winston kind of composition. They actually came out there and beat Nightmare on the meta composition. It was really impressive.
Yeah, it's impressive because I said you can't force Winston, and they made me look dumb, and they tried to force Winston, and then it made me look smart because they got pretty much rolled trying to force the Winston, and they knew it. They put the chips on the table and said, listen, there's nothing we can do about it. This is the meta. This is what's best. We've learned from this series. Right now in this moment, let's put everything on the table right now, and they pushed it all in, and they pulled it off.
Wow.
It was close, but they pulled it off.
That sugar-free deflect is like the moment of the finals, I think. The very last fight. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all the other teams which have qualified, they will be rewatching this match as well, because this is the first time we actually see Toronto Defiant exposing their belly. We've seen cracks in that armor. That's something we haven't seen before. And these ladies and gentleladies, OWCS World Final slots are all filled in. These are our contestants for the World Finals in Sweden. And you know what? We got a bracket now as well, as we of course have their meetings. Let's take a look at those matchups. Oh man.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Nightmare Space Station.
Oh, this is gonna be spicy.
I'm looking at Toronto Defiant ENCE series.
Yeah.
That one stands out. I think there's some revenge time for Toronto after Dallas taking that loss into the lower bracket. I think Toronto Defiant are looking for revenge there.
I'm looking at Space Station Nightmare.
Yeah.
Again, similar. Space Station is the champions in EU, and Nightmare was very close to being the champions of NA. Can they punch up the EMEA? Who knows? The meta might change. There's so many questions to be asked.
You're sounding like Sigma right now.
No. There's so many possibilities.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, in the pre-match interview there, it was Kasaurus did say that, hey, if you're playing something a little off meta, then that's where Nightmare is struggling. Space Station Gaming, they certainly have their own style. They have their own compositions they're busting out here and there. So yeah, this might be a little bit more difficult for them, other than that might be more difficult than the Toronto Defy match.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's been a long day.
It's been a long
I
day.
swear I speak English.
It's been a long week.
Entire season a fraud. Yeah, but hey, this is our season schedule, and you know what? We're at the very end of it. The regular season is all done and dusted, and we're now setting our sights onto DreamHack Sweden in Stockholm. It's going to be so good. Let's have some final
22nd?
thoughts. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Grab your tickets now.
Yeah. Final thoughts?
PSA, final thoughts, starting with you, Danny, as you got back pulled into the action for the big day, and you also seem to be a lucky charm for good games.
Yeah, I kind of am. I'm not gonna lie.
He's a humble
okay,
king.
My takeaway. I honestly think that I'm not even joking. I think DreamHack Stockholm is gonna be very fun. After watching that match, like with Nightmare, like you mentioned, like every region, all the teams that are going are really good. Every matchup is going to be great. Every matchup is going to be exciting. And I'm just excited to see everyone at Stockholm.
I unfortunately won't be at Stockholm, but I will be enjoying the matches all the same. I'll be at home. Like I said, I use the term battle of concepts, and I think we'll see that a lot as well in Stockholm. Like we said, we have SSG who likes playing the May. We have just so many different styles, and I'll just be excited to see how it matches up when they're playing on LAN and in person.
Final thoughts, guys. It's been a long year. This is the last time we're here at Stage 4 this year. I just gotta say, I'm really happy for Avast. That could have ended poorly. That could have ended really badly.
Yeah. We prayed for Avast and it paid
Avast
off.
is one fight away. Wow.
That's right, that's right. Well, Avast probably stays alive and may be released from the dungeons of Toronto Defiant and join us in Sweden, perhaps. I don't know. We might see him. We're definitely going to be there, so we hope that you too will be grabbing your tickets. Now, all good things must come to an end, and the Stage 4 main event certainly was a good thing. So the first ever regular season of OWCS concludes today. But of course, we still have a champion to crown over at DreamHack Stockholm in Sweden. Now, of course, I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the broadcast talent which has been here over the last couple of days, and everyone who's joined us during the group stages and the entirety of the regular season. Thank you all so much for calling the action, all our talented casters, all the talented desk members, and all the talented people working in productions. You guys make the show possible. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. It has been a fantastic season, so much fun to work with everyone, and we can't wait to see you all in Sweden. We have a champion to crown, so make sure to join us November 22nd. But for now, it's a good night and have a good evening. We hope to see you soon.
See you next month.
Oh my god, oh my god.
You have no judo, you have no judo.
Up one bar.
Let's fucking go! Nice, guys. Let's go.
Spin, King's already dead. Blade pop from the high ground. Vision trying to roll away. Deflect's good enough. Vision had all those bullets deflected straight back into him, and Zera's going to clean up Nightmare. Oh, just decapitate TSM. End up falling over as Toronto Defiant now have just got a split Nightmare. The rally does end up coming in, but a counter bash is coming through. Oh, the self-destruct right on top of him. The pulse bomb too.
Opposite bridge, and Toronto are taking this one step at a time. Oh my god.
Toronto Defiant now having to face up against this rally. Oh no! Oh, Zera! And Nano Winston off the edge with RuPaul to boot. Cheer for Admiral. Looks like Toronto want to go first. High Noon's coming out. What a deflect from Sugarfree though. Seeker's already down. The blade has been popped. RuPaul falls as Sugarfree just carving them asunder. Nightmare are going to fall as Toronto Defiant. They're going to defend their throne against Nightmare.